Yes.
Yes.
God's sake, Jane, I'm not doing Doctor Who again.
Here we are. Autumn's winds begin to bite in, and cynicism is in the air. But that's all okay because we're here.
We're here, and you're there in the pit, audience. And
that's right.
Boy, have we got some treats for you today.
Ho ho ho!
Simon, has Mr. Self dropped into the studio?
He's got something to say, and I'm just going to get him to say it right now.
Goodo.
Hi, I'm Will Self, and when I'm not mainlining heroin or puffing on the odd Partagas Robusto, I'm tuned in to Hatton Roberts, fingering the loose assortments of cultural oddities and conversational jewjaws that come within their considerable purview. And sometimes I do both, as can you, so hearken.
There we go.
God,
words of wisdom for today.
He's got a real orotundity, hasn't he, Simon?
He's got a feel for what we're doing as well. I like that he has a real instinct for where we're going with this show. So thank you, Will.
He is, I think, our biggest fan.
He's our patron saint. He's the leader of our great derive. Yeah.
Now then, Simon, we set upon the idea of doing this last night. This particular program.
No, there were months of deep planning, Panama Hat. We had committees and selection.
We were sitting with our producers. We had our assistants going out and checking the archives and bringing us coffee.
It was so.
That's how we work here.
That's right. Yeah.
Of course, this is all months in advance. But we were talking about the late Clive James.
Yes.
Now, actually, it's perhaps a pity AA isn't here because AA is a big fan of Clive James.
Yeah.
Now, can you give us a kind of brief introduction as to who Clive James was and why he was so significant for several generations of British and Commonwealth viewers?
Well, again, I haven't really boned up on my history here, so I'm just going on my embedded cultural memory. But Clive James was, one of the sort of Australian rat pack who escaped the kind of. Would it be the big four? It'd be Clive James, Germaine Greer, Barry Humphries, and Robert Hughes, who
I'm pretty sure they were literally all in the same class or something at university. They were that close in.
That's right. Pretty much all, I don't know if did Barry Humphries. Yeah, he did. They're all pretty much sort of Cambridge Footlights alumni in one way or another, taking their various winding paths to fame after making the great odyssey across from the Antipodes to London and the hub of where it was happening. So, as we know, Germaine Greer, feminist, less said the better. Robert Hughes, the great and very vivid art historian of, unfortunately, late memory. And Barry Humphries also recently passed on to greener pastures, but the creator of Dame Edna Everage and the instigator of the Barry Mackenzie films, which I watched recently with my good Australian friend Hector Drummond, which are very enjoyable time capsule pieces about the early 70s and the wayward Australian ochre personality that kind of his being well, what's the word? Bred out of existence. And lastly, Clive James, writer, journalist, I suppose, almost like poet Monkey as well as poet. His writings carry a kind of air of a yearning for a sexiness and a fame that maybe is belied somewhat by his hefty rugger-bugger appearance as a young man. Coming to Britain, the kid from Kogarah or was it Kogarah? I don't know how they actually pronounce it, but great memoirs that he did, which I read. The first one is Unreliable Memoir, and then Falling Towards England, which are very great humorous books. I've spoken before about great comic writers, Spike Milligan, and then I think Clive James is another one of those with such a beautiful, silky, fluid prose, and yet interwoven with fine skeins of humour and joy in the writing. deprecating himself greatly, and as it were, becoming something of an everyman voice as he's questing through the 60s moment and into the 70s. His works of TV criticism, I mentioned when we conversed about this, The Crystal Bucket, I remember, was a book that I enjoyed very much. There are probably other of his columns of TV review from the 70s which I've neglected, but never not worth dipping into Clive. He has obviously this life as a poet, which you will be more fully conversant with. I am not. But I think a man of intellectual breadth and sensitivity. I'm sounding a bit sort of boilerplate here in this homily, and one of a typical Australian humour. They have the word the larrikin over there. I think the larrikin was essentially the kind of the fashionable young men of the 1890s to the turn of the century, who would be, for Australia, somewhat foppishly attired, I suppose, who would hang around on the streets being kind of ironic and mocking, and James kind of embodied that in a sense, also with his work as a sort of world traveller and his postcard series, his sense of arriving in a place and allowing it to flow over him and to be beguiled and enchanted by it while casting a wry side eye at it at the same time, and distilling it for us in humorous vignette and essay. So a brilliant writer, master of form, flowing and easy, belying considerable intelligence, and, as I say, a breadth of reading which you can detect if you look. I mean, the book that you sent me, for example, some of the intellect, the cultural amnesia, worth a look. Certainly, the intellects you recognize and names that you don't. So, I sense he was a voracious reader and of
a type that doesn't really exist anymore. I mean,
no.
I mean, I'm trying to keep that flame alive, Simon, but I'm only in my 20s. He was, maybe if I keep this up into my 70s, I'll have matched him for it. But
he was very good in his biography about his early life and puberty and growing up. And I remember there's one really vivid description he had in Australia of the girls, as a teenager, the girls at the pool, and he talks about their sort of form-fitting swimming costumes, and he would be sort of gazing at their thighs in the hope, I think he said, of seeing a pubic hair, and he described it as looking for something like the escaped mainspring of a pygmy timepiece. He had this sort of very open kind of sensuous attitude as well, which feels very much like a sort of 18th century writer in some way, someone living very, very fully. I know he was a bit of a gambler as well, and probably something of a trencherman and a drinker.
He liked his food and he liked his drink. Though he was never like a Peter Cook-esque sort of alcoholic or anything. He never collapsed from his vices. He just he enjoyed them. He was kind of Falstaffian, I think.
And Falstaffian in the sense of good company. He made friends and acquaintances of all the great sort of comedy talent that emerged as well.
Yeah, and he had a sort of sweetness to him. I mean, I presume in order to have a career like him, you do need a fair bit of ego, but he probably hit it quite well. And he seemed like quite a nice man who came across. His early life was quite marked by tragedy, actually, because his father was killed. He'd been a soldier in the Second World War, fighting the Japanese, and the war ended and he'd survived, and then the plane bringing him back home crashed in the ocean, and he was drowned or killed in the crash. And he said Clive James said, because he was only 5 or 6 at the time, I think, he obviously was able to understand what had happened, but he kind of buried it and he never really grieved. And he said until he was in his 50s, it all just came on one day.
Interesting.
He suddenly had 3 decades of mourning to do that he'd been kind of putting off. It just literally just happened one day, just like menopause or something. It just came on. And he said his mother was obviously completely,
devastated.
She said it wasn't the loss of the father as much as the loss of him senselessly. It wasn't like it. He said it almost would have been better had he been killed in the war, because it would have been more, and it would have, it would have made more sense cosmically than just, surviving all that, then dying in a freak plane accident on the way back.
Yeah. I mean, that's something to think about, though. I mean, we perhaps forget it in our rush to give the boomer a bit of a kick. But I mean, immediately I'm reminded of people like Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, whose father died in the war, in the Italian campaign, and the sort of deep scar that it left on a generation who were unfathered in many ways. And from my own personal experience, I can kind of identify with a lot of that. It's a very wounding thing, and it's something which you seek to overcome with the kind of substitute experiences, as they say, of life. But it can elicit this kind of great motor of creativity as well. I'm yet to switch mine on, but it'll come on someday. And James, was really, it poured out of him, it seemed, I think, in terms of his writing.
Yes. Oh yes. Well, I mean, Clive, he was, in my opinion, he was probably, other than T.S. Eliot, one of the last figures to actually have a total appreciation for culture, both demotic and what you call high culture, and none of it was fake or put on. Sorry, there's a fly that's coming out.
Bit like us, though. We are aiming to be a fraction as good as that in our appreciation of the breadth of culture as an important part of our lives.
In the same way that Clive James would watch weird episodes of Japanese TV and go to the cinema all the time, and had a love for the westerns and kind of sleazy noir and all this sort of thing. Which they seem very good now, but they were also was the slop of its day to some extent.
Well, that is a good point, Panama, because we've talked about possibly reviewing demotic culture, and there's parts of it to me that sort of don't appeal, but there is the thing of revisiting it with fresh eyes and seeing what you get when you sort of go through what you think is the trash, and then maybe the sudden burst of insight you get from something very simple and very we've talked about the sort of junky nature of meme culture as well, the sort of the lo-fi production value of it. And there is something in the way, the boomers often have the reminiscences of, seeing Edward G. Robinson in the movies, or, cowboy films. Yeah.
Robinson. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Interesting mention by Alphabet Cat. Clive James was also a monarchist.
That's right.
No.
Yeah. He was he became a very sort of conservative liberal. I think he instinctively believed, with to me what is quite a frightening faith in the post-war consensus, basically. He was a socialist in as much as he wanted sort of post-war NHS socialism, and he was a kind of conservative in as much as he liked British social values. And it's that thing of, I'm a young man in the 60s and all this radical stuff's going on, I think it's all going to fall down. Then getting old and going, oh well, actually I think it's quite good that we have a functioning society and class hierarchies and awards parties I can go to, this kind of and he campaigned for Australia to keep them.
Was that Clive James or Pauline Hanson that you were doing there?
I was meant to be. It's just a general Australian accent.
It's a general.
I can't do, but actual individuals.
It's all right. I'm just getting back at you for the impression that I did that you didn't recognise. Whatever that was.
There we go. Whatever that was. Raina, I think it was. But anyway.
Sorry, go on.
Yes. So, and he was also quite the. He wasn't a neocon ideologically like Christopher Hitchens, but he supported greatly the Iraq War because he felt that it was spreading liberalism, removing dictators and bringing peace and freedom in sort of late 20th century.
Is it also a kind of when somebody loses a parent and they have a kind of fire within, is it a sense of reparative kind of cosmic justice that they're thinking about. We're going to take down the bad guy that killed Daddy.
I mean, to be honest, I think it's more just naivety. I think he just thought, why don't we go and topple these hit? Because you have to remember, Simon, to those people, every enemy is Hitler, and every moment of hesitation is Neville Chamberlain. You know, that's
that's what I'm. Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, that's sort of what I mean. That you know, they picked up their sense of good and evil kind of from the comic book and the Saturday matinee, and so you know, it was less. I know I'd be disappointed if, you know, I mean, I know what you're saying there, because you're saying it with a voice that is appropriately cynical to the times, to say that, you know, he just, you know, he didn't think about it as hard as that. It was just the innate liberalism of it. But I sort of like to think maybe that there were kind of people who were sort of seized of what they thought was a great moral cogency. how that came to unravel. And yet, you know, they may have done their mea culpas later off stage, but I mean, who knows?
Well, he was always saying, you know, no, I don't repent my views on the Iraq War. We won the Iraq War; it went completely successfully. What we have now is the Iraq peace. And he said, of course, we should always have expected that we would have to stay there and babysit. Which, I mean, surprisingly kind of neo-colonial almost. You know, this idea that you have to kind of do a sort of white man's burden-esque mission and actually sit and civilize them to what you want them to be. Which, I mean, fair enough if he's willing to. You know, it's logically coherent. I just don't think it's really that credible. But it's a lot better than a lot of the supporters of the war who just thought that they would literally, you know, go in, bomb Saddam out of existence, and then fly home, and everything would be fine. So, yeah. He was very famous for his mot juste, Simon.
We like a mot juste.
We love a mot juste on this channel, and I think his most famous one was when Arnold Schwarzenegger was first getting famous, and he used to do these sort of like bodybuilding programs. He described Arnold Schwarzenegger as a brown condom full of walnuts.
Stuffed walnuts, yeah.
That's a very memorable image.
Another brilliant description, yeah.
I also you know that saying that Stephen Fry is like the stupid man's idea of a clever man.
Yeah.
Clive James is kind of like the what Stephen Fry thinks he is, in terms of being well-read, intellectually decisive. You know.
Yeah.
And Clive James was never a kind of. It was the kind of pure form of intelligence that is, you know, you couldn't sit down and ask him to do, you know, stupidly hard equations or sums or something.
Yeah.
He just was informed. You know, he wasn't running on some sort of high-strung motor. He was just well informed, and he did everything out of a sincere love, I think, and that is more or less all you need.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder if this is an Australian thing. I mean, I mentioned my good friend Hector Drummond earlier on, and I think he shows elements of this. There's this thing. I mean, he was a professor of philosophy, but he's one of those people who doesn't, in Melvin Bragg's phrase, wear his learning as heavily as a lead trench coat. He knows stuff, but if anything, he plays stupid rather than that's good. You know, the Australian can kind of, like Clive James, the Australian can go into a situation and seem kind of innocuous. They have a very sharp intelligence, but they kind of don't let on, and they may even downplay that as well. They don't have the ostension of someone like Stephen Fry, where everything out of his mouth is a humble brag. Intellectually, they just will kind of play along, and they'll go with whatever ungainly, caricature they might choose to inhabit. You know, and James, you know, he was kind of a big man. He was sort of somewhat rotund, and he was balding, and he wasn't necessarily fetching. But inside, in his writings, you know, you always get the sense that he creates an image of himself as a kind of fiery Lothario and an enjoyer of life in the way that he suppresses outwardly, which allows him to kind of slip in and, you know, hide behind the cultural curtains and peep out and not be detected. And I think that's possibly an Australian thing. They do. It can take a while to pick up. They can be very bright, but they'll let you spout off and make an idiot of yourself trying to look clever. And they will just sort of have a kind of devastating put down, which won't come across as a devastating put down. It'll come across as a wry and humorous comment, but it'll undermine you if you kind of don't recognize it and
Yes.
bring you down to
Yes.
earth. So he was good at that as well.
Indeed. And there's some. I mean, you've been to Australia, so I mean, lived there, I should say, rather than
I lived
been
there,
to.
yeah.
And there's something Clive James said about Australia that always sticks with me, which is that he said that the dilemma all Australians who kind of have ambitions face is that if you stay in Australia, you'll always be seen as by the rest of the world as somehow provincial. There's like it's kind of innate. There's this innate feeling that it's a backwater, and a lot of Australian writers, filmmakers, artists, intellectuals who've never left Australia are kind of pigeonholed. They're not just seen as an artist, they're an Australian artist, or they're an Australian in some way that kind of restricts them.
Yeah.
James said that, of course, a lot of us plan to leave Australia, but that once you do that, the people back home see you as a bit of a sellout. Like, it's like, oh, you don't want to be Australian, then you want to be British, or you want to be Italian, or you want to be, this or American, or that.
Yes.
If you go somewhere else.
Yes.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
This underlying tension when you were there?
Definitely, yeah. There was reaching out for something like what looks like excellence to you, and infusing about that, and trying to inhabit that, falls a prey to the familiar tall poppy syndrome, whereby you have to be cut down. Yeah, and I think maybe it may have been a theme that James kind of brought to attention, but that was the reason that they made the journey to London in the 60s to get out of the parochialism, which it can flower in a sort of perverse form where you can have Australian intellectuals, but you always feel they're subject to a kind of Dunning-Kruger effect. They're always a sort of protected species on a reservation in a very faraway place, and they don't in a way interact with the intellectual ferment of Europe and America and the dialogues between those two. They sort of have a standoffish kind of pose, and they can project or make their own case down under where nobody knows any better, and they could do so safely. So being the big fish in the small pond very much is what strikes me. And there can be a strange, it's not arrogance exactly, aloofness and a pomposity about Australian intellectuals in Australia, where they don't really contend with what's going on outside. And the Australian intellectual space, the public intellectual space, is incredibly diminished, I feel. And the idea of people leaving just brings out the sort of village resentment in people. They've tried to be more internationalist in a way, and they were very much an Anglophile country for a long time. It's just when the conversation goes beyond a certain level, the broadly demotic culture will reject it. It will be entertained by panache and style and European flourish. It may even be a bit impressed by certain elements of American, not quite bombast, but spectacle. But it will downplay that within the country. And I found this, when I was out there and I sort of conceived of wanting to be a Shakespearean actor. God, it all seems so ridiculous now. But the few times I came into contact with the Australian theatre scene, it was very much, well, if you don't like it here, go to London. That's where Shakespearean theatre is. Or it was people who were doing it in a way that was like, well, look, here there's very much a ceiling to what people will tolerate culturally, and you have to do something broadly conservative and not really push the boat out. There was a guy called John Bell who used to run the John Bell Shakespeare Company, which was kind of like a mini RSC that would tour Australia. Very good actor, very nice guy, gave me a bit of time to talk about it, and you could sense a sort of struggle that he would happily do more interesting kind of pushing the boat out, kind of avant-garde even slightly work, but he had to respond to the market forces, which meant his productions had to be kind of fairly compact, tight, edited down to some extent, and easily digestible through the nature of the Australian cultural climate. So yeah, it's a strange thing, because there was, as I say, a great appreciation for intellectual and avant-garde culture in Australia by the people who would appreciate it in any society, maybe a small percentage. But I saw more art house films in Australia easily from all over the world than I did when I came back to England. So we know that there's also a kind of pervasive anti-intellectualism in England as well. And I don't mean intellectualism in some fey kind of pansified, highfalutin sense. Just the domain of the mind and of thinking about things in a different way. In a sense, it's more ingrained here because it's seeped deeply into the oak walls of the pub, and it becomes part of the background texture of curmudgeonly rejection of anything interesting or different. Australia, there's a bigger sky, there's a broader, more sunlit atmosphere where even if it's just small groups of people, they can kind of huddle in the cinema and enjoy a kind of art house film from South America from the early 90s, or Peter Greenaway, whatever the latest thing that was coming out at the time, and savor it and be invigorated by it, because there wasn't necessarily the same level of availability of production and quality of materials in Australia as seemed to be in Europe. So it gave people a dream space. And that, I think, was the important thing. It nourished people in places where, I mean, very much nowadays, it's increasingly threadbare from what it was in the 80s, where you would have international companies come, theatre companies and dance companies come to the Festival of Perth, which was a big deal back then. And there was some amazing stuff, and that's just died a death. That doesn't, I think, really exist in the same way anymore. So there's always a longing to get out of Australia, up and away and all the way to the big smoke. And yet in Australia, the irony was, I found, they have all the facilities to do all these things. They're very lucky. When I was at the University of Western Australia, we had 4 or 5 brilliant theatres, and you had people who could make and do things, but there was always a sense of they didn't want to put in as much. It was like being seen to put the effort in to doing something spectacular and ambitious wasn't cool. You had to downplay everything creatively. So everything got oversimplified and rendered down and down and down until it kind of wasn't the thing it was meant to be. So theatre in that period, they were more reluctant to do, if you like, what I would call straight theatre in many senses, in the kind of production developed way it was in England. And they would do instead more physical theatre and dance because it was more visceral and available. And in a sense, it resonated more with an atmosphere of physicality and sport and things like that in Australia. So there was some great stuff produced that I saw, but there was a reluctance to appear effete or too languorous or too refined in your technique in Australia, because that was associated with what we called the cultural cringe towards England and Europe. That, well, they do it so much better over there, and we shouldn't even really try to emulate it in the same way. We have to find a uniquely Australian voice, which is where what you're saying comes in, that people then get trapped in, well, what is the Australian voice? Is it the settler population that comes from Europe, or is it this post-colonial culture of compensation towards the Aboriginal Australians? Or is it now this kind of Southeast Asian culture of neo-colonization by that locality in the world, China, Japan, etc., Singapore, all coming down to Australia and giving it a distinctly Southeast Asian flavor in the cities? JJ Sphere, was there ever a time when you thought of yourself as Australian, Simon, or was it more of a case as you were always an Englishman in Australia? Excuse me, I was always an Englishman in Australia, and the tendency is to overcompensate that. So, as a teenager, I had all the cringe things like a Union Jack, duvet and stuff.
You wore grey striped trousers and a black waistcoat and tie, and you went on in a bowler hat.
I did have a waistcoat period. I had a period where I I was in school and I found these moleskin trousers that were kind of like riding breeches that Mr. Darcy would wear. And I wanted to have big kind of, I'd seen the English Shakespeare Company do the Wars of the Roses, and the first production they did was Richard II, and it was done in the style of the Regency Court. It's funny, AA asked me yesterday which Richard II I preferred, and I said Derek Jacobi, but actually the real one I preferred was Michael Pennington playing Richard II. He played it like Prinny, the Prince Regent, and it was kind of brittle and cruel, but kind of handsome. And I was really excited by that production, and I sort of wanted to dress like someone in a Regency court with a brocaded waistcoat and a big flouncy shirt and riding breeches and stuff like that. And I'd go to high school dressed in the closest thing I could get to that. Which I did kind of find stuff, and I was noted as
lovey and darling, and you sort of pranced around.
It's ridiculous. It's like my dad's stories of going to school in the 1950s dressed in an RAF greatcoat and these kind of winkle picker shoes that he had.
God.
And I was trying to be someone else and be somewhere else and bring a spirit of a kind of an old English romantic novel or something. I fancy myself as, I remember seeing the film Dangerous Liaisons, the film of Les Liaisons Dangereuses with John Malkovich, and then there was and Amadeus, and there was very much a kind of revivalism about the 18th century. There was a real buzz in Australia because it is a very colourful and ebullient culture of ostentation again that is attractive, and there was a period of people loving the 18th century, and I thought yes I want to dress like that. I want a huge frock coat.
God. That would have been fun at least.
Yeah, well, it would have been great. I mean, there was a shop actually that started doing that stuff for people. There was amazing clothes in there, and it's just out of reach. It's incredibly expensive. It's gone now.
I got that. This is a life.
I've been watching you, especially you, prancing like a tit.
That would have been me, prancing like a tit. Yeah.
Prancing like a tit.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Simon, I can't mock too hard. I mean, I had, I've always been an aesthete, rather like yourself. I remember buying my first blue suit and a pair of brogues at the age of 16 when I had some money. And I wore a monocle for quite a while as well.
I was wanted to
bring that back.
I either wanted to be like someone from the kind of late 16th century, dressed like a character from The Flashing Blade or something like that, with doublet and huge leather boots and all that kind of stuff.
Have you ever gone for the big moustache? Have you ever had the?
No. I've never gone for that kind of thing. It was I was never as intrigued by the 19th century and the 20th century in that way. I always kind of like these fairly dashing kinds of ideas and being on horseback and stuff like that.
I think we've given a very good, not only biographical introduction, but kind of cultural milieu introduction to the first figure of this dichotomy we're going to watch tonight. One, Clive James, of course. That's a serious thing. I just wanted to reiterate that there's a serious thing. There is a dream which, in retrospect, can seem ludicrous that you have in Australia, but it is this desire to reach out and kind of touch this glamorous, creative part of the world, and sort of be sucked into it and be remade by it. So that I think that is a part of an Australian identity that certainly existed for people in the 50s and 60s and 70s. So yeah, and he is a product of that. So that's all I'll say. All right.
You want working on, boy?
Not working on. I'll put one of these near black pods on you.
Seeks the truth.
So let's introduce, because if you like, these two figures are in a weird way a kind of meeting of civilizations, perhaps. So now we move on to the other figure, which is Roman Polanski, film director, infamous, perhaps we should say, as well as famous, for reasons that I'm sure people are familiar with, but we will get on to. So, do you know anything about the early life, Simon? Because I did a bit of reading on this. It's quite there's a lot. It's quite a disturbing early life actually in the war.
No, I don't know anything about Polanski at all, other than a sort of generalized sense of European emigre, goes to America, makes it big in films, has a checkered personal history thereafter, flees the country. That's it.
So he was born to two Polish Jews in Paris, and I think his father was a sculptor and a painter. A sculptor, sorry, not a sculpture.
He could have been a sculpture. I mean,
that would have been more impressive, wouldn't it?
Could have been a sculpted physique. Yeah. Anyway,
yes, yes. And then I think they went back to Poland when he was about sort of 4 or 5, and they went back to Poland right before the war, basically, and perhaps not quite as foreseeable. And his father, I don't know actually what happened to his father. I think he may have survived, but his mother was killed in one of the ghettos or in one of the camps. And then Polanski kind of spent the war roaming the countryside, sort of trying to survive and sort of living with various Catholic families and so forth. And he kind of made it out of the war. And his obsession all through this was the cinema and the picture shows. And he said that even though through the war most of these cinemas only showed German newsreels, basically, he said he still loved it, and he said he became obsessed with the physical nature of everything to do with movies. So not just the film itself, but the cameras, the cinemas, the way the light pierces the darkness in a cinema, the musty old seats, and the way the kind of the costumes of the ushers and the ticket sellers, the whole like the feel of the art, in the same way that if you're into paintings as I am, you may also appreciate the way the art gallery, and the whole thing around the gallery and the smell of the gallery and the feel of things. He kind of had this total obsession with the form, and he was able, I don't know, so he was reunited with his father after the war, so his father did survive, and his father kind of married a new wife who Polanski didn't get on with, so he sort of ran away, and he kind of went and lived with I think he sort of got comfortable living with these Catholic families in rural Poland, but he wasn't comfortable with the new communist regime that had come in, and he never goes into details, but he says basically it was, he said it was as horrific as the one in the war had been in some ways, when it came to how they treated the people. And then he managed to go to film school in Poland and pretty much started out just making films in Lutz, I think, and had some early success there, and went off to Paris again, and then off to America. He also lived in London for a while, all through the 50s and early 60s. And he directed some. He was friends with kind of interesting artists of the day. I think he briefly knew Cocteau, Louis Buñuel, Clouseau, Hitchcock. He made a film which he said was a combination of The Birthday Party and Beckett's Waiting for Godot, actually, called Cul-de-sac. Which I've not seen, but it's a very it's a very influential 60s film. I've heard it referenced a lot. And then while working in America, he met the actress Sharon Tate in the mid 60s, who was becoming a kind of icon. A very, very early kind of blossoming career, and they got married. She became pregnant with his baby. Infamously then, on 9th of August 1969, while Polanski was in London, Sharon Tate and 4 friends were murdered at their house by the followers of Charles Manson. And this was an internationally famous murder, wasn't it, Simon?
Hideously so, the Tate LaBianca murders.
Yeah, and they had a huge cultural resonance, didn't they, for decades to come?
Yes, absolutely, terrifyingly. It feels like, in a way, isn't it? It's one of those events that's going to be tagged as the end of the 60s. The dream is over. the violence breaks through the liberal soporifics, and you end it with something. I mean, Withnail expresses it differently about the end of an era, but I guess in America it presages this kind of hardening into the sort of Charles Bronson 70s in a way of urban violence and alienation and the society fracturing. I'm trying to remember the people who were murdered. I know one of them was it Abigail Folger, the Folgers Coffee heiress, I think was one of them. And there
Yeah,
was
I don't quite remember.
Jay, someone else, I can't remember. But yes, yeah, I mean, just horrible. I think she was pregnant at the time, wasn't she?
That's right, 8.5 months.
Nasty people.
Yeah, very nasty. And these weren't what you call a clean murder either.
No. Well, it was, yes. It was the elements. It was the elements of yes, ritual and sacrifice, and in a way, it's curious, isn't it? In the years since, how at one point or another, many of us have gone and looked for the pictures to see what it was like, and the way, in fact, that was. I don't know if Polanski had any effect on saying, show what they did, kind of thing, in the way that people sometimes do when hideous crimes are committed, but. There's always been something striking about the way that visual evidence is there in perhaps the way some people read that sense of violence in Polanski's films that lies underneath his subsequent work. And the other thing that I'm reminded by when you're mentioning about the Polanski Tate marriage was you look at the pictures of them when they're young together and happy, and he very much dressed as a kind of foppish character. Very elaborate looking. If you go and check out the pictures, he
clearly an influence for Austin Powers with the cravats and the lace sort of lace cuffs and things.
And I wonder if it's that element of coming out of your country under some sense of siege, going to the West and living out this figure that's this romantic life. But clearly his films thereafter, are have very hard edges in many ways. We both said, actually, it's interesting. We both saw the Polanski Macbeth at school, which
is a pretty definitive version.
I think it is. Some people have talked against it at times, but I've always really thought that was the case. And I think John Finch is an exceptionally underrated actor, although he had maybe a patchy career in some ways, but he did Shakespeare brilliantly. He's also in the BBC Henry IV's, the ones from the late 70s. He played Henry IV, Henry Bolingbroke in Richard II and Henry IV, and he was terrific, wonderful, sensitive, but masculine actor. The sort that we kind of don't get much anymore.
No.
Too boyish now.
Well, and in terms of timing, so in August 69, Sharon Tate was murdered, and Macbeth was released in 1971. And it was co-written by Polanski and Kenneth Tynan, the screenplay. Kenneth Tynan, who we discussed in some detail, I think, on our last show. And it plays up the dark, sort of psychopathic nature of Macbeth and the kind of murders that go on. And interestingly, actually, it was funded by Hugh Hefner and Playboy, because Hugh Hefner, despite his very seedy reputation, did actually have an interest in high art and culture, as well as being a pornographer, basically.
Both seedy and weirdly aspirant, as you say. And there was that thing of, Hefner. Well, I know the Playboy empire. Victor Lowndes in London gave money to the Monty Pythons to do their first film, as well. And I have a feeling there was that time when pornographers would be putting money into culture in strange ways. You have, I think, was it Bob Guccione from Penthouse put money into Caligula, didn't he? The Dino De Laurentiis
That's right. And that, but to be fair, that is also basically just porn.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Larry Flint from Hustler was like putting money into fledgling Shakespeare companies or something like that. It would be nice idea. But
well, and the Philip Larkin's first book of poetry was funded by a company that did subscription male porn mags.
yeah.
Someone just happened to see the manuscript. Oh, these poems are really good. I think we should publish these. You know, they're not what we usually do, but why not?
Maybe that's it. Maybe in order to sort of get your career going, we need to go to what's his name, Sullivan. David Sullivan.
No, David. Yeah.
Some sort of cheap, porny tabloid king, and say, "Well, we've got a new book of poetry from Panama."
I don't particularly like Guy Ritchie's work, but one of the little jokes that I really like is the Lock Stock, the kind of porn baron that they go to see.
Yeah,
he's got this huge brass plaque on his door, and it just says Harry Lonsdale, and in massive capitals below, Porn King. Having that on your door, it's just...
That's quite. I mean, I think it was always this sense, isn't it, in the sort of late 60s, early 70s, that there was something of an opportunistic relationship, that the porn guys were trying to make a kind of free speech case, especially in America, with the nature of obscenity laws there. And we alluded to people like Lenny Bruce earlier on, who fell foul of obscenity laws, which had a kind of subjectivity about them, in that judges were looking at whatever offends the standards of the community wherever it was taking place. And America being, a kind of patchwork of sensibilities in a way, extending that into the sort of the mass consumption of pornography, there was perhaps always this attempt to have a kind of devil's handshake with the more sophisticated creative world and say, look, we're both just reflections of each other. It's all about free speech in the end. It's all about expression in some form. And so can we have a kind of mutuality, but it ends up in things like fucking Caligula, which is kind of a strange, monstrous film, an interesting artifact in its way. But
Simon, every single member of the cast was so ashamed of the finished product and had so little faith in Tinto Brass and the direction, that they all had their names taken off and would refuse to speak of it. And if they did, they said it was horrible, with the exception of one Sir John Gielgud, who said, I rather enjoyed it, actually, rather fun.
Exactly.
I think it's rather naughty film.
And the rest of them were all like, I had no idea there were scenes of dwarf fellatio in the film.
Yeah. It's just for fun, really.
Yeah. I like that Gielgud kind of goes with the flow and says, well, it's just another job.
What it was, it's just silly. It's a silly, over the top. Yes, it's porno, but it's not. And you can't really be offended by it because it's stupid. It's a terribly sort of over the top film. It's just, and also because he said it was fun getting sort of prance around in togas and give orders to have people killed or have their cocks chopped off or something.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting if you see the kind of like the relatively depornified version where it's more or less the dramatics of McDowell as Caligula. Who was it? Was Peter O'Toole Tiberius, wasn't he, or something? Someone like that?
It was Malcolm McDowell is Caligula. Let me have a look.
Sure, I haven't
seen it in a couple of years.
Yeah, but
it keeps getting re-released because there's been like 7 different cuts of it.
Yeah.
Because the problem is the original cut that Tinto Brass did had no plot coherence. It was like the scenes weren't edited together properly, so you had no. It was just scenes of sex and debauchery. Without any clear indication. And then there was a kind of recut which cut down all the porn. But made it a much more dull film, and then it's just the kind of blow by blow thing about Caligula. Then they recut it again, which put all the porn back in, but in an order that made sense.
We can't decide whether to keep the porn.
So you got Malcolm McDowell as Caligula, Teresa Ann Savoy as Drusilla, who is the favorite sister of the emperor, and it's implied that it's not implied, they fuck in the film. Sir John Gielgud is Nerva, the kind of statesman. Peter O'Toole, Tiberius. What else have we got? John Steiner as Longinus. Helen Mirren as Caesonia.
Yes.
Richard Parrott. Yes.
Sorry, I said yes to Helen Mirren there in a kind of slightly sleazy way, as if I was remembering something fondly.
Oh, come on, we all.
Which of course I am.
Helen Mirren at very, nice lady. She's a sort of, she's got that kind of girl next door sort of slightly, like she'd be up for it,
Yeah.
It's not like when you see some actress that's so beautiful you can't really be attracted to them because it's sort of like, it would never happen, would it? Exactly. It's like with her, it's like,
she's the Vestal Virgin who puts out. I mean, that's the story of the film. She lets herself get on by Caligula, kind of early on.
Joan Baker is in it, uncredited.
Blimey. I mean, the thing about it, as I was saying, for example, about the sort of the depornified version is, it certainly is a very replete version of the decadence of ancient Rome. Whether you say that that's well supported as a vision of the aesthetics of ancient Rome, or whether it's an indictment of a kind of liberal version, the terrible, awful, decadent Romans. We must condemn their perversity in some way. I do not know, but nonetheless, it was a strange and gaudy vision, which people should check out when they've got a quiet moment.
2Prob20 says Simon macking on Dame Helen. Yes, 2Prob. Well, because the thing is, of course, Simon and I are often invited to kind of ritzy penthouse parties with Mark Commode and all these famous film people and writers. Stephen Fry's there, and of course we often see Dame Helen, and we do have to kind of form a little cordon between them because Simon just cannot be trusted to.
I become an instant erotomaniac, and Mark Cousins has to trap me in the corners. So Simon, what did you think about Tinto Brass's Caligula? How did you find it? What did you think of the way the thematic? Yeah, never mind.
Simon's just there, doing sort of Looney Tunes noises, looking at Dame.
I'm just sort of I'm just slack-jawed and goggle-eyed.
So, also, I didn't realize this. The screenplay was written by Gore Vidal.
That was the other memory that was trying to surface. Yeah.
Vidal's script had a strong focus on homosexuality, leading Guccione to demand rewrites which toned down the gay content for wider audience appeal. Guccione was concerned that Vidal's script contained several gay sex scenes, and only one scene of heterosexual sex, which was between Caligula and his sister Drusilla.
Yeah.
Vidal was paid $200,000 for the screenplay, titled Gore Vidal's Caligula. So there you go.
Gore Vidal's Caligula. I would say go and look at the IMDb entry on. I mean, we are digressing a bit here, but that's what we do. Go look at the IMDb entry on Caligula and have a look at the cast of faces, because there's something I always like about. I like it about Leone's spaghetti westerns, the fantastic range of Italian actor faces that you get in this sort of period where you may be making a multilingual production, but you get this astonishing range of Italian character actors that fleetingly will appear in the film and then be forgotten forever in a way, but just incredible looking people.
Guccione believes that the film is actually more violent and sexual. He says, I maintain the film is anti-erotic. In every one of its scenes, you'll find a mixture of gore or violence and ugly things. I sort of agree, because I don't think that you could really be titillated by that film. It's so, it's got it's got a grotesque feel to it, where all the nudity, you kind of feel slightly nauseated, as opposed to, anything
it is. It's got the right sort of mix of the perversity and the vomitorium. It's strange. It's a strange piece. I mean, I only watched that a very small handful of times to kind of, because in my mind I think about things like I, Claudius, produced more or less at the same time, and its kind of version of Rome, which it sort of goes to a certain depraved part of Roman society in I, Claudius to some extent, perhaps done a little more lyrically and tastefully in certain ways, but still there and quite dark in its way. And the Caligula film, it's kind of like a weird folly isn't it? It's this strange landmark of history when of cinema history, when you had that period of kind of porno chic in cinemas where they were trying to do the thing of making porno films something that you would take your friends to go and see as a kind of artistic experience, like they did with things like Deep Throat, I think. And the way that, in Taxi Driver, where De Niro takes what's her name, is it Sybil thingy, the blonde girl he's trying to impress, he takes her to a porno film.
Oh yeah.
And you sense he's kind of autistically misjudged it, but also he's kind of doing what the New York sophisticated set were doing at the same sort of time, trying to kind of sensationalize porn in some way and say, yes, there really are deep themes here. Yeah. This is very interesting. This is a critique of something.
I've always seen it in a slightly Freudian way, in that he's actually trying to, without realizing it, he's trying to bring her down to his level. In that he sees her as perhaps unattainable because she agrees to go out with him, but he can't really bring himself to defile her, if you like. He's got that obsession with dirtiness and sex, and I think he sees his own desire as being somehow inappropriate or wrong. Yeah. And kind of wants to, he has to put her in that context, I think. But yeah, anyway.
Quick reference to Joe in the chat. He says, I started watching I, Claudius again, but I had to stop because I couldn't stand evil Livia. The focus shouldn't be on her. I went to a play at the National Theatre years and years ago, took my seat with my, I think, then girlfriend, turned to my right. Who was sitting next to me? It was bloody Sian Phillips, Livia. It was a strange evening looking at her profile. I was that close. To eating the poisoned figs. But,
indeed.
But I didn't.
Gosh. She nicer than her character?
Yeah. Oh yeah, she was very pleasant. She sort of she's a handsome lady. Even as she's always kind of looked quite old and lean, but she had long hair and she's very well presented and charming actually. Strange experience, but that's also the mundanity of meeting actors off duty.
Yeah, of course. So just back to Polanski. Tate's murder had taken place, and he was basically keen to just keep working, and kind of wanted to just keep making films, really, despite the trouble in his personal life. And he chose Macbeth apparently because he wanted to explore something darker and more violent, which, as you say, Simon, as the 60s ended and the 70s began, film and art became very visceral and very bleak and sort of angry, partly as a result of things like the Tate murders entering the culture. And so Macbeth was his first film. After that, he said, well, actually, he was going to do a comedy. But he said it would have probably seen as a bit callous, wouldn't it, to have to sort of, right after his wife's murder. And because the thing is, if you actually look at his filmography, he's remembered for these kind of heavy noirs like Chinatown and Macbeth and a lot of these dark films. He does also have a very light side. There is a light-hearted sort of comedic side to some of his films, and also sort of a boyish, adventurous side. But yes, so various other films. I don't know, too bogged down in the filmography. So 1974 Chinatown, obviously considered to be one of the greatest films ever made. You a fan of Chinatown, Simon?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to revisit it. And as I say, never take what I say as a snap judgment, because I go back to things and I think, oh my God, they're brilliant. Why didn't I see it the first time? And I might well do that. I think it was, though, when I saw Chinatown, I was very much captured by a different version of the kind of LA Gumshoe story. I'm very much in love with Ed Bishop when he played Philip Marlowe in the Raymond Chandler Private Eye on the radio. And he captured, just with his voice, to me, the perfection in the way those stories were written about that sort of exact period that Chinatown takes place in. And Chinatown's a somewhat different vision. Maybe some people may say, well, Chinatown's a less sentimentalized version of the LA of the 30s and 40s that Chandler is writing about. And some people, I think James Elroy said, he thought Raymond Chandler's version of the LA hard-boiled scene was very bogus. and I mean, Chandler was someone who went to Dulwich College. He lived in Britain before, writing these kind of early forms of, I suppose, of American noir. But I love those stories, and I just felt when I saw Chinatown that competed for my sense of what LA was like. But then I've since I've loosened up a lot, and I don't take it too seriously. There are all sorts of visions of LA that you want to explore.
I very much respect it as a film. I think the problem for me is that the appreciation of it is heavily bound up in it being neo-noir as opposed to just straight noir. And the reason for that is, to kind of put this into context for people, imagine if, say, we have 30 years of Marvel-type sort of superhero slop, right? It just goes on and on and on. Then it winds itself out, the genre gets tired and no one wants to see them anymore, and people stop making those sorts of films. And 10 years after that, somebody makes a comic book Marvel film, but with all of the old tropes made fresh again and kind of rewind into something more interesting.
Yeah.
That is what it would have been like to see Chinatown in 1974. It revitalized an entire genre of filmmaking and particularly directing and acting styles that had kind of fallen away. But of course, to me, as someone living quite far removed from all that, it's just more noir, right? I don't really see the split in the seam. So I kind of look at it and go, yeah, this is really good. Jack Nicholson's good. It's well made. The plot's interesting and so forth. But it's sort of like, well, yeah, but it's straightforward. I think it's hard maybe to get the genius of it in such a way. So it's not a film I'm crazy about, but I do like it. It's good.
It's different though, because there's this sort of discontinuity with noir, isn't there? The black and white classic noir, and then this bright, sun-drenched noir, which, as you say, remakes and re-authenticates the genre as well. I think you can probably fairly say there's another. I would just say there's another interesting version that Robert Altman did of. I think it was The Big Sleep, the Raymond Chandler story he did with Elliot Gould, which was a kind of strange, slightly psychedelic version of it, of Raymond Chandler, which is also worth a watch actually. But there's always something about LA as a kind of city of dreams, certainly in the English imagination, that we may touch on in the future, because Clive James obviously has his postcard series, one of which where he goes to LA, and it's one of those places I've never been to, but I am fascinated by it at a distance. So the genres of drama that exist around LA, and noir is obviously going to be one of the big ones, isn't it? Is something that I'm drawn to.
Yeah. So he did Chinatown. He did Tenant, which I've actually not seen, but is well regarded.
Elliot Gould as Marlowe was awful. Bad film, says Sink C in the chat. So that I'm immediately shot down.
Oh, see, the audience is getting bolshy, Simon. They're no longer here to receive opinion from us.
Yes, just take our opinion and instantiate it as your own, and you'll be fine. No, I just enjoyed the experience of watching it because it had a dreamlike quality, which I enjoy. That's all.
Yes.
Onwards.
Yes, indeed. So he did Tess of the D'Urbervilles, or just called Tess. It's an adaptation of that story, with Natasha Kinski. The very, very, very beautiful. Yes.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Lovely bit of Kinski. Not Klaus. Natasha.
Yes, and she's the daughter of Klaus Kinski, the famous volcanic tempered, rather brutal German actor. And yes, and I think the end of the 70s is where we get on to the other thing that Polanski is known for. So in 1977, Polanski was arrested and charged in California with drugging and raping a 13-year-old girl. As a result of a plea bargain, he pleaded guilty to the lesser offense of unlawful sex with a minor. The following year, he learned the judge was planning to reject his plea deal and impose a prison term instead of probation, and immediately he got on a plane to Paris. An Interpol red notice was issued for his status as an international fugitive, and that red notice is still extant now. He does occasionally leave France, but very, very rarely, because he's still wanted as a fugitive, as I say, in several areas. And a number of other women have also come forward with accusations, many of them from times when they were under the age of 18. So he was arrested for sexual assault on a minor at the house of Jack Nicholson. They'd been to the house of Jack Nicholson for a photo shoot the day before for Vogue. Polanski was indicted, and as I say, the plea bargain. There's been a lot of back and forth with Polanski doesn't deny what he did. He says the reason he fled is because the judge had sentenced him to probation and then decided that it was going to be a 50-year prison sentence instead, seemingly arbitrarily. I don't know what the details are to that. He only found out because the judge apparently told friends, and the friends leaked it to Polanski's friends, and then he, realized he had to go if he was going to avoid prison. And in 1979, he told Martin Amis the following sentence, which has become quite famous. He said, let's just say to Martin Amis, if I had killed somebody, it wouldn't have had so much appeal to the press, you see. But fucking, you see, and the young girls, judges want to fuck young girls, juries want to fuck young girls, everyone wants to fuck young girls. So obviously a little bit of what you might call psychological projection there. But there is probably some truth to it, in the sense that when it comes to sensational crimes like sex with minors, especially female minors, there is always there probably is, especially in Los Angeles and places that are known for being quite seedy. There probably is a bit of sort of people. There are people accusing him and bad-mouthing him of something that probably they themselves would like to have done. But no, he never actually denied the allegation. I don't think. I hope I'm not wrong there. There's been various other legal things. He's lawsuits, and he was briefly arrested in Switzerland, I think, because the US has been trying to extradite him for some time, and he's been making films all the time since. They've all he's made quite a lot of films, many of them very well received. The Pianist was one. He did The Officer and a Spy. There's many that I'm forgetting that I shouldn't forget. The Palace is a recent one I haven't seen, but apparently was quite well received. Sorry, I should have a bit of list here. I just want to give people a sense of this. So, The Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp. As I say, The Pianist. Venus in Fur. Movie called Pirates. Bitter Moon. Death and the Maiden. So, his career did not end. He simply sort of relocated, and indeed, many British and indeed American companies still distribute and work with him. So it's quite an odd case, really. He was never cancelled, despite the quite open and shut nature of what it was he did, and his decision to then flee. He's kind of as well known for that aspect than he is for his movies. Sorry, sir.
I was just going to ask you. I think I read a little bit in passing not so long ago. I think Samantha Geimer, the girl who was involved, I think there was a sort of rapprochement or something where, after so many years, she did the thing of, well, look, I forgive him. It was wrong, but I forgive him. And they kind of met, I think, at some point, and it was kind of let go of as an emotional traumatic indictment. I think she'd gone through a period of wanting to sue him, or had sued him maybe, and been paid off at some point. But then she'd been feted by the press as a kind of, a Me Too thing. Not in the strict Me Too era, so to speak, but she was she became an object of interest in a similar pornographic way for her story as a victim of Polanski, and as a means of keeping that element going in the prurient tabloid sense. And I think she'd sort of let it go, and everybody else has kind of said, well, where does it go from here? Do we hunt the guy down to the ultimate end? He's very old now. What's the situation? It's the Nazi war criminal fleeing, to Argentina dilemma, I suppose. When the question of when must justice be applied, and to what degree, and then the victim says, well, it's one of those things. It's the thing I mentioned about the Stephen Fry interview with Pamela Stevenson Connolly, Billy Connolly's wife, who became a psychologist, about when Stephen was at private school, and he was a junior, and he was essentially bummed by the older boys, and she regarded that as trauma, and he didn't. And he, there's always going to be that difficult area to parse because of the way people's subjectivities come in. And
well, I mean, a lot of homosexuals who were, if you like, made homosexuals by being had sex with at a very young age. Some of them, as you say, are traumatized by it. They never get over it. They regard it as a terrible thing that happened to them, and some of them go on to then inflict that abuse on others. Some of them regard it as an unlocking and a kind of strange sort of like the portal to Narnia, if you like. They were kind of transported.
And then the really evil ones just join the Tory party. Am I being unfair?
Tories are made, not born. Yes.
Albert was not born; he was made. Our Kemi was not born; she was made by years of
made at St Paul's School in Westminster. Led all the way to the Conservative and Unionist Party.
You're joining Panama Hat and Simon. We're just laughing about paedophile sodomy.
Talking about paedophiles again.
We are terribly sorry. It's all in the past.
In March 2023, Samantha Geimer, who was the Polanski's victim, and her husband met with Polanski and his wife for a French magazine cover interview. Samantha Geimer states in the interview, "Let me be very clear. What happened with Polanski was never a big problem for me. I didn't even know it was illegal or that someone could be arrested for it. I was fine. I'm still fine. It was so unfair and so in opposition to justice. Everyone should know by now that Roman has served his sentence, which was long, if you want my opinion. Anyone who thinks he deserves to be in prison is wrong. It isn't the case today, and it wasn't the case yesterday."
Right.
So that was his. I'm using the word victim, but she obviously doesn't consider herself to be a victim. And I think it's interesting, isn't it? The kind of at the time, she didn't even really think what she was doing was illegal. She probably saw herself as a teenage girl who managed to bag a celebrity to get into bed with for the night. I think. But obviously, there's no suggestion Polanski didn't know it was illegal. He obviously would have known. A 13-year-old is not.
In America, people are aware of the statutory rape laws.
Yes.
I think much more so in a way than they are in Europe, I'm afraid. That has come to pass, and the liberality of ages of consent in Europe is obviously another thing as well. I mean, I think in Germany it's something like 14. I don't know what it is in France.
Yeah, a lot of European countries have quite a comparatively low.
I have to say, I think in Israel it's something like 12. I've read.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, but I'll keep my opinions to myself there.
We cast no aspersions. It's each country's domain of morality.
I do. I cast aspersions.
I'm just being ironic.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, I think it's probably something of a mark in Polanski's favor. He didn't go to Israel when he had to flee, because he could have done. I mean, he's both his parents are Jewish. So there you go. But he's been living in France ever since. So Now we move on to our feature for tonight. So you've been introduced to these two characters of two different worlds, two different backgrounds, similar ages though, and they met in the 80s to discuss Polanski's career and life. And I don't believe I've ever seen the full tape of this. I've seen clips of it on various documentaries and things, but nevertheless, before I press play, any remarks, Simon? Further remarks?
No, I think we should plunge in and be very generous with our commentary. I don't think it's a hugely long interview, is it? It's
no, it's about 40 minutes, I think.
It's about 40 minutes. I mean, we can probably get a good 8 hours out of this. But nonetheless, yeah, I think one thing I'd said to you about the look of the interview, the way it's filmed, and we've mentioned on a previous stream, or I saw in the comments, but the film My Dinner with Andre, there was something about the way it was filmed, very much in that low lit kind of restaurant, sympathetically lit, soft and amiable feel in the way that it's done, which I quite like. Just it's not over presented in that way that lots of things from the early 80s and from the 70s were just put on 16mm film. They weren't elaborately constructed in the way that the modern desaturated frame is constructed. It was very much the textures of the time and the look that feels like it's captured well and aged well, because it has that fairly straightforward and realistic aesthetic feel about the way it's filmed. So it's not, it doesn't feel like it's lying to you in any particular way. It's just a sort of late night conversation between two people in a dimly lit restaurant, and it looks quite good from that point of view. So it simplifies the experience where you can just listen to the words, concentrate on the faces, than have to think about it. So often when you see interviews on television, it's how it's presented to you. Very often it's in a brightly lit sort of room by a Georgian fireplace, and the cameras are kind of revolving round, and there's several different cameras, and one of them's in black and white, and one of them is a moving camera, and then there's one on each face of the interlocutors. And this feels very much more normal and organic to me, just as a product of the age, really. I mean, I like the wornness of old footage, so I think we'll enjoy it.
All right, then.
Now Clive James seeks the truth about controversial film director Roman Polanski. And you can see Repulsion, the film considered to be his tour de force, immediately after this programme.
Wonderful BBC announcer voice, but it's actually LWT. London Weekend Television. Great ident, classic TV ident.
Yes, that sound is nostalgic for many, including myself,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum.
So London Weekend, so they were folded into...
it was all... My friend Mike Livesley would be good to have on hand at this point, but lots of the regional companies, LWT, Southern, HTV, Tyne Tees, Yorkshire Television, were all the regional franchises, if you like, which were eventually folded into ITV.
That's right.
Granada.
Thames Television.
Yeah, Thames Television. Was it Lothian and Borders, I think was one, or maybe it was... I can't remember if it was. But yeah, there were all the great little characteristic idents that you have from the 70s and 60s and 70s for these TV companies. Anglian, another one. They're just, so cozy, atmospheric.
I can't find anything. Oh, here we go. Repulsion. So that film that we're talking about, Repulsion, 1965 British horror film starring Catherine Deneuve. So it's quite a while before the case, obviously. Because when I saw that, I assumed he'd made a film somewhat dealing with the things he'd been accused of, but no, apparently it's about a female killer. I haven't seen it, but anyway, I wanted to check what actually was.
Yeah. This is Panama driving to his club late at night.
Yeah, and Jack Mark II with a cigar.
That's it. it's
coming
during
up,
the day.
coming up into
Sorry.
Mayfair.
Sorry, that was just the garage. That's Panama leaving his garage under his stucco Georgian mansion.
With the car and the house that my YouTube workers bought me.
Hello, is Roy there? It's Roman Polanski.
Roman Polanski grew up in Poland. His kindergarten was the Krakow ghetto. Was a child actor in Stalinist Warsaw. At the Polish Film School, he made his brilliant debut feature, Knife in the Water. Came to the West, where he made at least 2 more films on anybody's list of the top 200, Cul-de-sac and Rosemary's Baby. His beloved wife murdered by Charles Manson. He went on to make Macbeth, one of the best Shakespeare films, and Chinatown, the best Polanski film, a masterpiece. Lives now in Paris because he's not extraditable from France for being a convicted felon in California who jumped probation after serving 42 days for carnal knowledge of an underage girl. These and other matters are treated in his autobiography, now published and several cuts above the showbiz usual, as indeed is the man himself. But I wanted to meet the man himself, just back from Tibet, where he's been to breathe mountain air and rest from the hassle of setting up his next movie, Pirates. He's 50 years old now, and if I had a 15-year-old daughter, I'd think twice before I let him take her to dinner. But he let me take him to lunch. A bold move, considering what he thinks of the media in general, and the British press in particular.
Jesus. Wow.
Do you think they're suffering in there?
Well, Clive, I think it was a wonderful idea to do this. Do this interview of this lunch, but
It's you're right. It's a
it's
Robert.
really technically very difficult, you know. I mean, to eat and talk.
It's the Robert Carrier version of Exodus, isn't it?
Yes, of Ben-Hur, you mean?
I'm having a lot of trouble here, Roman.
Androgynous.
With my method, at least.
No, excuse me, look.
Yeah. It's like
If
trying to
you-
get rid of an awkward tenant.
If you squeeze this, you let the shell out. Just
Right.
don't squeeze it and
Okay.
pull it like that, you know. Should I chew it for you?
I could do the.
Australians don't know how to eat a bloody snail.
I'm in trouble here, Raymond.
Yeah.
I know.
Escargot. You know, Clive James acting like he didn't spend a good part of his 20s on the right bank in Paris. Just playing the simple, simple bloody larrikin. You know?
I do. Yeah, I love the Clive James inflections that he has in his voice, you know, and the British press in particular. That kind of thing that he does at the end of a sentence, you know.
And a 15-year-old daughter, I'd think
Wow.
twice about letting her take her out for dinner, you know.
But I'd got to draw attention again to just this filming technique, the sort of sense of candor about it, the sense of fun about it, the lack of throat clearing and reverence for the celeb that you have with this. Oh, I don't know about this, Roman. It's always going to be fun, you know. And whereas you would get a conventional interview these days is the interviewer would go on a really tiresome preamble, blowing smoke up the bottom of the celeb.
Compliment question, as they say.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck that.
Yeah, and I love, as I said to you, the Radio 4 series of people just having lunch together and all of the accompanying clinking and clanking and chewing and all of that stuff.
Yes.
I'd like that. You know, this is why.
Didn't we discuss doing this? Like you and I and maybe one or two other people. We literally we hire a private room somewhere and we just record a dinner.
Absolutely.
You know, we just put the mic in the middle. Obviously, we do some audio. You know, we want to dampen the ambient noise a bit, but just
that's it. Lovely uncorking there that you did.
Sorry, did everyone hear that? Sorry, yeah. Thanks, Lewis, if you're listening in Biarritz or he's on the road to Pamplona as you are now.
I've got to do a sound effect now. I'm just crushing my can there.
Oh yes.
Adding it. We're all adding bits of verite Panama too.
We're like Simon Mayo in the studio, you know, with the breakfast and the crackers and things.
But this is going back to when we've talked about theories of acting. This is something I very much like. I find what's very stimulating when you're on a stage playing a scene is theories of action. So building up the detail of a scene of what you're actually doing, because there's very few times in life where, very often these days, characters having a conversation, they almost just stop what they're doing and stand on a stage and do nothing. But we are usually always in process of some kind when we have conversations. We're doing the washing up or having a meal or, walking the dog.
I tell you who was a master at the movement of mundane things while acting, Simon.
Yeah.
Sir Alec Guinness. He was the master of. I mean, we probably won't get away with it on YouTube, but you and I should watch. Perhaps we can do it on StreamYards sometime too. Tunes of Glory, about the based on the novel about the Scottish the Black Watch in the Great War.
Yes.
And there's so many good little bits in that where he's pouring whiskies and kind of rooming his swagger stick and adjusting his uniform, and as well the Horse's Mouth, where he plays the down and out artist, the Gully Jimson, and he's always painting and fidgeting and sort of got these slightly autistic tics, and really, he never just stands. I think the problem is that Marlon Brando and that generation of actors, when they were young, brought in the whole thing of like standing there and breathing and like looking up and really saying the line with all this over the top inflection. And obviously it works when it works, but the problem is a lot of actors said, look, just say the fucking line. Just say that. Just say the word. Like, put more naturalistic force into the things you do. You don't talk to people with this dramatic. Captain James T. Kirk. It's what it's getting onto Star Trek.
That's the thing of the one of the criticisms of the American actors is they want to go through and experience the emotion in real time on the camera, so they break up the text too much. And dramatic text has to work, especially Shakespeare as being the obvious example, with a certain pulse and a beat and a driving forward. And there's the idea with Shakespeare, for example, when you have a long speech, a soliloquy coming up, the action isn't stopping. The play isn't stopping. The story is being moved forward by the soliloquy or the sonnet or the couplets, that are being done in a very arch delivery. They are still functions of a kind of dynamic in verse or prose that impels the action forward. And British actors, I think, have been traditionally very good at this, of playing through the beat, but like with Olivier, giving it the sense of this is how these characters just talk. It's natural to them. It's germane to their identities, and not indulgent.
Well, because the problem with the style you described is that it seems to me to be sort of backwards in that, well, you don't necessarily just experience an emotion in real time. Because there's human beings, we have different walls in our chamber, if you like. So if Alec Guinness is standing there as some stiff upper lip British character, say, and he, just for example, and he's told, oh sir, your wife has died, he's not going to just stand there and experience the sadness, because the character isn't just going to have the sadness. The character's going to have, everyone's looking at me, right? This perception, how do I deal with this rationally? How do I deal with this on the level of emotion? What are other people expecting me to do? What should I do? Where it isn't just a case of experiencing an emotion, in real time, is it? Because that's not how emotions really work. There is a dilatory aspect to emotion. But again, to be fair, I'm saying all this, when you see Brando and those types of actors really doing it, it's amazing. It does work. The most deft people at it somehow hold it together, and there's just a mistake that lots of people mistake, that lots of people, I feel, as actors, when it's the classic sort of comedy trope of, I've got to get my inner circumstances right, and the actress who's kind of over finicky about a sense of creating a mood and a perfection in the way that, no, I've got to really feel this, though that character wouldn't say that, that kind of stuff, and they want to remake the drama because they somehow feel they can't bend themselves into the shape, and it does become an indulgent activity. You have to make it natural. Imagine if they'd sent one of those actresses down to like rep, and they tried that with like a rep director. They'd have been killed in an instant. Should have been disappeared and buried under the stage. We've got 4 days from start to finish to get everyone learning this play while we're performing another one. Just fucking get on with it. But this is it. This is what I like about these things. It's the theory of action in application
things happen. Like, yeah, I hate to be boomer truth regime, but as John Lennon said, life is what happens when you're making other plans. But acting is happening through the medium of action. It's not just a rhetorical space that you step into and time stands still and nothing is going on. Characters live and breathe as we do.
Yes.
That's good. I can do that. Come out of there. What do you think of snails as an animal?
Not much, except I learned purely by accident that they have the largest penis amongst all living creatures. The longest, apparently, it's necessary for the reproduction.
You mean proportionate to their size?
Of course.
Yeah. Natural law.
Not proportional to elephant size or whatever. No. Your hands are shaky.
It's true. It's because I'm being defeated by an animal about 1 centimeter long with enormous genitals. Let's go back to where there was no food at all. Can you remember the Krakow ghetto back at the start of your life? Could you tell that life wasn't supposed to be like that?
Yes, well, that I knew. You see, I knew it from the moment when I saw the Germans building a wall across the street. I knew I was in the ghetto. I knew we were living in constant danger. But at the same time, I didn't know anything else, so I just accepted it. Kids accept much easier the predicament than the adults, you see, because they simply have no point of comparison. They can see this against some other life that they have lived before. That's the way it was with me. But I was absolutely aware of what was going on, particularly when I saw a woman shot in front of me in the middle of the street, by a young German officer. She was pleading with him in Yiddish, which I did not understand. And suddenly there was a gun in his hand, and then an explosion, and blood sort of burst from her back, but not very high. Just there was like a bubble of blood, and I just ran away. I remember that very well. Of course, I remember everything.
Do you think that or that sort of thing colored your attitude to life?
I don't think so. I think the separation, you see, once my parents were taken away, first my mother was taken to a concentration camp, then my father. I was longing to see him. My preoccupation, whatever, where are they? What are they doing? Are they well? My only desire, my only prayer was for them to come back, to take me away. That's the thing which kids really feel very strongly, but the rest, no.
Someone of Jewish background.
Pause. What's your impression of Polanski? He has this thing of artists have this very fast, impressionistic kind of memory. He's talking about the way the woman was shot, and then this, and then this, and then this image, and it's almost like he is creating a film montage. The way his mind works.
Simon, we're off there, I'm afraid.
Oh no.
Right, hang on. I'm going to try it with the. This looks silly, I know, because it's just me, but we're going to have to. We're going to have to try it with this, unless I just go and quickly put a watermark on it. But I mean, because I don't really want to stop this. To be honest, this is worth doing.
It's good stuff.
What can we do?
Let us see if we return again in the way.
Yeah, we're not back. We're not back yet. We're not back yet.
Oh.
Right.
Okay. I wonder, can they hear us? Is there
LWT presumably is trying to snatch this?
No. Help. Chat. Let us know. Can you hear us?
They can't hear us. I've got the stream open in another tab. It's unavailable.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still off. Still off.
Yeah. They've given us the smack with the ruler, but maybe they'll let us come back just on our own.
Maybe I could flip it. A flip video. I think I can actually just play the. No, I can't just play. Oh, I can just play the audio because hang on, look.
The chances were.
So we could just have the. Why are we still off? I've taken it down. Why are we still off the air? Oh, there we go. We're back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to find a way around this, and I want to find a way around it now.
It was all going so well. We were really enjoying that.
I was skeptical that would get claimed. I mean, it's fucking LWT, really?
LWT.
Are we piggybacking off the estates of Polanski and James? I mean, are we,
Yeah. So here we are, folks. It's another semi. What do we say? It's not abandoned. It's been wrenched from our hands.
Right. We'll have to keep going. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if I just play the audio in the background, do you think they'll get audio or the footage?
I guess we'll find out, won't we?
We'll find out, won't we? All right then. All right. Well, because Simon, can you see the little video in the bottom there on the
No.
Can you see the tiny little thumbnail of Clive James's head there?
No, I can't.
In the right at the bottom.
There's nothing on our screens.
All right, but you can hear this.
90% or more that you wouldn't have survived. How did you
see? I can see the video. I can see the tiny little thing of it, so I've got some visual reference.
Yeah. So
sorry, Simon. We're just going to carry on.
We'll try and chop it up a bit more as well. We'll stop it more frequently.
You were discoursing there on the nature of the artist's memory and
There's something about
Polanski's personality.
What did you apprehend about him? There's something that's both deep in the memory and also holding it at arm's length. I mean, he's describing what probably is a traumatic experience there, as being a child and seeing someone shot right in front of you. But he holds it kind of distance. There's a strange distanced thing there with Polanski. It's not like talking to Clive James where you feel he's fully present. Polanski's always kind of in some other netherworld. And he's got a fractured perception. There's a sense of an autistic kind of focus in some way, but he's hovering above events. He's not fully with you in the room. He's humorous. He's funny, or he enjoys humor, but he's not quite there.
He just strikes me as like when you see footage of people that grew up in Iraq or in some other war zone where they're not traumatized at all. Actually, they don't. If they are, they're hiding it incredibly well. But I just get the sense that some people just aren't affected in that way. I think in the modern day we assume that everything is trauma. You know, your parents are trauma. A kid pushing over in the playground when you were 5 is trauma. Not being given a sweet when you were 12 is trauma. Like and so, modern minds would find it impossible to conceive that you could go through something as horrible as, say, the Krakow ghetto or, the Baghdad invasion or, the resultant years of poverty and wandering that Polanski had to put up with. And actually, maybe, it's still horrible. I'm sure he doesn't remember it well, but it's not a trauma. He doesn't wake up shaking over, about it. It's just something that happened to him. This is a man as well who, after all that, had his wife murdered gruesomely, by freak chance, and then was made a fugitive by his own actions as well. So but he strikes me as what they used to call just a cool customer. It's not even like it's someone that's putting a brave face on you. You can see the stress marks around their eyes or their mouth, or you can kind of see the darkness. I think he legitimately strikes me as someone who's just.
It's matter of fact. It's happened.
Despite everything, it's just things that have happened, And I think maybe perhaps growing up as a very young child, because remember he was separated from his parents at the age of about 9.
Yeah,
I mean it was really tender time to. It's not like he was taken away and put in a foster house or something. He was just thrown into the street, and his parents were put in a camp. So, he had no idea what to do, how to survive, where they were they dead, would he die, what was going, Maybe it's a case that if you go through something that kind of monumental at that young age, you just somehow learn to take things in their stride, almost in your stride.
Yeah, and maybe you just develop a very fast process of perception as well. I think because you kind of have to get on top of situations very, very quickly. So maybe trauma, isn't the right word. He's saying I was shocked, but then I legged it, and his adaptive mechanism kicks in, and he just becomes, like a lot of people, very creative by the fugitive nature of his experiences, that they're constantly under some sort of pressure in that period, and he has to construct a version of reality that's very mobile that he can take with him.
I get the impression he's just a very normal human being, actually. Really,
Right.
I don't think for a man who's notorious and considered to be, a deviant and all kinds of things. I think at the end of the day, he's just someone that really likes films. He just likes because again, it's not like he's not like another character with like that sort of this Harold Pinter who's got this very brooding, obsessive, kind of dark, but he wants to portray all these things. I don't ever get that from Polanski. I think he'll make a film because it's interesting, because it visually arrests him.
Yes.
He'll do a film like Pirates, which is just boyish swashbuckling adventure with an older Walter Matthau, and then he'll do a film about a guy hunting for books with Johnny Depp, and then he'll do a Holocaust film. It's like, well, I think he just likes making films. I think that's really just the driving feature of his life. And I don't get oddness from him in the way that you get from, say, I don't know, like who's the Italian director? God, I can't remember his name now. Visconti, Luciano Visconti. With him, you get this great sense of repression and sort of slightly seedy and sort of narcissistic traits. And despite a kind of a card-carrying communist with all the arrogance of a man who's an actual viscount as well. And this kind of sense of greatness you get from someone like a John Cocteau who genuinely believes that they are God's gift or something. I don't get any of that from him. I don't even get the kind of charming sort of Orson Welles bigness and sort of pomposity, vague pomposity. I mean, again, this may all be very calculated. He may be adept at putting on personalities and sort of charming people when perhaps a lot is hidden. But from what I can see, I don't think that's the case. He seems he seems down to earth, Simon.
Fair enough. All
right, let's attempt our now visualless.
So tune in with your ears, audience, and we will see if we can evade the ban hammer.
Oh, it's those two chaps on the wireless again talking about pedophiles. Oh, how charming! Oh, yes.
That's what they will be saying.
I was just amongst those 20%, I ran away from the ghetto. I lived first with some friends of my father's, then with their friends, and with the friends of their friends, and finally I ended up in the country. And most of the wartime I spent living in the country, in a very primitive, backward village with very, very nice, primitive peasants.
They didn't turn you in?
Not only they didn't turn me in, they hid me. But only the woman.
Should we add in bits of ambient restaurant dialogue to try and confuse the algo? I'll say things like "lobster for table 3," and "could I have another carafe of water, please?" And do you have any more bread?
I'm absolutely Lee Marvin. I think I'm going to have the calamari, Simon. What are you having? I'll have a calamari.
Oh, yeah, it looks nice, that, doesn't it? I'll have the calamari too. That's 2 calamaris and tiramisu.
People know what that's a reference to.
I don't
know that. Sexy Beast.
It is, of course.
Oh, Lee Marvin calamari. There's a phone call from London. It's Don Logan. Don Logan. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah.
Tinkling of forks and glasses and.
That's a big thing.
Have you ever been an extra in a restaurant set, Simon? Have you ever had to rhubarb?
Restaurant set. Let me see. I used to mostly do. I used to work with a specialist company that was in Shepherd's Bush, where we were mostly hired out as armed police, and I was ending up doing episodes of things like Spooks and Silent Witness, and there was a show with Dennis Waterman and James Bolam and Amanda Thingy from Sexy Beast. Actually, I think she was in it as well.
Oh yeah.
And I remember we were in a sort of church, like a church cemetery in Putney or something, like at midnight, shooting some strange scene, and we were sort of. I remember we were because they were sitting in the church, and I was chatting to Dennis Waterman about where'd you get all this gear then, and for doing this stuff.
I put it on a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that's right.
No restaurant scenes. No. One scene, we were armed police breaking into a Chinese laundry in Brixton.
Everyone needs to go and look up these. We need to see Simon there.
No,
in his
they're not
outfit,
there. You won't find them. Don't look.
Oh, go on, go and do it. Go and do it. Search him out. Seek him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dear.
I've got your number, and I'll be down the roadway with all the other policemen.
I'd love to have done restaurant scenes. Next time I do extras work, I'll insist on restaurant scenes only.
Well, I fell off my chair there to some extent. Come on, Nogsy, give us something. All right, stop that. I swear, I don't think any criminal's ever actually been called something like Nogsy, but you always get that.
That's a good name, though.
Come on, Nogsy. What's that short for? Nogsy. I'm not talking to him. I want plod back. I'm not talking to you.
Who ran that household was aware of the fact I was Jewish. I was lucky not to look Jewish, you see. If you look at the photographs of I don't think I do now, actually, you know. I think I look very much like, as my mother did, and she was only partly Jewish. You know. When I was a little child, my hair was blonde. It's still quite light now, probably lighter than it shows on the film.
So you, so you could pass for Catholic, put me that way. Huh?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Did you have to learn prayers and stuff?
Yeah, of course.
When did you know that your mother hadn't survived?
After the war.
And you didn't know that your father had survived?
No, I didn't.
So really you spent the whole war without
knowing, but hoping that they will. I mean, there was no doubt in my mind that they will. It was very difficult to accept the idea that my mother will never come back. After my father has been already back.
Sorry, I can't let people in the chat trying to do character background for Nogsy. East End villain Nogsy. We on a track. Come on, Nogsy. I got your nick this time. We know what you've been doing down the arcade.
I think he feels like he's a brother of, like, I'm sure there's a Monty Python animation sequence of like a gangster chicken or something with a machine gun, like "Happy birthday, Muggsy," so like Muggsy.
No, but he's like the rub, like, because it's, what is it, like Nobby and all these like criminally East Endy criminal names, like Nogsy. Yeah. What is Nogsy short for? Like, what's that from? That's what I want to know.
That's right. Yeah, Jimmy Noggins or something like that.
Noggins, yeah. Listen, Noggins, I know you've been doing stuff on the crazed turf, mate. You're going to go down for that. You're going to go down. So stop eating your fried egg and look at me and tell me what it is you've been up to overnight.
We want a whole load of East End villain names that haven't been used before. Yeah. Nogsy Malone, I quite enjoy that. That's fun.
I don't know Malone though. It's like too American, isn't it?
Exactly.
Like,
yeah.
You got to have. Yeah, I like sort of his name was Harold Nobbins or something. Nogsy.
Harold Nobbins.
Harold Nobbins. I don't know. Who could Billy Kent Road or something.
I invent a friend of mine. We used to invent names, the kinds of names that might have either been like East End gangsters or characters in Stephen Toast, in Toast of London. And I remember I invented a sort of gangster name, Terry Axminster. I like that idea.
Terry Axminster.
Terry Axminster.
I like that. Axie. Axie. Yeah.
Name Crispin Tampax was another one that were invented.
That's pure Toast of London. That's like Cockaboo or Heathcote Pursuit. That's yeah,
and sort of old kind of actor names, like Barrington Fairclough, that kind of thing well.
When I used to need like vaguely believable but sort of comedic names for stuff I was writing, I used to put an episode of University Challenge on.
Yeah,
because they've got all the surnames on the desks. If you just combine two of the weird surnames, you'd get like Wrangler Jameson. Or,
There's an art to making comedy names, though, especially in the Stephen Toast sense. It's kind of people often
sound needs to land right.
Yeah, people often sort of over elaborate, and they think a really elaborate name is funny. It's not as much.
No, it's not.
Sometimes there's a real simplicity where if you say I'm going to create a character called Ron Shelf or something like that, that's
Ray Purchase, like that's,
yeah, exactly.
It works because it's believable in a way. You could imagine an actor having that name, and being person.
Yeah, exactly. And the second word kind of doesn't, the surname kind of doesn't make sense, but the first name is kind of like a working class name from the 70s or something, like Ray or Derek.
Yeah.
And
Susan Random.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, because as well, if you're sort of au fait with like old 70s like Soho sort of artsy culture, like Simon and I are, you kind of forget how silly a lot of the names sound.
Yes.
Because when you hear them in the context of it being fictional, it just makes you laugh,
Yeah.
Russell House, Chris Bread, and like
Gary Cheeseboard or something like that.
Nick Swifney.
Yeah, you've got to not layer it on too much by being elaborate. Like people often go to sort of 19th century semi-aristocratic sounds because names like Archibald or something sound quaint to us. They try to use those names, but they don't work comedically. It's Chris Morris is very good like this with some of the strangenesses of the names he invents. Like they'll interview a character and be called Gary Taz or something like
Gary
that.
Taz.
David Voge, that kind of thing. It'll all be just slightly off in some way, but still sort of semi-normal. So there is an art to the comedy name, and Toast of London is a good thing to just trawl through to look for the invented names and see how they've done it, work out what the mechanism is to get the right comedy name.
Yeah, that's right. And then is it with the one with the really hot young woman who's like following Toast around as a fan, but he's had a knock on the head and he's gone gay for John Hamm, so he doesn't pay her any attention. He said, "Hello, I'm Pookie Hook."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
things like that. It just it's silly, but you could believe it. Like these people would have silly names like that.
I've got one like that I invented. It's sort of like a kind of public school hockey sticks girl. But she's obnoxious. I call her Tinky Pippins. That's
Pippins,
Tinky Pippins, and you'd invent like a builder called Ray Flange or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I remember a lot of my friends had sisters and things, and who were posh, pony club types, and their names would be something like Georgina.
Yeah.
Or something very grand, or something sweet like Emma, or kind of just posh countryside sort of names.
Yeah.
But they'd all have these nicknames, and I don't know how they got them, but they'd all be Flitzy or Minty, or Wissy or some, and it's you gotta kind of tap into these strange forms of naming culture. In the same way that men have, you'll get a guy that's just called like Spud or something from down the calf. Like
that's it.
It's the female equivalent of that.
Yeah, and you've got military naming. So a guy called White, surname White, will always be called Chalky White. That kind
White.
of
They
will always do that sort of semi-rhyming slang thing. And I mean, I invented a character once. Sort of just if I was ever going to do a show or something like that. I thought of, because my parents were in antique dealing in the 70s. Not high-end antiques, but just like old dark Victorian furniture that was kind of popular at the time.
Did your dad have a trench coat full of spoons?
He didn't, no. But I always think of antique dealers, and a sort of 70s style antique dealer, slightly fey kind of character. Probably in my mind, he looks a bit like Vivian Stanshall. And my dad had a friend called Bunny, who was a character at the time. He was obviously a bit of a ne'er-do-well. And it was that time in the 70s, people wore like an open, big collar shirt and have a kerchief on, like a kind of paisley kerchief or something like that. And I've got a character in my mind that looks a little bit like Vivian Stanshall, kind of long, lanky hair. He's wearing a kerchief, and he's called something like Derek Peach. That would be my...
Derek Peach.
But the irony
I can see it, Simon.
Derek Peach. Yeah.
Derek
Okay.
Peach.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got some barley twist chairs over there. Yeah. Some spoonback chairs, if you fancy. Some flyleaf tables. Yeah. Two of those. I can imagine Derek Peach. Irony is, a few years ago, I
do love a good flyleaf table.
I bought a record off eBay a few years ago, and the sender's name was on the back. It was some guy out in the West Country. His name was Derek Peach. And I just got
really
chill.
Creepy.
I thought it's someone playing games.
What reminds me of Withnell when he's walking around going, maybe I should change my name to Donald Wolfe.
Donald Wolfe.
Desmond. Sorry, Desmond.
Desmond Wolfe. Yeah, sort of
his name too.
derivative
Well, you know
of Donald Wolfett. Yeah.
the chalky white thing. When I was about 14, I thought Boardwalk Empire was like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
And there's like a black gangster in that called Chalky White. And
Yeah.
I always like the irony of somebody with relatively dark skin being called Chalky White. So for a good month, you know how you try to force a joke or a meme that isn't, you can't do it unorganically.
Yeah.
I just, in the same way that you can't come up with your own nickname. And that's how I learned you can't do that, in that I was sort of surreptitiously trying to get everyone to just, as if I'd always been nicknamed Chalky White, because I like the irony of a sort of vaguely darker skinned person having the name Chalky White.
Yeah. Well, of course, Jim
didn't
Davidson's
work.
character in the 70s, the bus conductor, Charky, Jamaican accent, obviously meant to be.
Yeah. Ken Suggestion, Penny Trader.
Exactly.
Dennis Thwaites.
Again, it's the thing of this the out of time name like Ken, or Derek, the sorts of names you don't get anymore. But if you try to, women's names can be a problem because people try to do certain some of them just don't quite work. Like Mavis is kind of doesn't work.
Wouldn't work. No.
You're
you could maybe have Dot or something like that, but I don't know.
Exactly, but as you would have, like, it would be like dot penetration or something like that. It would be a combination of just taking the words you use there, common name and a concept.
Lindy Makehouse.
Ken Apple is a suggestion in the chat from Joe. That's getting
Ken
there,
Apple.
but it would be something other than Apple. It would be something more angular to.
Sal Commotion. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Des Wigwam. Kind of leaning on the sillier end of it, but it works.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Kenny Lingus is too obvious. No, it's
Kenny Lingus.
Like,
that's
dirty pun. No, not that it's bad, but it's just it's a different form of comedy name. Ken Tyrant I quite like. That's interesting.
Ken Tyrant is brilliant. That's it. You're getting it. Comedy classes with Simon and Hat. Yeah.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, what were we doing? Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, we're doing a stream on Polanski and Clive James. I wonder if we're getting away with it so far. I mean, because I thought
we're not off the air again. No,
get picked up faster.
Okay.
We seem to be okay. I think we'll just have to keep pausing it randomly and jumping in with something else.
Yeah. Who's the sort of Christopher Eccleston-esque East End inspector who tries to catch Nogsy? Like, what's he's got? Like, what's his provenance? What's his name?
Yeah. Because you're thinking of then like who was the real guy? You're not the Monty Python one, like Snapper Organs. There was a real
Nipper Reed. Nipper Reed was the actor. He was a real copper. Yeah.
You could maybe have like. It's got to be something. It's something that you would then turn into so and so of the
Lancaster.
Yard. Yeah, but something like something of the Yard. You would have this name, and then you could be turned into so and so of the Yard.
That's right. Maybe he's called Robert Hurricane or something silly, but he's like Bobby of the Yard, or Horrors Hurricane of the Yard.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because those names were so specific. You've only got a limited range of kinds of sounds. It's the nipper or the snapper or the
strafer.
Like
maybe he was an ex-pilot. Topper.
He would have been Douglas Topper, and it would have been Topper of the Yard or something like that.
Topper of the Yard, and he'd be running around in a big Crombie coat with boots on.
Brian Wizard or something.
Yeah, and everyone would sort of shout out to him to come on the street. They go, "Hey, up Topper! Hey, Topper! The murderer's enemy!"
You join Panama and I. We're doing a comedy name seminar. We should charge for this. £75 for the first hour.
He'd have like a young, ambitious junior detective, like 25, and he's called like Billy Pringle, and he's like, Pringle. Pringle, come here.
No, right, Pringle, it'd be Ronnie Pringle.
Ronnie Pringle. Have you followed up them leads? Have you got anything for me?
Yeah.
Have you got anything for me? Well, get down there then. Get down there. Sort them out. Sort them out. Get down there. So, you know, this sort of
Hat wants to be
why
an
don't we
East
write?
End villain.
Why don't we write an episode of this and broadcast it on this channel? Why don't we? People want to see that? We've got to catch Nogsy.
It's a thought. It's a thought. I think that'll be a side project because I think it does take a lot of very focused energy to get
We'd have to really whittle it.
Exactly. Whittle is a good word.
Otherwise, it's just not
the real
funny.
quality of the name. Yeah, you've got to get it right. It's got to be the right. You sit there for hours, and sometimes some people sort of get it, and some people don't get it. It's just the right combination of ingredients that makes it work. And toast is a good example, but there's other things that have happened comedy wise where you just get that name landing just right, and you think, that gets it.
Warwick Kinnear.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not
pretty
bad.
good.
That would be
You know, not a very good film, but I did really like Tom Hardy's portrayal of specifically Ronnie Cray in that film where he plays both of them, because it's such it's menacing, but it is also funny. It's sorry, did you just call me a puff? I'm not. I don't think I can have that. I'm gonna have to have you killed.
I love the way he talks through gritted teeth. You know, he's like when he's disappointed that they're not having a gunfight. You know,
a shootout, right? It's a shootout,
like a gangster.
Oh, because he's so angry, Simon. He's gritted his teeth.
Oh, another good one that's just occurred to me. There's a village that I thought makes a good name for an old buffer kind of actor. Woodhouse Eaves, I think it's a great. I can imagine, and now on Radio 4, Book at Bedtime, The Railway Children, read by Woodhouse Eaves.
He'd be sort of moderately successful, never enough to be really famous, but he'd be someone who you and I would sit here and go, oh, I'll tell you someone else that Jeffrey Bernard used to talk to, Simon. Have you ever heard of Woodhouse Eaves?
Brian Torment. I don't know if that's a natural toast name that Joe's come up with in the chat, but Brian Torment is very good.
But it'll be pronounced Torment, like Bernard. Brian
No, Torment.
Well, no,
Brian Torment. I love the idea of Brian and then a kind of Dantean vision of suffering goes together.
Yeah, it does.
It's,
Francis, I do apologise. I'm very sorry that the club is empty. It's rather like you, isn't it? There's fuck all in it but my brother's cock. So, Anyway. Polanski.
Well, maybe 2-3 months of hesitation, of unspoken truth, because we never discussed that issue with my father.
Sorry to interrupt this again.
No, I think we should. I want to get past all this early life trauma stuff, actually, to be honest, and get to the
all right.
As they say, the meat and spunk of the matter.
The meat and spunk. Well, perhaps literally in Polanski's case, but if we were going to do that, like bit of writing, we should come up with obviously fake, but like in the same way with the names, you should come up with fake Cockney slang. Like the characters refer to like an egg as like a washy peg or something, like for no reason. Like
you've got to work out the rhyming scheme.
Yeah. Do you want a couple of washies with your bacon, Sarge? Yeah, go on.
Fake Cockney slang. Yeah, exactly.
A washy peg.
Yeah, that's
something
a good.
like that,
and just seed that out there on a website alongside real stuff, and just try and mix it in. That's what you'd want to do, kind of subvert it, so they start talking in ridiculous pseudo Cockney, as we would call.
Yeah. He's a Roger Bannister, him. A Roger Bannister? Yeah, like a runner, a bummer, got like that. Silly sort of thing. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting way too caught up in this now.
After war, he remarried, and I felt there was sort of betrayal to my mother, although I never really said that. And it never went well between my stepmother and myself, just because, it was an act of disloyalty. You see, it's so quick, so fast. Maybe I would have understood if my father took longer, to get involved with someone, you see. But to my mother, I was in love with my mother like children are. And, and seeing your father with another woman was hurting me tremendously. So I never wanted to live with my father, and he accepted it. That was quite a good thing for me. I don't think I would be what I am if what happened didn't happen to me. I'm not talking about my character, my personality, but I'm talking about my um, professional life, my desire to achieve something. I think it's somehow connected with it, and indirectly, I'm sort of grateful to the harm that the Germans or the Nazis did to me for whatever I am.
Pause.
What was the attraction of the movie?
Just that last sentence, he said, I'm grateful for the harm that they did to me. That's interesting.
That is, I mean, obviously, Simon, I've nowhere near the life experience and things that Polanski had in his early years, but I sympathize enormously with that feeling, and that the relatively bad things that have happened to me, I always think, sort of in a way, thank God they did, because they make you, for better or worse, they make you who you are. You wouldn't be who you are without those.
I just wonder, does anybody try and deconstruct their personal history and say, I know, I absolutely wish that hadn't happened. I mean, I'm not trying to make light of people who've really suffered terribly, but there is a thing in I'm like that as well. It's that I might be dysfunctional in certain ways, but I am happy being who I am. And at least you feel there was an associated cost which you have you've fully paid and therefore earned at the end of it. So there's something about that, isn't there? That the idea that him saying I'm grateful to the Nazis for all the damage.
Thank you, Mr. Hitler.
It is just, but it relates again, as I said, back to the acting training, the sort of Strasbourg studio method of saying to people, find your damage, find your trauma, use that as energy that you kind of chuck into a furnace of art.
Hang on, sorry, Simon, just backstage stuff. Sorry. Talk amongst yourselves.
It's fine. We've got copyright and digital rights management people lurking and hovering over the stream in a sort of evil YouTube control room. So we do have to distract ourselves.
You know those men in that film we watched with Dee who are just the music industry. I think we've got the British television industry outside the stage door, Simon. I'm having to put chairs against it, and
it's so mean.
Hammer nails in.
Come on, guys! You filmed this stuff ages ago. You've all been paid off. You don't need any more money. We need the fucking money.
Exactly.
Let us watch old programs.
This is the sentiment that I think
you choose to cry.
Yeah. It's famously. So no. I didn't make Gordon Ramsay cry. He chose to cry. That was his decision to cry. I didn't have any say in it. Yeah.
I have to pay tribute to Alphabet Cat, who I see very frequently on streams, who is a very wise and considered poster in what comments they make. So good observation.
Right.
Movies.
It had to do something with the ghetto when there were no movies, when we could sometimes see through the wires the newsreels projected on the square outside the ghetto.
Yeah.
And eventually to the period when I ran away from the ghetto, and I would go to the cinema a lot. It was marvelous. There was all German films, lousy, of course. It was very unpatriotic to go to see the movies. The slogan was "Wszystkie świnie siedzą w kinie," which means only pigs go to the movies.
What was the idea of that? I mean, and it was collaborating with the Germans to go and watch their movies.
To watch their movies was unpatriotic. But a lot of people went, and I was one of the pigs who went to see the movies, and didn't bother me the least to feel this way. It was dreams, and it just stayed with me. After war, I went to.
Does anyone know the story? It was someone, I've got it in my head, it's someone like John Cleese, but there was some actor or someone, or comedian probably, who was recalling how during the Bosnian Wars in the 90s, this person went there later on and was talking to people who'd lived through things like the shelling of Sarajevo, and and the way they, the people there had survived had kind of been to hunker down in cellars and watch like Monty Python films or something to get through it. I think it was John Cleese or someone. It was someone like that, where their thing, their film or their show had been watched, and it had got people through the war, so to speak. I'm just reminded of what he's saying there. I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was. I think it was Cleese, and he was saying, he went there and met people and said, yeah, we were sort of just hunkering down and watching Monty Python and the Holy Grail, or something like that.
Yeah, it's that in Yugoslavia, when that was collapsing and there was bombings and strife. Only Fools and Horses was it was huge there, arguably as big as it was here. Huge cultural property, to the point that even now you go around cities like Belgrade, you still see huge wall murals of Rodney and Del Boy and all these characters.
No way, really?
Quite uncanny. Seriously, this is a real thing.
Like there's a bronze Robin Reliant somewhere with Trotter International Trading on it.
That's right.
There's actually a guy down my street, believe it or not, who's got a replica Robin Reliant with the Trotter International Trading thing on it. It's one of these kind of strange recreations. But
no income tax, no VAT, no money back, no guarantee.
I'm getting that thought slightly mixed up also with my only bit of trivia that Norman Wisdom films were very big in Albania for some reason. He was regarded as a hero there.
It's a bit of a sort of trope in acting circles, isn't it? To sort of say, "Oh, I'm really big in Japan, or I'm big in Italy."
We will find one day that there is a village in Paraguay where people really listen to Panama Hat and Simon Roberts streams, and we kind of get worshipped like a kind of cargo cult or something.
Yeah, they don't quite. And there's all these weird myths that have grown up around us, like we both fought in the Falklands or something, and we once single-handedly saved a train from crashing off into an orphanage or something.
We go and visit, and these simple South American people through their translator say, yeah, we really liked the Jonathan Meades ones. Can you do more of those?
Yeah. Well, actually, sorry, someone getting a bit arsey in the chat. No, JJ Star, I was not on Deliveroo. I was confirming with friends that I will be appearing after this stream on where is it? Where's the link? On Scrump's channel at 7:30 tonight. So you can all come and see me do an extra shift there after this stream. You won't though, JJ Sphere. You'll be banned. So the rest of you can come. Yes, I think this may be a good at the 2-hour mark, Simon, to do a bit of shilling.
Yes. Well, as you all know, we are penurious actors and litterateurs in need of your kind-hearted, deep, warm generosity. And so that's why we are running these streams on merely the smell of an oily rag and your generous and kindly donations, however tiny they may be. But do remember, people who make big donations are more loved and are more genuine people than people who make tiny, stingy donations. And you can make those donations at our Ko-Fi. That is Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com / all one word, Panama Hat. We accept conflict diamonds. We accept gold bullion from the bottom of Swiss lakes.
National insurance checks.
Yes.
We can take those.
Green Shield stamps, if you still have any in the drawer from the 70s.
Right.
Anything that you have of an estimable tradable value. Yes, American Express, that'll do nicely, sir.
Frederick Moore.
You can throw them all towards us, and we also do accept. We do now accept under our new scheme deliveries of hard liquor, which can be sent via post or courier to a postal address that we will supply on request for fine wines, whiskies, gins, Courvoisier, of course, and you will be able to help us get through this very difficult time that we are both in, and help us to help you, as Tom Cruise says in Jerry Maguire, help us to help you, entertain you.
The more you do, the more hours of content we shall provide. Oh, sorry, Simon, my phone's ringing. I just answer it.
Yeah.
it's JJ Sphere from outside. He says, he's very upset, Simon. He's very upset. He's very apologetic.
Well, we can
all right,
do...
all right, JJ Sphere. Look, I know you've behaved awfully, but I'll accept your apology. I don't know if Scrump's going to let you in tonight.
Is he groveling and crying? I think he really should.
He's groveling, Simon. Yeah, he's groveling. You should. If only he'd never made those remarks. Oh dear.
Oh well.
Drama, Simon. Drama.
Like a magnificent Eastern potentate, Panama is locked for a moment, his face transfixed in a serene and judicious expression before he lowers his hand and says, "I forgive you, my son." And then,
"I forgive you," make the sign of the cross and put the receiver down.
That's right, yes.
Cryer Hazard, yes, we do accept Guatemalan Quetzal. JJ Sphere says, as a way of apology, he's naming his firstborn son Panama. So I accept that.
Yeah, no Malaysian ringgits, please. We want no small potatoes, as they say.
No, and no euros. We don't take. It's a Schengen rule thing. We can't take euros.
That's right.
All other currency, Phenobian wooden dollars. Those are acceptable.
Phenobian wooden dollars. That sounds like something from a Douglas Adams book. You know.
That's Black Books. That's when they after they come back from holiday and they've been in 50 different airports. And he goes, "Here's your severance pay. I'm sorry it's in Phenobian wooden dollars, but that's largely your own fault." So.
Yeah, interesting names coming up in the chat. I will pay tribute to Joe there. Rodney Discharge. That's quite good.
That
Rodney
works,
Discharge.
yeah, I think.
Eugene Throb. Eugene has got that slightly American thing about it, so I might reconsider
Change
Eugene.
it maybe.
Throb is good.
Ernest would be the British baby.
Ernie
Throb.
Yeah,
have you seen Ernie Throb at the music hall? Maybe. Good
combinations. Terry Plunder, I quite like.
Terry Plunder.
It's not bad. Paul Tite. That's interesting. There's something interesting there.
Sheila Banished.
Yeah. Jackie Cack. I like the sound, the way Jackie Cack, the sound doubles up. Jackie Cack. That's good. Constable Plank. Yes, that's not bad. That reminds me of Constable Savage, the Not the 9 O'Clock News sketch, which people may or may not remember. Well, we're very pleased how this is developing, with people making very significant contributions to the world of comedy naming, all of which we will take down and pass off as our own at a later date.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. These are all going in.
The Black Book.
Who was the copper?
What Nipper?
Topper and Pringle. That's the crime show. Topper and Pringle.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's like Cagney and Lacey for the 1950s. And now on BBC One, it's a new edition of Topper and Pringle.
Topper and Pringle.
That's very good.
Featuring, I think that had a young Michael Gambon in it as Pringle, actually.
That would be
back
right.
in the day. The elder actor would be someone like quite a heavy,
Stratford Johns.
Who would be
Stratford Johns? He was a good older actor. Well, he was in Z Cars, though. He kind of get away with it. He's a real person. Yeah. Stratford Johns.
Oh, really?
Stratford Johns. He was a fantastic actor. Great film. If you watch Ken Russell's Salome's Last Dance, he plays Herod, and he's Stratford so funny.
Johns.
He was
South African-born stage. Oh God, yeah, he's got that real sort of 70s heavy man look about him.
He played one of the senators in I, Claudius, who ends up having to kill himself after trying to blackmail the emperor with revealing letters. And he's really good. He just has a slightly bulgy eyes.
This is exactly who would play Topper. It'd be this man. This is how I imagined him.
Right, okay.
Yeah, he puts on his trench coat and a trilby hat and with his heavy boots and goes around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. That's incredible. Sorry, I just can't get over how perfect it's exactly the man that I was envisioning.
Yeah.
Well, there'd be, of course, cameos from Frank Windsor and who was the one we came up with, the sort of small time actor? Woodhouse Eaves.
Woodhouse Eaves, yes, indeed.
How are you spelling Eaves? Is it like
EAVES?
As in like the window eaves? Yeah. Woodhouse. And would it be spelled the literal way, or would like the PG Woodhouse way with the DE? Wodehouse.
No, it's
either
Woodhouse.
spelling or
The
Woodhouse.
neutral spelling, I believe. It's
So
a actual village.
W-O-O-D.
Yeah.
Woodhouse. Okay. But would it be the case that the way people used to have it, where their full name would be like John Woodhouse Eaves,
Yeah.
and then for some reason they use their middle name as like the first name.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that happens a lot. You see that a lot from back in the day. I think it was probably like a professionalism thing, or just people preferred to not be called by their Christian name. I don't know.
Or at least in English, it would be Wooders informally, of course. Wooders.
He would have been called Wooders at school.
Yeah, Wooders.
When he would have gone to some minor public school, like some really distant far. I'm imagining Robert Bathurst.
Yes.
Like he looks and sounds like it's kindly, or maybe a bit like John Le Mesurier,
Lemage,
but not really as famous as either of them. Most of his time he's not working. He sits in a cottage in Kent somewhere and sort of just meanders around. And then he gets called up to London on the train for a job every couple of weeks.
Incidentally, I did see the very charming and pleasant Robert Bathurst, who we went and saw playing Geoffrey Bernard. Right. He did a little Twitter tribute to Rod Liddell, interestingly, which I thought was a nice sign. Yeah.
I didn't know Robert Bathurst is on Twitter. I'm going to go and follow him now.
Yes,
everyone go and follow Robert Bathurst. Tell him we need actors for Topper and Pringle. So get him on. Get a hold of his agent.
He was a very pleasant chap to talk to, he played. For people who don't know, he plays Toast's. What would you say? His flatmate? I mean, always it's Ed Hauser Black, the guy who actually owns.
It's Ed's house. It's Ed's house, I think, and Toast rents with him.
Yeah. But in real life, he's very nice. He is genuinely very nice.
Well, because they said in an interview he was instructed to just do John Le Mesurier.
Yeah.
When they said, look, that is that is the character basically. It's just John Le Mes. Just do that. And that's, of course, he does it because he's kind of famous for his portrayals of John Le Mes. Like he's the kind of go-to if you're ever doing a period drama that features that actor. So
he absolutely would be. He said Matt Berry. He said Matt Berry doesn't actually know that world of acting. He said Matt's a jazzer, really. So he kind of picks up the tonality of that world.
Yes, he does.
That age of Soho and actors and people and painters in pubs and stuff, jazzers would have been a natural addition to that kind of thing.
Yeah, and because Matt Berry considers himself to be a musician, not an actor. He's a musician who also acts and does other projects, but he's kind of does the acting because he's quite self-deprecating in the interviews. He says, well, it's basically just me going, and doing a silly voice for half an hour.
Actually,
not proper acting.
Speaking of which, I just picked up his newest record, which is the Matt Berry Trio.
Right.
Everything's peachy, and it's basically him and his jazzer mates doing something very different from his previous music. That's out now on Acid Jazz if you want to pick it up. I haven't listened to it yet. I've been saving it. Yeah.
Because Matt Berry has that wonderful sense of like the beauty of sort of glamminess and sort of over the top musical performance, but in a way that's still, it's sincere. It's not just empty parody.
Go and listen to if you want something random to listen to. He and his band, the Maypoles, they did a very good version of the Ronnie Hazelhurst theme to the show Sorry that Ronnie Corbett was in the early 80s, and they do a nice a nice almost slightly dub version of the theme to the show, but it works really well. Lovely trumpet playing on it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to have to look that up. I'm just making a note so I don't forget.
Jazz, it's musical wanking, says Sync C in the chat.
No, jazz is musical fucking. It's gorgeous.
There you go.
There was never. No man ever had a wank that was as good as a Sidney Bechet clarinet solo.
Look at that. Panama comes out all guns blazing on that one. Sync C, you're lucky to be still breathing in our chat.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to have muscular, arguments about music. That's a good thing. But the problem with being on the right wing, Simon, is that artistically, everyone's music, they're either kind of they do a bit of sort of classical fagging where they sort of performatively talk about how much they love and it's always really basic, surface level. Oh, this bit of Bach or this bit of Beethoven is really good. Oh, it makes me feel Western and traditional. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Or they're just into really, really thrashy heavy metal and stuff like that. Now, I don't have any problem with metal artistically. I just don't get the sound. If you see what I'm saying, like the sound doesn't please me. In the way that music kind of has to in order to get it. Yeah, it does not please me.
Mr. Panama is a Roman emperor. Take it away. Yeah, it does not please me.
I realized the oddness of the sentence as I was saying it, but I thought, no, that is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, you've got your laurel wreath on. You're in your purple, your imperial purple.
This Led Zeppelin, it does not please me, Autolycus. Have it removed from the
waving your hand. That's right. Guards are dragging it away to be executed.
Yeah. But no, so I one of the few defenders of jazz in this jazz swing and all it stands for in
what does Panama think of Evola calling it Negro jazz?
Well, difficult question, because I think he means Evola was talking specifically about the literally about jazz as in jazz played by Negroes in the American South that had been then come over to Europe. I think I understand basically I think it's specious. I think the whole idea that jazz is like this sort of chthonic thing that came out of the jungle and it's like Africans dancing around. It's not really, it's not credible when you look at what jazz actually is and how it developed. I mean, yeah, you can take any piece of music performed by some, slightly vulgar sort of black person and say, oh, look, it's Negro music. But like, you can't say that as it was being developed by Bix Beiderbecke or Sidney Bechet or even like early Louis Armstrong or these like or Jelly Roll Morton or Cab Calloway. Like it's a lot of these people were really strongly classically trained musicians who were using their classical training in ways to produce a lot of jazz. I mean, Calloway especially. I mean, Duke Ellington and Fats Waller, who could play these incredible fast 12ths. I mean, people are going to laugh at me saying this, but like some of the Fats Waller piano playing, is in the shadow of someone like Franz Liszt with the skill he has in the hands and the ability to very, very quickly change registers up and down and kind of just do really remarkable things, almost like stunt playing. I don't really think it's credible what Evola's brief note on Negro jazz, just because he never developed that into a greater cultural theory. So he was using it kind of as an argument against Americanization. Well, oddly enough, because Italy, what Americanized Italian music was pop and rock and roll. That's what made it. I mean, that famous song "Tu far Americano, America." We don't speak American. It was a resistance partly against American forms of music. Adriano Celentano did
Adriano Celentano.
Yeah. Breeze goal and then to nine chuzo. Get you go, man. Breeze and goal and then to. The whole point of that song is it's gibberish. It doesn't mean anything. It just sounds like English, right?
Yeah.
So because that was his bet, wasn't it? That he could write a song that just wasn't English but sounded like it, and all the kids would play it because they thought it was English, because English was meant to be good, right? It was cool.
Adriano Celentano, he's name checked in a song by Ian Dury for people who know their Ian Dury, and the Prison Colin Cine in Chuzol. He's Italian, but he made it to sound like how Italians hear English, and it is a really well skilled, crafted song, and uncanny when you listen to it, because you do get that sense of 60s hipster kind of Carnaby Street scene coming through the sound, and yet none of it's kind of legible, but it's also got very
genius lyric writing,
entertaining videos as well that go with it.
With his really deliberately sort of jerky off dance moves.
The sort of girl, the main one, where it's like the girls in the classroom, they're all like doing the backing,
and they're all bopping.
And they're all bopping away, and that's very, very funny. The way he has this lank kind of sexiness about him, but he's trying to sort of also replicate a kind of an English 60s thing as well. It's very
very
amusing.
It's great. Oh, Sunday.
I think it got sampled a lot as well, like lots of
very heavily
songs.
Would you call when I was saying the officer, prison calling and tonight shoes on? Could you call I love that because you know what it would sound like if you didn't speak English, basically.
Very catchy, yeah, and it's good, but it's just also an interesting intellectual concept as well. Yeah, how do I create something which transcends the incomprehensibility of language and yet conveys the sense of what something is like to a foreigner, or vice versa? I think it's a clever idea, and it was really well.
It's a
really well done.
Genius bit of songwriting.
And now back to our main subject of our stream, Clive James interviewing Roman Polanski. And you are listening to Panama Hat and Simon Roberts. Welcome.
Out now, a new work of poetry by British prodigy Colm Killie. Buy it on the @Columba Twitter page now. Sorry, big extra shilling there.
Out now on KTEL.
New from Hasbro.
We'll literally get Columba to cut a disc. We'll get him to cut like maybe like a giveaway flexi disc that could go with a magazine, like a 7-inch flexi disc, like you would have had back in the 80s.
Yeah, so we should do, Simon, is, you know, I keep mentioning the hip tang thing. We should actually, I want us to come up with our own adverts for fictional products that we just randomly insert into the show.
Yeah,
I think that would be quite fun.
Well, actually, an advert for Columba's book might be good. Actually, what we would do though is we would record him on a wax cylinder, and then make a shellac gramophone record out of that recording, and then
really scratchy wax cylinder.
he would, and he'd be declaring his poetry in a thin voice coming through the crackle, like you hear some recordings of British politicians from
And the days are not long enough, and the night are not long enough. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note.
All that kind of thing.
Yes.
Anyway, back to the show.
I started seeing other films than the German ones.
Which one?
First, the Americans, One of the first things that really struck me was Robin Hood,
Why was that particularly?
Because it was an adventure picture, color, something that I haven't seen before. See, it was entertaining, much more than whatever I've seen before.
How many times did you see it?
Oh, God, many. I hope the film won't get wet from this.
You get salad oil on the lens. Here. While you were watching Robin Hood, were you asking yourself how they made it, how they did this shot, how they did that?
All the time. I read whatever I could on filmmaking. There was a particular book called On Silver Screen, which explained how films were made, what was the function of the director, etc.
And that was the role you wanted for yourself, director?
That's what I wanted to make these things, films.
But it's still a long way from there to directing your first feature, isn't it? How did that come about?
Well, the Polish Film School gave you opportunity to show your talent in the sense that first you made some short movies during your studies, and then you had opportunity to work as an assistant director on some major film production. And this way you could show your abilities as a filmmaker, and people in the business would remember you, and when they needed someone, they would call for you. And that would happen to me. I was picked by one of the directors, and during that film he was making,
Sorry.
That again, slightly one of those boomer stories of, you just hang around long enough and somebody requests you to do something.
I was washing dishes in a restaurant near LA, and some guy said, "Hey, kids, you want to be a major playwright?" I said, "Yeah, sure, why not?" That's every single boomer artist that has
Yes.
that story basically.
I was being bummed by a gang of street dogs when Stanley Kubrick walked by and says, "Do you want to be in my film, kid?" And yeah, it all happened.
I like your Moxie, kid. Come and be in my movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm noticing that we haven't been cut off yet. I mean, maybe this is a hint that we're going to review more radio programs as well in future.
Yeah, it seems. Well, what actually, Simon, I was wondering if I quickly pop into a video editor.
Yeah.
Change the color. If I put it up to like monochrome or something, and then maybe we might.
See, this is it, folks. We are literally making the show in front of your eyes. It's like Marco Pierre White cooking the dish, and we're saying, "Don't worry about that. Put just as much as you like in, just to taste. That's it. That's fine. Don't be too precious.
All about you.
You've got to love what you're doing. Yeah,
yeah. Enjoy it.
Yeah. So Panama is constructing the show while we talk, while we think.
Very postmodern.
While we consider the words of Roman Polanski there about...
I may not be able to do this, by the way. I don't know if this actually is going to work.
This may not be feasible, but
so
nonetheless.
It's now going into the editor. It's struggling a bit. It's stuck on 0%. I don't know what's up with the file.
Well, we may just have to manfully plunge on.
No! I'm gonna make this work.
And Panama has the bit between his teeth now. He's surging forward with a renewed vigor, as we like to say.
When I used to sell dodgy watches with Nogsy, we'd never used to run away from our
dodgy watches with Nogsy.
Dodgy watches. See, this is it. I want Nogsy to be like, he's not like a major. He's like really petty. Like basically pointless. He doesn't even really make any money out of it. He just doesn't.
He's like. Have you ever seen Callan, the '60s show with Edward Woodward?
No, I haven't.
Hitman. Yeah, he's got a character called Lonely, who is like a petty criminal. Lonely, yeah, very good name actually. Really, it was Mr. Callan. He talks like that, Mr. Callan.
He's quite sad.
Yeah, he is. It is kind of poignant, but it's one of those strange, relationships of trust that can only exist between a hitman and someone else, or he's a government hitman. Basically, he gets given these folders of people whose backgrounds he has to learn, and then the color of the folder is indicating that he's got to take them out. And it's a kind of strange, inverted Cold War kind of atmosphere. Very good, Callan.
I've always had an idea of writing a character who's like an East End kind of petty criminal.
Yeah.
And it's in the 70s or something, but he's a really old man. Like he's so old. He can, like, he was never any good at what he does. He's poor. He's got nothing in life. He wears those like fingerless little knitted gloves that you see always wear.
Yeah.
And he's so old he can't really even walk properly anymore. But he's got nothing. All he's ever done since the age of like 16 was be a really bad petty criminal.
Yeah.
And I want him to be sad, like a sad character where the police look at him and go, "Oh God, why are you like? Is this real? Is this really it? Like, this was sort of you were sort of a Jack the Lad at sort of 21, and we also, I was fair cop, this sort of thing. But then now that you're like 79, we just all feel sorry for you. It's like, how are you still? It's a bit like seeing Richard Herring on that program yesterday with the puppet.
Yeah, it's sort of that sort of character though in TV and in literature. The sort of criminal like that who ekes a pathetic living, it's usually because they kind of turn semi-informant as well. So they kind of work with the police while getting up to a bit of mischief, and the police kind of turn a blind eye. That's the sort of character. It's sort of caught between two worlds. That's the nature of probably what you're thinking there. Just crediting Joe in the chat there. He's coming up with some interesting names. Maxwell Frond, which is quite good.
Ah, that's good. That's good. We're using that. Maxwell Frond, I like.
Julia Mayhem. Mayhem, I like the sound, Julia Mayhem, although the Mayhem I'm a slightly suspicious of.
It's a bit too, it sounds like she'd be a rock star or something like with it. It sounds a bit stagey, I think. Mayhem is a
but this could be the pièce de résistance from Joe. Oscar Genocide. It's terrible.
That would work, but it'll be a name we bring in near the end, because once you've desensitized people to all the funny names, then you do one that's just absurd, like blatantly absurd, and that Toast London has a lot of those. Like at the end of an episode, there'll be a director Toast meets called Septum Crowbar.
That's it.
Ernest Gangley or some like it's just an obviously fake name that just works because
Well,
you
he
kind
could
of
be
get
one.
shocked by it.
He could be one of the names on the pictures on the wall in Jane Plough's office that you see
Could.
glancingly in Toast. You know,
Rick, can you
that's
say the name again? Sorry.
Oscar Genocide.
Oscar Genocide. I'm going to write that down.
It's
Oscar
it's got,
Genocide.
it's got heft. It's got heft.
Oscar Genocide.
Oh yes, Alphabet Cat quoting some of the Callan lines. Yeah, you disgust me, lonely. Have you ever heard of soap, lonely? I can't do them like Edward Woodward, but yeah,
A bit pintery, that one.
it's a great push-pull relationship he has with Lonely in the show.
I can't seem to. The video editor isn't. I think because we're using the file, like it's technically open. It doesn't put it in the editor. Hold on, let me just see. Where are we?
Flying by the seat of the pants streaming.
Hold on. Where are we? So we're at exactly 12 minutes. Hang on. Sorry, everyone. Talk amongst yourselves. We're just doing a bit of backstage work here.
We've kind of looked. Well, I've looked into this separately myself. I mean, you may have done the same, Panama. We've looked into ways of getting around this, and supposedly the way is you have to reduce the image that you're using
have an overlay as well
to 40% size, on no more than 40% size. Yeah, overlay, distort the sound.
I may have to learn to use OBS, the software.
Horrible.
It's because that lets you put overlays on things, apparently.
Could be a way we can get around it.
This fucking program, Microsoft Clipchamp, it won't accept Polanski, Clive James. It's just stuck on 0% whenever I try and put it in there to import it. So
even the software knows that we're naughty.
Bloody bollocks. Bloody.
Yeah.
Bloody.
I mean, the only other way is to get AI to do a transcript of the interview, and Panama Hat and I come on in terrible wigs and
who would be
set.
Who would be who? Who would be Clive James and who would be Polanski? That's what I want to know, Simon.
I think you'd be Polanski and I'd have to be Clive James because.
Will I be Polanski?
Sort of. Yeah.
All right, I'll play the Jewish paedophile then. Okay, thanks, Simon.
You'll
have to
air
shave your head and be Clive James.
You've got the air of cosmopolitan mystery about you and intrigue. But unfortunately, you'd draw the short straw on that one. The international traveller, the kind of.
Well, you're going to have to shave your head and wear like a prosthetic gut to do Clive.
Well,
James,
I'd only have to shave my head at this stage actually to be.
No, I don't think you're not as portly as Clive James was in that era. You would have to bulk up a bit. I think,
now there is that word, the combination of paunch and portly. That was who invented that? Portly. Who invented that word? I can't remember.
So I've never heard anyone say portly.
Portly, I think it's a neologism. It might have actually been a Stephen Fry word. I have to say.
Portly. It's like when Jonathan Meades was sort of wanking himself off about coming up with Barded, which is rubbish in my opinion.
Well, that wasn't very good. No, this was a sort of, what do you call it when you put two words together? It's not like a portmanteau word. It's something else, isn't it? It was the word portly and paunch. So you describe a gentleman as portly. Portly.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Stephen Fry who came up with it.
The problem is that portly has not only implies the weight, but it has the T gives it a slightly upper class diction. Portly. Yeah. That's why it's calling someone portly is sort of innately comic because of the
Is it a diphthong?
It's a great way to call somebody large, portly gentleman.
Yeah. Joe says he's going to stop coming up with names if we're going to steal them. Yes, don't stop coming up with names. But we will steal them.
We'll credit you. We'll credit you as an EP on Topper and Pringle when it goes out eventually.
Very long list of co-creators in very tiny font, white font.
I can't get this file.
James seeks the.
We're going to have to just see. Yeah. Why? If only I thought to do this before the show, we could have found a way around this. I can't flip it or.
This is an insight into the process.
There's no live video edit function either, so I can't.
It's both a stream and a meta stream. How do Panama and Simon succeed in getting through the interview with Clive James and Roman Polanski? Stay tuned.
I'm just brainstorming.
Why don't we do the slightly out of order thing and forward and actually see if we can get away with playing the sequence of adverts that appears in this interview? Okay. Just an amusing interlude. There's a little ad break from the recording that somebody has. left in.
Oh, here we go.
Back a bit.
All right,
So
we'll do this then.
see if we can get away with,
You and I would never be allowed on the real radio doing this sort of thing.
It would be an interesting radio.
I guarantee the minute that we start, the adverts will somehow they'll have got copyright over the adverts. And it's actually all of it's our footage. We can't let you play it.
Let's laugh loudly and obnoxiously as we watch it to see if we can fool the algo crawler.
Like Charles Penrose laughing policeman sort of thing. You know, to do that.
I was thinking the sort of laughter in the Monty Python sketch of Oscar Wilde where they all laugh over the top.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah. Yes.
That kind of thing.
And then they're talking to King Edward, aren't they? They say, "Oh, Shaw." Well, I heard one of Shaw's the other day. He said King Edward is like a syphilitic dolphin. I was like, I bloody did not say that.
And they have to talk their way out of imagine like a stream of something piss. I can't remember what it was.
They all try and come up with awful epithets and sort of witty remarks.
Drop each other in the shit.
Anyway, here's Smack.
Here we go. This could end badly. We'll just talk over it. We'll keep talking.
We'll keep talking.
We're going to be looking at
LWT
adverts from the 80s. Look at that.
Whoa. Big hair, big clothes.
Bit of Roxy.
We set out to find the best.
I like that sort of Threepenny Opera style outfit there.
Yeah. Wow.
This music is great. I love this track.
It's kind of a similar. I think it's kind of like a simulated Roxy kind of. Oh, that's interesting.
This is really creative. This
advert. Guarantee.
Now I can tell that's Robert Powell doing the voiceover.
Well, I was going to say, so is this whenever you do your Simon Roberts adverts voice? That's who you're doing, isn't it? That sounds exactly like the voice.
No, Robert Powell has a beautiful, pure voice. I actually know someone who's friends with his family. Actually, I've got to try and get a meeting with him. Robert Powell, the actor who played Jesus Christ in Franco Zeffirelli's Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I believe, in the late 70s. He's got a beautiful voice. He does. You can look this up on YouTube. He did a radio version of Kind Hearts and Coronets, which is a must listen. It's a very, very good rendering of that story. And he had a lot of voiceover work. He was like someone like Michael Jaston at that time, who also had a lot of voiceover work, especially on public information films. Michael Jaston famously does the one about rabies, and it's just a good film. But it's slightly scary. But Robert Powell, he's doing the voice. And yes, this is the 80s, and it's fashion, and it's a bit of fake Roxy music. And this is girls in the 80s. Notice no tattoos or hand planets. Just saying.
No. And dressed quite well.
Yeah. Modestly.
Not just all together, but altogether better.
Actually, Simon, it just occurred to me.
Yeah.
Surely the best stream you and I could probably do would just be if I downloaded one of those 80s adverts compilation tapes off YouTube.
Oh,
and we just watch that.
Stunning.
We could just watch that. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah. There's so much in there. I mean, it's just nice to see these, actually. It's nice to see these.
Yeah. Makes you feel warm and fuzzy again.
Yeah.
Like,
It's a little bit after, because I was out in Australia at this point, so I didn't see this stuff. Stuff from the earlier part, like the 70s, the classic, Joan Collins, Leonard Rossiter adverts for what was it, Dave? What was the drink? Was it martini or Campari or whatever? I can't remember what it was.
Oh, it would be like the ready bottled martini.
Those sorts of things.
Yeah.
I sort of vaguely remember those. And the sort of the Hamlet cigar adverts. I remember. But this is stuff after me. But it's nice because it's got that feel, hasn't it? Shot on film, and sort of upbeat and fun.
Yeah, let's look at the colours, and it doesn't have that sense of sort of deathly corporate pallor that the modern adverts have.
No. Well, let's see where this one goes.
Hello there. Winter may be a great time for him, but it can be a bit nippy for the likes of us.
Who's this then?
That's when
Stage
replacement
Irishman.
windows and doors.
It's not an old Lester Piggott, is it, or some Irish? Jockey?
No. I don't think so.
Like these, we'll keep. Oh.
Ooh, hello.
We'll keep your home snug and warm during those cold winter months. And now the London Window Company offer you a great deal. You don't need a deposit, and using their
subject to certain conditions. Typical APR 25.6%.
I have to say that's quite a lot, though.
That's a hell of a lot.
I mean, but then this was the era of the white gold salesman, wasn't it? Like they'd all be going around like hawking plastic windows for, you know, enormously more than they cost.
Yeah. Call the London Window Company now on 01 388 1122. Written credit terms available. Licensed credit broker.
Bit of a game show moment for you here, Simon. Name from left to right the buildings in this skyline here.
Ooh, blimey. Yeah, left to right. Okay, the far left. Don't know what that is.
Yeah, bump.
It looks like. Well, it's possibly. It looks like Westminster Cathedral, Houses of Parliament,
the Oratory, maybe.
The Oratory. I don't know that.
No, it's not that big though. They wouldn't have put it there.
Yeah, Big Ben. You can see there. To the right of that, there's one of the steep spires of something like the Bridewell Church. You know, towards the City of London. The Post Office Tower. I think
BT Tower.
BT Tower, yeah, and then possibly that's like a Nelson's Column in a slightly strange place.
I think that is Nelson's Column, yeah.
St. Paul.
Actually, that kind of works geographically because you got Westminster with the Houses of Parliament.
Yeah.
Then you've got you can see the BT Tower from Soho, and then of course just south of Soho is the Nelson's Column.
You'd have to, if you stand at the right angle and aspect and orientation of London, you might see this skyline.
Maybe, but very
next to St. Paul's, just to the right, I think it's the Fire of London Monument, the one with the gold
monument.
Next to that,
Battersea Power Station, is it?
Well, the columns look like Battersea Power Station. You know, just before the little bit of Tower Bridge.
When did they build the Gherkin?
Oh no, I mean it's way after this. way. This is this is back in the mid. It's back in the sort of early 80s, mid 80s. So yeah, I don't know what that thing is. I think it's one of those buildings down near. Oh, I don't know. Could I say? You know where the Long Good Friday was filmed, around Wapping,
down in the Docklands,
Execution Dock, places like that. There was a kind of building of flats, which is kind of like a sort of slightly ziggurat-y kind of angled block of. I don't know what it is. It could be something else. And then so Tower Bridge. So I think we did quite well there. We named a few of those. Yeah.
More. Ring 388 1122 for full details. Ring 388 1122 now.
Now.
I don't think I will.
Ring that number now. See what actually happens.
I've got my phone. Should we do it?
You could ring. I mean, because that was the days of the 01 numbers. So now in London, it would either be.
This makes me feel like a real radio jockey here doing live calls on air.
Yeah.
If only I had the setup to plug my phone in, but here we go. All right, I'm ringing the number, chaps. Invalid number.
It won't go through to London because London then changed. It was 01, and then it was 071, and then it was 081, and then it was 0171 and 0181. So inner London is usually an 0171 number.
Yeah, this would have been disconnected decades ago.
Yeah.
Isn't it 077 now or something?
And now it's 0207 now.
0207
or 0208. So yeah. I mean, I think it was a mistake when they brought in 0203 numbers. That was just taking it too far. If you knew someone was in an 0171 or 0207 district, you knew they were in a posh central London. And every scrubber in the suburbs was in a 0208 number.
Unfortunately so.
Ring 388 1122 now.
Primitive graphics have a charm.
Yes.
This is the kitchen of a very special restaurant. Imagination and the finest ingredients go into every recipe it creates. Today, the chef suggests broccoli with chicken gratin. Tender broccoli and chicken in a white wine sauce topped with golden cheese. But there's also beef teriyaki, lean steak in a delicate soy sauce. Or perhaps turkey ragu.
No Findus has ever looked or tasted this good.
I was going to say, this is nice. I'm getting quite hungry, but I can't equate this with Findus. I only think of fish fingers.
I've never eaten a Findus pie, and the first time I ever heard of them was in the horse meat scandal a few years ago when they were putting bits of pony in them. Yeah, I mean, this is really pushing it. I think this advert for what Findus is.
Do you
But
think?
that seems to be the wisdom of any budget firm in this period. The
Yes.
advertising people were telling them pretend like it's this really upper middle class chic,
Yeah,
thing.
all
Pretend
food is
like
made.
posh people drinking it.
It's made in a scientifically hygienic French kitchen with white hatted chefs.
Yeah.
Who
Every meal is made like this.
who consider meals as great aesthetic works, and they frown and they purse their lips, and then they'll sort of take a taste, and their brow will furrow for a moment, and then their expression will soften, and they'll go yeah, and they'll make that expression with their fingers. Yeah, that's how you make industrial quantities of supermarket food.
Oh yeah, it's these men with brass cookware and a Michelin star kitchen putting that slop in those plastic bowls.
I love to think that there is a real setup like this, and you just get a tin of chicken curry from Lidl's based on a place like this.
And these guys actually ladle it lovingly into the tin before it goes to the shelf. Yeah, I love that. I'd love if that was actually true, and that'd be great.
Yeah,
but also that it's still shit. It's still shit, but it's these guys that make it. It's just so good.
80s adverts with 80s food porn are great because the camera does the sort of long, lovely sweeps, and the sort of steam comes off it, and it looks tender and sort of rich and all of that.
Well, this advert would work on me if I was doing some late night shopping in 1987 and I'd seen this advert.
Yeah,
I might think, oh look, I'm a bit strapped. I just need something cheap and cheerful.
Yeah.
Maybe the Findus, I'll give it a try. Maybe it's not, the adverts look good. Maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah.
Simon, are you familiar with a YouTube channel called Ashens? Stuart Ashen?
No.
All right. Well, we move on because but basically he's this guy who for like 20 years has been doing like reviews of like shitty Poundland products.
Oh, okay.
And some of them are food. And occasionally you just have to eat, some horrible thing that you can buy at a shop at like Poundland or Lidl or something.
Yeah.
And it's that puts me in mind of this a bit.
I know there's a YouTube guy who I saw once. He eats military rations, like old military rations.
Steve MRE.
Is that him?
Well, the guy with he looks a bit like Harry Robinson from Lotus Eaters. Like
he could do. Is
that who we're thinking of?
He will eat anything. I mean, he's literally opened ration packs from the Boer War.
Yeah, you are definitely thinking of MRE Steve. Let me get his picture up so you can confirm it.
Yeah, but that's a really interesting channel. That I mean, I've
really good.
Been known to eat out of ration packs because I am kind of fascinated by them. The military ration packs. Oh yeah, he does look like Harry.
This guy. Yeah. Harry Robinson. Yeah.
Look at that. He must have guts like the inside of an iron lung. He's just incredibly durable guy.
He's quite a celebrity these days because it's not so much the ration packs. It's that he's got this really sage, calm, Bob Ross like kind of person. So you kind of put it on when you come home from work, or maybe you're eating your dinner yourself and no one else is there, and he just comes and sort of calms you. It's all all right. He has that way of going, nice. He'll eat a foot where he just goes, yeah, that was nice.
You see, and there's me panicking last night with some salmon in the fridge that's three days past its use by date, and I think, oh gosh, and I agonized about it, and then I just thought, oh, stuff it. I'll cook it with some scrambled eggs, and it was absolutely fine. Don't worry, people. Just eat food, and
don't worry.
But yeah, ration packs.
I also appreciate. Oh, sorry. So go on.
No, I'll just finish off on ration packs. I was just going to say the British ration packs are kind of okay, bit stodgy, baked beans, those sorts of things. Little bit of oversweet chocolate. Nicest ration packs are the French ones because you get a little bottle of wine, or you used to get a little bottle of wine in them as well, tiny little bottle of wine, and things
they call it la pinard. It's like a pint of cheap wine that they give French soldiers. La pinard.
Very good. And you have things like nice, because the English ones are like baked beans and sausages, and the French ones are like
chocolate.
The French ones are like a calamari and a tomato sauce, and it's actually quite nice.
They're French,
proper cheese, good stuff. Yeah, French ones are good, but the MREs, the American ones, I've not had one, but they're universally thought to be a bit awful. The MRE meals.
Have you seen what Americans eat when they're not in the military?
Well,
I mean, like God forbid what the Americans eat when they're serving in foreign lands.
I mean, I don't want to cast I don't want to alienate our American and Canadian audiences. We think you're very fine people, sorely abused by your awful governments with terrible food and social conditions.
No, I think they love it. I think they love
You
it.
think
So
they're
I think they love
masochists?
I think they love eating craft cheese and
Oh,
bits of fox anus processed into sausages. I mean, I think they're all over it.
I must admit, I did have a thing for Hostess Twinkies when I was much, much younger, even though
Never had Twinkie.
the artificial cream in them is probably pretty awful.
Yeah, I would think so. I just fear getting poisoned by American food. I just don't tend to go near it.
I know they've created such a good fear job on it, haven't they? American food.
I remember when I started off in the cadets, we had the MREs. And I mean, like, yeah, they're a bit stodgy, but they are filling and they are quite hearty. Beans and sausages and bacon and all sorts of things. Little pies and whatnot. And then at some point, the MOD had changed its requirements to save on. Again, the MOD horrible cost-saving measures, where they changed it so they didn't. Rather than each box having to have an identical set of things in it, it didn't matter if they weren't the same as long as the amount of calories was the same. So if you were unlucky, you'd get one that didn't have a secondary meal or a bit of cake or and any of the proper bits of food. It might just have 40 sachets of hot chocolate, right? Because technically that has enough calories to keep you going for the same period.
Yeah, it's like Arctic rations where they put ultra high sugar content.
Yeah, and of course that was rubbish. So if you were very unlucky with that. Also, did you ever come across in your eating of MREs biscuit brown and biscuit fruit?
Well, that's the British one. Yeah, they come in the little foil green packs and
shall we tell the people the significance of biscuit brown and biscuit fruit?
You'd have to tell them because I wonder what the significance is to which you are alluding.
Well, it's odd actually because perhaps if you'd eaten them, you may have noticed or not perhaps, but biscuit brown is it's a brown cracker that you get in a little packet. They come in like 6s, I think.
Yeah.
And they prevent you from needing certain facilities.
Oh, well, yeah, they bung you up.
While you're they are designed to stop you from defecating for about a week.
So
the idea being if you're on field maneuvers and things, you don't need to go and have crap.
You don't want to leave an obnoxious sign by which troops can trace and track you as well.
Yeah, and leads sanitary problems and all sorts of things. So biscuit fruit is the opposite. It's the antidote, if you like, to biscuit brown. It rather unlocks you in a quite startlingly effective way.
Wow.
And you can imagine what it was like coming home from sort of 3 days of cadet exercises where you'd been eating biscuit fruit, biscuit brown, eating one biscuit fruit, and then locking yourself in the bathroom for quite some time to sort of
a geyser of effluvium issuing forth.
Unfortunately, it would be like that. But of course, the other thing is you could have an awful lot of fun with new cadets who didn't know anything about biscuit brown or biscuit fruit. You could really have a fun time messing about with them with that. So
you could prank your elderly grandmother with judicious deployment. Mr. Friggle Jiggle in the chat says proper British MRE is just a Greggs sausage roll and a can of Carling. Yeah. Obadiah Vandal says MREs are garbage. Novelty wears off real fast. Obadiah Vandal,
you don't want to live on them. It's just they are interesting.
No. It's interesting to sample them to see. Australian MREs were pretty good. I've never been able to try an Australian one because you don't get any surplus on the Australian market like the way you do in Britain, where you can go to a military show and pick up like a Polish ration pack or a German one, and you can try them out. I think Polish ones are quite expensive. They must be quite good or something. When you go to places like that, you can pick up MREs very cheap because people think they're horrible, and British ration packs about 20 quid to buy one of those now. They used to be a lot cheaper.
Yeah, they are expensive. I mean, I've never actually paid for one because
Yeah.
After you've eaten them in the cadets, the novelty sort of wears off.
Well, it is. It's a novelty. You see them on sale and you think, oh, let's see what the soldiers eat, and you try them and you go, oh, something could be interesting in them. It might also be a lot of rubbish.
Yeah.
Can of VB and a meat pie. That's an Australian in the chat there.
Meat pie, can of Coke, as Chris Gard says. In his,
can of Victoria better.
Day in the life of a true Aussie cant. Yeah.
Yeah, look. So you can trust this chef. He's a fat man. That means he's sampled all the food personally.
He looks. Do you ever see Pie in the Sky with Richard Griffiths?
I've not seen that. I'm aware of that.
He plays a chef who's also a detective, but he looks exactly like him in that when he's in the kitchen.
Have we heard of pemmican? Yes, I've heard of pemmican because it features in Ian Fleming's James Bond novels when he's going off to swim over to the island of Dr. No. He takes his weapons, his knife, and he takes some pemmican and he takes some benzodrine, I think, along with him to give him endurance powers and sustenance on the journey. It's kind of it's not like biltong. It's I think it's kind of like a mashed up thing that's formed into bars, of protein.
Yeah, it's like protein paste they invented in the war, I think.
Yeah.
5 new recipe dishes from Findus.
5 new recipe dishes.
Food frozen.
I have a feeling that's the voice of what's his name, who plays McCann in the BBC birthday party.
Oh yeah, watch that not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is it? It's Colin.
Oh,
is
I
it?
don't know. Not Colin Blakely.
Colin Blakely. Yeah.
Yeah. Who was it? Yeah, because he was in the Dumbwaiter as well.
Yeah. I think that's his voice. Anyway, just saying.
Yeah, that sounds like him certainly.
Yeah,
I don't know if it is. Here we go. Look, Simon. MS DOS.
Look at
that's not DOS, is it? Sorry, no, that's not DOS.
This is early Apple computing here.
Oh God, yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah, Macintosh. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It's always a bit of a fetish, the early Apple stuff. People really, really got into it, didn't they?
I tell you what, if there's one man that loves his early Macintosh, it's Mr. D.
Ah.
So, yeah, he's the one to ask about that.
Yeah.
The Which Computer magazine put 10 best-selling personal computers through a rigorous test for value. They selected Macintosh.
Did you see the one-button mouse there?
I did.
Did you see the one? You probably remember those.
Yeah. Well, I had a late, a kind of a late early Apple when I worked at the RSC, because they did all the graphic design on much more powerful Apples like the G4 things. But we had one of the early primitive ones, which I used to do all the copy editing on.
Number 1. In their words, overall, the Macintosh offers a phenomenal design, speedy performance, outstanding software.
Simon's actually on the stream now on one of these. This is what he's talking through.
Yeah.
It's actually what's on his. He's got this exact computer.
Exactly. Yeah. It's always the funny thing about tech from the past, isn't it? The sort of the way, for instance, the early televisions, massive units with a tiny screen.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the inverse tech. I always liked, in Brazil, the film where they have the tiny screens with huge, thick magnifying lenses in front of them.
That's it. Yeah.
Kind of move. Yeah. Which of course makes no sense because those lenses would cost more than the computer to make.
Yeah. The idea of these kind of typewriter computer machines with no kind of body on them, just pure mechanics and function, but strange kind of Heath Robinson mutant contraptions.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. There's a word for it. But I can't remember now. There's like a technical
And an
term.
ingenious design for some £1,000 less than many inferior systems. An unbeatable buy.
See, you've got to remember that's a good reminder of how expensive these must have been. Saying it's £1,000 less than something else in the 80s. I mean, that was a lot. £1,000 was a lot more then than it is now.
And can you imagine in an advert these days if you try to describe something as an inferior system? Do not buy that. It is an inferior system. Buy ours. It is the superior system. It is the executive class system. And you wouldn't be allowed to use words like inferior now, would you?
Well, this is the problem because back in the day, people understood them in their actual meaning, which it's not really an insult. It just literally means, it's better than the competitor.
It is fun when it is an insult, though.
Yes, you are inferior, sir. You are inferior.
Slap them.
This is a truly inferior curry, my man. What to call? I walk into like Pratt's or Claridge's and just say that. So this stew is inferior, my man. Find a replacement. Post toot sweet.
We're going to do a review. We're going to go to burger joints in Panama. We'll sit looking at expensive burgers, pulling them apart and describing them as grossly inferior.
This is grossly inferior. The bread is stale, the meat is warped, and the cheese is simply ghastly.
And as for the relish,
Simon, let us repair at once to the gourmet burger kitchen in the Strand.
I mean, that's actually not a bad idea for a set of streams.
I don't know if I want to be seen reviewing burgers in seedy restaurants.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I ask AA to do that, he will. He won't. He doesn't eat burgers anymore, so we can't convince him.
You could lure him back. You could lure him back to that. Yeah, you could. Because remember, he used to film himself going to shopping malls to buy cans of energy drinks. I mean,
that's true.
You can get him to do a burger.
I think his will is pretty ironclad now. He won't hit the burgers with us.
No, I don't know.
Five Guys, I've noticed, has been closing down. I noticed in a city.
Really?
Yes, it was there once and then it was vanished. So maybe they are on the retreat.
They do a lovely burger and a nice old-fashioned 50s milkshake, but I think in this economy they're simply too expensive.
Yeah.
Who is? I mean, because you go in there for a burger and a milkshake and it's like 50 quid.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, I'm sorry, but no, like people treat themselves, but you can treat yourself to something that's, not 50 quid. It's just it's too expensive.
It's too ludicrous. Expensive. No, it is ludicrous. Everything is reaching the price point whereby, well, it is pointless. You if you cannot afford to do it, you cannot afford to do it. And you always have a tussle of justification about things like that and say, well, can I justify, spending? I mean, I remember I said to you when we went out to see Jeffrey Bernard is unwell, we got drinks afterwards in that place in Soho.
Oh yeah,
and I bought a round of drinks for, I don't know, 6 or 7 of us or something like that, and like the price was something like £80, and I thought
£100.
It was ridiculous, something huge money, whatever, it was big, and I just thought,
I mean,
that's the one round of drinks I'm buying for the rest of the year.
Well, yeah, so in 1990, like you couldn't have spent 80 quid on a full night out. I mean, that would have been unless in one of Jeffrey Bernard's columns, he talks about going to the he went to have Christmas dinner.
Yeah.
At which hotel was it? The Savoy, I think, or somewhere like that. And he had a burger and chips in their restaurant, and he complained how expensive it was, and it's £20.
Yeah.
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 That was a burger at the Savoy.
Alphabet says basically about £10 a drink. Actually, I have a memory. It must have been more than about 80 quid because I remember looking at the drinks prices and thinking, why does that cost £14 for that drink?
two vodka and orange in the coach is like 30 quid.
Don't go to the National Theatre bar on the South Bank. I went there with Ferro once. And
you'll be killed.
I bought myself a Coke and I bought him an Aperol. And I didn't know what it was. I just said, I'll have, what do you want? He said, Aperol Spritz. Okay, bought an Aperol. It's like 18 quid for an Aperol Spritz or something.
Yeah, it's bad.
Mad.
It's bad. I mean, this is what I just drink at home now.
Yeah, we preload. We are the preloaders. That's going to be our name. Like the professionals.
Like you could, for the cost of 2 whiskeys I had the other night, I could have bought 2 bottles of Jameson in the shop.
I mean, this is the Will Self thing about being the flaneur. You buy the bottles of wine and then you sashay through the city drinking it, and you both have a fine time. You get some exercise, and you have not been robbed.
Yeah, I think next time I go down to Soho, I'm going to go to a bottle shop and get some wine and just walk through the streets drinking it, as opposed to.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had like the Bruce Robinson story about the pub closing down, and they say, do you want to buy our wine cellar? And they go in and they buy thousands and thousands of pounds worth of wine for a song. Do you remember that story that he tells?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he and his mates in Camden just drank it all off, like 200 quid bottles of wine back in 1969.
God, Simon,
amazing.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
Yeah. Where's a pub near you that's closing down with a cellar full of Becherel? Let's go and just buy it for a tenner, and then just
because those are common.
And he was intending to auction it off, and then they just went, nah, let's just drink
fuck it. No, drink it, man. Drink it.
Oh.
Oh dear. Sorry.
Anyway,
Sorry, adjusting this cushion. Not comfortable anymore.
You're adjusting your tailcoat, I imagine.
Yeah.
Your
I'm sitting on my tail.
immaculate.
my parliament, as my grandfather used to call his morning suit.
Ah,
anyway.
yes.
All right.
To find a Macintosh, call Free Phone Apple.
Free Phone Apple.
I like this new Qantas business class. A whole upper deck all to ourselves. More room between the seats. She's all right. Even somewhere to put your feet up. Reckon I'll have 40 wings.
Good evening.
Second thoughts, I think I'll make that 400. Qantas.
That's Parky,
Michael
isn't it?
Parkinson. Michael Parkinson. Yeah.
There you are. Qantas. Are they Australian then? I take it because I've got the
Qantas. Yes, indeed.
Koala.
Queensland and Northern Territory. AS. I can't remember what the rest of it stands for. It's probably something like. It's probably an acronym for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Airline. Something. I don't know.
You wouldn't have a koala in an advert now saying, "Oh, she's a bit of all right," would you?
Apparently, they're quite nasty koalas.
Oh yeah, they're not.
Hector was telling me about them. They're quite vile animals as well. I think they have very nasty bottom habits. Just saying.
Yes, and they also have chlamydia.
Ugh, horrid.
Yeah, you can get chlamydia from them, and they just scream.
They're not like proper cuddly European bears and animals.
No,
apart from the ones that tear you apart, like in Grizzly Man.
Yeah,
they're
they just have
bears.
They just have an overstated reputation when they're secretly evil. You know, like certain ethnic groups.
Business
Anyway,
class.
move on.
Big on creature comforts.
Are you ready? Are you ready? At 5 o'clock every Sunday from September the 30th. Are you ready? The new network chart show. Are you ready? First with the nation's top 30. Are you ready? David Kidd Jensen is...
So this was Capital. They can't have launched that long before this. Surely.
Does that capture a moment for you of any kind of resonance of nostalgia for the past? Do you think?
No.
No.
I don't remember. I've never liked this sort of thing. I've always hated pop and the idea of getting excited about listening to some dross on the. I've never liked it.
Yeah, David Kidd Jensen is something that sort of escaped my notice. I have to say.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of. A Qantas stood for a Queensland and Northern Territory Aerial Services. So
okay.
that
they became a flag carrier then.
Clears up that mystery, and it's one of those words where Q is not followed by a U, because it's an acronym.
Breaking the law.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're back. Are there any other adverts?
No, that was the only advert break. I thought it was longer actually. But
well, shall we tell you what? Shall we go on from the midpoint then, because we can kind of move past all the early life.
I mean, yeah, maybe they. I suspect they would save the juicy stuff for after the adverts, because that's what TV people do.
They need to keep you watching, especially a smaller independent channel.
They cunningly and he always folding his arms there, closed body language. He's tense. Maybe.
Right, let me see if we can get away with it like this, Simon. So obviously, unfortunately, it's just my avatar on screen.
If we go off, it's fine.
So, but if we go off, we'll just have to come back and do it as we were. But I want to. We are going to do this. This is an important piece of programming, and I want to get through it, Simon. So
I'm going to finish my sentence, even if it kills you, as Hitchens would have said. Christopher.
Exactly. All right. So I've shrunken it down. Let's see if we can get away with this. If not, then it's back to audio only.
I'll just make noise in the background. La 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 la.
Rhubarb, rhubarb, rhubarb.
Right. Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, I think it's quite fair to say so.
Had marriage straightened you out? Did you still feel the need to hit
I'm still bent.
Did she have the same attitude towards marriage as you? Is that a fair question?
More or less. Well, I think she somehow at least tolerated double standard to the extent where she would be ignorant of it, and I don't think I gave any reason to be.
Do we know who he's talking about in terms of his marriage there?
I think Sharon Tate, surely.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he's only had 2 wives, and the second wife is still alive now, so he wouldn't be talking about her in past tense.
Yes. Oh, his second wife is that Emmanuel Senior, who's a bit of all right.
Barbara Kwiatkowska-Lass.
Oh no, sorry.
No. Sorry, that was before Sharon Tate. Sorry, this is Emmanuel Senior. Sorry.
Yeah, she was the bird in that film Bitter Moon with Peter Coyote and Hugh Grant, which is quite entertaining and a bit naughty and all that, but you know, yeah, strange allure.
Alice or whatever. You know, this our happiness unfortunately lasted such short time that it could not be truly tested.
Obviously, you thought of yourself and Sharon Tate as leading a, if an exciting, nevertheless a harmless existence. Did you think some of the people around you were harmless?
Harmless to whom?
There were a lot of other people around you in Hollywood taking a lot of drugs, stuff like that.
Well, in those times, people didn't take so many drugs. The only drugs that I knew then was grass, and that's true. I mean, the whole California smoked grass, and the psychedelics. You see, there was no danger of heroin lurking.
Matuzga, if this stream is such a mess, then bugger off and watch something else. All right. Don't carp. Don't sit here and carp in my chat. If you don't like it, go and watch something else. Complain about the stream being a mess. Let's see you do a stream then. Get around the copyright. Honestly,
Panama's very fighting today. He's not going to.
I'm not having it, Simon. I'm not. I'm annoyed enough with the copyright restrictions. People criticizing the stream while watching it. That's just silly.
I think Matsuka could have been just saying it rhetorically about life in general. What a mess this life is.
Oh, he was talking about the what the show, like the about the interview being a mess. I think you better have been, because I don't have no tolerance for this. And anyone else does it, you can get banned.
I'm holding Panama back. It's okay. It's my friend. He's a bit anyway.
Yeah. As the words of Stephen Toes.
Panama is skeptical, but I want to talk about the drugs thing. About there weren't really any drugs around. It was grass. You know, it's like maybe you were at the wrong parties. There surely have been drugs in Hollywood for.
I can believe that. No, I can believe that in the late '60s, because obviously not being there, I may be talking out my arse here, but from what I've read, and the actual people who actually do remember it, said that the 60s are remembered as this kind of drugged up time, but they said the two things you could get basically were LSD, because it was legal for most of the 60s. It wasn't actually illegal till 68, I think. It was a prescription drug.
Mainly because the CIA were literally giving it away as a part of a massive thought experiment. Yeah.
And basically, and weed. You smoke grass. And they said that like the big over the top, like huge overdose criminal drug culture was a 70s thing. That wasn't that came later, because cocaine didn't really get popular till the early 80s, as in like it didn't become a mass, a really big thing till then. The stuff like heroin and crack was later. I mean, like it wasn't quite that type of drug culture in the 60s from what I've read. It was far kind of a little bit more mellow. And because the thing about drugs like LSD and weed is that they have their downsides, but somebody like sitting around monged on acid or just like stoned isn't the same as someone that's done a load of fentanyl or heroin or crack and is going to go and do weed. Like it wouldn't have been. It just wasn't that. I don't think. Again, I may be wrong. It wasn't there.
No, I think you're probably right, because it's all too easy to think of the 60s as uniformly depraved throughout. I mean, when you look back at the very early 60s, you're really saying the long 50s. People are still kind of fairly orderly and in suits, and to a certain extent, Hollywood is still regarding itself as quite an organized industry. It doesn't feel like it's fallen to a kind of experimental rack and ruin until the much later part of the 60s, when all the enfant terrible has come in, and with their sort of communal living and their polyamory and all of their kind of sleeping around and all this kind of stuff. I think there's always been a seedy side to Hollywood, and there's probably been definitely stuff happening. But I think maybe you're right. The general sense of the culture was probably a bit more limited than we would think, and that the 70s is where things start to get truly a bit loopy-loo.
Yeah, and I mean, as Hunter S. Thompson said, the high watermark was right at the very finishing point of the 60s, where that was 669. It all collapsed into hedonism, and people just, killing themselves with drugs, and all the idealism kind of suddenly stopped. It was, I imagine Polanski's memory is fairly accurate here. Also, he doesn't strike me as a substances man.
No.
I don't know anything. I haven't read enough to know if he was or not, but he doesn't strike me as a man that's given to doing huge amounts of drugs or drink.
I think with the Samantha Geimer incident, I remember reading, because it stuck out, I think he tried to drop Quaaludes on her.
Yeah,
something like that. But then that would be a kind of thing of that period where
that I think would be him trying to drug somebody he wanted to make pliable. As opposed to him taking them is what I mean. It doesn't strike me as someone that would have been like, had it been available, I don't think he would have been going through sheets of acid and doing heroin or coke, or he does. I may be wrong. I'm saying he doesn't strike me as that type of person, but
no, I think you're right. I think there is always the mythology of the heavily drugged creator, and I was always struck when they did documentary on Pink Floyd, and they were sort of saying, I mean, obviously maybe drugs were taken at points, but they said by and large we couldn't really be on drugs all the time because we had to make albums, and that's quite a lot of work.
You can't really work on drugs. Like, if you're going to do serious artistic work, you basically do have to be sober. It's just generally true. I mean, lots of creators have said that. I mean, even people who are known to experiment with drugs a lot outside of working hours, it's sort of, well, if you're gonna, especially if it's cerebral, like trying to write music or come up with a novel, or so it's. I mean, there are people who take stuff like speed or over the counter amphetamines, which don't really affect your process. They just kind of give you more energy. It's like doing a lot of coffee or something. But the idea of doing something psychoactive while trying to work is just silly. Like, you can't do it.
No. One of the Will Self interviews, someone asks him about that, and he says he doesn't really take drugs when he's working. He says marijuana is good for when you're taking notes, when you're in the kind of pre-writing stage, but that's about it. He's not, despite his reputation, obviously, from the past, not as thoroughly drugged off as people might think.
Today, there was no coke was not the socially accepted drug. There were very few people I've ever met who experimented with the cocaine.
Pause.
It was made.
And actually, that's a good point to make as well about, you're right, the cocaine thing. People may well have watched the film Cocaine Cowboys in the chat, which is a very good documentary about the way that kind of really landed at the very end of the 70s and into the early 80s, when you had the big coke trade through Miami. Very dangerous time in Miami. I do actually remember that, because there was a famous edition of Time magazine with Miami on the cover. It said Paradise Lost, and it was about, I remember seeing it in the newsagents in about 1981, I think it was. Quite startling. And then you read the stories in it about how dangerous it was to try and drive from the airport into Miami, and that whole thing was actually quite memorable. And Miami was a kind of byword for years of like, don't go here, it's just way too dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, and as you say, it was. I mean, the murder had, I think, briefly had the highest murder rate in the world. For a while.
Yeah, I think they sort of started the decade with a lot of sort of marijuana being smuggled, and then when they sort of hit upon cocaine, it just went stratospheric. And
that was huge. I mean, have you ever seen the show Narcos?
I've not.
Yeah, that goes into a lot of detail about that, with the guy who starts off as a sort of beat drug cop in the 70s, and he says, all the criminals we caught were guys in flip-flops doing a bit of grass, and it was, easy to just sort of round them up and put them in prison. And they said that the minute the coke hit, it was just, you say, it was just tidal. I mean, the place became overrun with crime and billions and billions of dollars of cocaine arriving every single day in unconceivably sneaky ways.
If you watch the documentary Cocaine Cowboys, it's hideous levels of violence, just awful, depraved, sick. I mean, and then the Mexican cartels in recent years took it to another level. So, wow, awful.
Yeah, and also I think people have to remember that we think when we historically look at drug cultures, we look at them as kind of these all-encompassing, blanketing things. It's entirely possible if you were living in a neighborhood of Haight-Ashbury or somewhere near in LA, even at the height of it, your particular little group of friends might just never have been into that. You just never have come across it. I mean, a lot of this stuff is happening under people's noses. It's all kind of segregated. It's entirely true, possibly that just Roman Polanski just was never interested in that sort of thing. And as he says, I think there's an interesting line there: socially acceptable. You could get cocaine, but it wasn't socially acceptable. Whereas by the 80s, you were practically expected to be on it. And I know that for a fact that's still the case now in Westminster and in British media circles. Almost everyone is doing it. Just as a casual matter of course. You see people on the TV and in the press and in politics that you expect to be in some way kind of a bit boring or respectable, but I promise you, a lot of them are casual cocaine users.
Oh yes,
in fact, I think cocaine imports in the UK are now at their historical highest level. So
honestly, the things I hear about certain well-known left liberal publications make me blanch, Panama Hat. That's what I'm saying.
It's all going on. It's going on, I think, even more than it used to now in modern media.
Sadly so.
Yeah. I've even heard rumors that a certain famous car journalist turned farmer is a very heavy user of that stuff, which is partly why he's always in and out of the doctors and looking rather older than he actually is.
We absolutely do not do hard drugs on this
rumors.
At the most, Panama and I will relax in our leatherback chairs with a fine cigar and very occasionally maybe a slight tincture of laudanum. That's all.
Tincture of laudanum. Simon and I, when we're when we've had a lot of super chats, we'll have, treat ourselves to a couple of lines and maybe a hooker or two. But no, we're very mild drug users. I mean, Simon likes his recreational cocaine. I like my LSD. It's all joking.
Yeah. We're too creative to do that, and I think Polanski's like that as well. I mean, I think a lot of creative people are quite control freaky. I mean, properly successful ones.
You do. I mean, I have my fondness for things when the mood is all right, but generally speaking, Simon. Yes. I always get nervous when I feel out of control. I never like to be out of. The minute I feel I'm losing control, I get very scared and try to retreat from the thing, whatever it is I happen to be on. So, now I do like a drink. It must be said, but a lot of people say alcohol is a drug, but it isn't. It is a drink. So
it's a drink, exactly.
Right. It's a drink. Let's just get that straight.
Mainly grass, and grass is harmless, let's put it.
You're sure of that?
Oh, positive.
Anyway, you were really keeping open house at the time. Yeah?
Oh, yes.
And in view of what happened, was that wise? Do you think, in retrospect, that you were unguarded? I'm talking about the murders. What else am I talking about?
Well, it just depends on what you believe is necessary for your safety. After all, even sitting here at some stage may be dangerous. People are putting bombs in the restaurants nowadays. But where do you draw the line? You can't live being on guard all the time. It's unlivable. Some people do.
How did you find out about the murders?
I was in London and my agent called me. He called me around 8 o'clock London time and told me that something happened in the house. I didn't know at first what house he was talking about. He said, it's your house. And then he told me that they were all dead.
Between the murders and Charles Manson getting arrested was quite a long period. How long was that? A few months, wasn't it?
That was many months, actually.
And
during that period, they really blamed the victims for their own deaths.
And they blamed you?
They blamed mainly them. You know, it was even more painful. Later, they got on me. I was somehow left aside, but because I was not present at the place of crime. But there were stories of black magic, of ritual, of orgies. You know, how can you imagine an 8.5 months pregnant woman indulging in orgies and sex? I mean, Sharon, who did smoke grass before, she didn't touch it for months. The moment she learned that she was pregnant, she went crazy. She was drinking milk, and she wouldn't look at wine or whatever. You know, she really was absolutely obsessed with her own pregnancy and with the future child, and buying clothes and looking for nannies, etc. It was just a normal young girl expecting a baby. Suddenly they turn her into a witch, into a drug addict. The other victims were accused of dealing with drugs.
Just to break it up a bit, Oswulf in the chat saying, filling his face while talking about his wife's murder, Higolini, he doesn't seem terribly bothered, does he? I think it's that thing I'm sort of alluding to, but I can see here what he's really kind of complaining about is the press treatment of.
Oh, we're off.
We're
off the air, Simon.
Bollocks.
Oh well. It worked for quite a decent bit there, though.
It was all right. Yeah. I think we've got to kind of keep interrupting.
I let it run too long, didn't I?
We just got to just randomly just stop every few seconds.
Yeah. All right, then we'll.
We're just having a lovely, quiet time, and maybe the sound will come back on, and people will tell us in the chat if we're back on air. And are you able to tell when we come back on air independently?
Yeah, because I've got the stream opening on my phone, so I'm watching it. Like any good broadcaster, Simon, I watch the output feed as well as the
Good thinking.
Because that is what they do, isn't it? They actually have like they're seeing the actual output as opposed to just what's going from the studio. So they know what the audience is seeing if they're getting glitches or if there's some issue. Come on, Roman.
I'm being very quiet so I don't alert them. The copyright bots, the algo bastards.
Some say because it always tends to happen when you're speaking. They say that it's
really?
Your voice has been copyrighted.
Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah.
It's your voice was the rights to your voice were bought by Robert Powell in 1989. And
damn,
he's owned the rights ever since.
Could be the case. It could be like when the Beatles lose control of their own rights catalog and something. I'm going to have to buy my voice back off Robert Powell.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. We're back.
Oh, we're back.
Sorry, everyone. We're just going to carry on without the visuals for a bit.
Yeah. You didn't hear the torrent of swearing that issued from Panama as we were off air there. The naked fury that issued from him.
There was bottles being thrown. There was computers being smashed. There were work assistants and kids and interns being booted around the office by
the
my
sound
rogues.
Of the ball being cracked and service pistol being loaded. It was all going on.
Pummeling desks and all sorts of angry telephone calls to various directors general of various institutions. It was a wild time.
He was pulling in all his family connections to threaten people.
Oh, it was.
My father was at school with your father, etc., etc. I know where you live.
Look here, my uncle's a QC.
So we got a little bit way in there. An interesting.
You were saying, Simon.
Interesting. I can't remember what I was saying.
You were talking about people's reaction to.
Oh yeah.
Saying he looks so casual and he's like eating while talking about his wife's murder. Yeah.
It definitely seemed Polanski was kind of responding. I mean, it's like the thing I said about going on the bodyguard exercise and having had enough of people being around, and the idea of your security, as he says there. You kind of come to terms with either just living with mega security or just taking your chances, and he's describing how the press seemed to blame the victims, as he said, for what happened, which I can understand he'd be annoyed at that, and perhaps his immediate grief over having his wife stabbed to death is probably somewhat waned after
Also,
11 years.
I think people just don't realize sometimes events really do fade into mundane memory really quickly, even shocking ones. I mean, I remember the circumstances around my mother's death, and just how I was shocked at myself with how quickly that. It sounds awful, but I got tired of telling the story.
Yeah,
It was because every single person you meet, you have to tell them what's happened. And I just got so. I thought I cannot. I used to avoid going out so I wouldn't bump into people I knew and have to tell them the story. Actually, it was kind of like that. So it's like it's got to the point. I mean, were I now to sit at a restaurant with you, Simon, and you got talking and you said, "Oh, tell that story," I could easily just tell it while eating a steak or some pasta or it wouldn't be a case of it's not sometimes no matter how horrible it is, it's happened and it enters into just memory. It just becomes another memory. It's not that you're callous. It's not that you're it's not that you don't feel it, you don't still think about it, you don't still have complex emotions over something. It's just that the actual event as you remember it is just the memory now. It's just something one of the things that happened to you. And also I think because you have to remember Polanski wasn't there. He was in London. He never saw the murder. I don't believe he saw the aftermath. By the time he got back, that would have been cleaned up. So for him, it kind of isn't really a memory in that sense. It's not a physical thing. He probably just he only knows it through other people's recollections in the press, doesn't he?
This is the subject of one of AA's videos this week on the postmodernists, especially Baudrillard, the idea of memory being formed through mediatization. We all watched 9/11, etc., but we weren't there. So we went through 9/11, but only in the form of the images of buildings collapsing. We weren't, you know what I mean? It's the unitary myth which is transmitted by technology and becomes part of collective memory, but doesn't have, as you say, the relation to real event memory where you see someone dying in front of you and it's traumatic. I'm going to use that word, or it's upsetting. I'll use that word. And you go through it in actuality. And in fact, you are still only a spectator, really, because the person who's going through it is the person who is passing away in front of you. So it is a thing, as you say, where we kind of are at these removes, and maybe he's being very honest about that remove as well. And I sort of like what you said earlier about people's adaptability, that, maybe we do think, I mean, I was reflexively using words like traumatic there, and that's a symptom of being in this post-therapy age, isn't it? Or post-Freudian therapy age, that actually it's, things are upsetting, but traumatic always gives it a sort of sense of a grandeur that people want to then play out as part of their social cachet. I've been traumatized, all of that stuff. And I think you're right, actually. We do have to get back to things feel a certain way. They can be horrible, bloody horrible.
Sometimes you will be traumatized as well. We should say it's not to negate the existence of a trauma. You can just see it. You physically see trauma in people when they're just that badly affected by something. But at the same time, not everybody deals with things the same. And you as with Polanski, you may just be a person who, for whatever reason, does not get traumatized by things. And I think also because a lot of trauma tends to be, we tend to think of trauma as, he was in the war, or he had his family murdered, or he was sexually abused or something. But a lot of people's quote trauma nowadays is just really, really petty stuff. It's I never got on with my dad or something. Like
it's definitely been cheapened. Yeah, it's definitely been made frivolous. It's definitely it's definitely been hijacked by people who really, to be honest, let's face it, are those who just refuse to emotionally adapt to reality in the way that normal people adapt to reality. They go through things and they change because of them. They don't linger and dwell on them in a way of wielding their experience as a kind of weapon socially. And yet these are people who do wield their experience as a social weapon.
Yeah.
So God knows what. I mean, I could not believe reading those stories, really. And it was shortly after Rosemary's Baby, and Rosemary's Baby dealt with witchcraft in today's New York. They somehow tried to draw conclusions. And since there were no culprits available, and since the murder itself was so hideous and horrendous, they thought, they instinctively felt that the best way is to blame the victims for their own death.
And then later on they started blaming Polanski.
Well, no, they never really blamed me for it. Some of them implied that I was somehow involved, that I may have, they were trying to suggest that there was some kind of breach or in our relationship with Sharon. They would, with whatever could sell papers, they would propose. You see?
Pause.
Granted that they were busy trying to find the victim's response.
I mean, I'm hearing the exasperation in his voice there as a function of the media coverage that's getting to him, and the way that it runs out of control, in that sense that, you know, when I talked about the bodyguarding thing, we talked about the way celebrities kind of flip out sometimes because they're being hyper surveilled in that way, that you know, getting pissed off with fictions about yourself that are being put, especially in mass press. I knew someone who was involved in a news story many years ago now. He was working in the civil service, quite high up in the Treasury, and the papers took him through the cleaners. And the thing is, when you know the person, and then you can get the paper and you can compare what you know, and you can talk to them in front of you and say, is this true? Is this not true? And you kind of know them well enough to know it was just literally, that was the thing for me, that red pill for me about journalists making shit up. I mean, literally making everything up. They might get your name right, but they won't even get your age right, what you do, where you live. And it was quite striking that he was very upset about the whole thing, but it was very strange to see the Sun newspaper printing something, and they could just get away with just literally making everything up. Very, very strange. And when it hits you that all it is it's a gamble on the legalistic probability of whether you are going to sue them or not. That means that they'll just get away with it.
Yeah. And as you say, a lot of them aren't going to care about the minor details, because who's going to sue them over that?
Yeah, all of that horseshit about triple checking facts. I mean, in certain contexts, maybe that's something that journalists are abiding by because of litigation, but I think often not.
But you really can make anything up. I mean, there's these accounts on Twitter, you see, it's like Politics UK, that are always, there's meant to be some sort of official source, but it's all they do is bump into somebody in a pub near Westminster with, they don't check who they are, they don't check their credentials. They'll get a rumor off them and then print it as fact. But it's fine because it just says so-and-so is going to do this, a source said, right? But it could be you could just make it up. And a lot of the time I think they do, you know. It's the hyper real, Simon. If you're someone like Polanski, you have to live your wife's death through the hyper real almost entirely. In terms of the actual fact of it. I mean, because they'll just speculate. They'll, you know, it's all to do with witchcraft and weird, you know, all this kind of thing. I mean, it's you know, it can't have been pleasant, you know, at least. You know,
Panama Hat in furious rage at copyright policing threatens to murder people at ITV or something. I don't know.
It would be slams. Panama Hat. They always have to use that word, slams. Yeah.
Panama Hat today went on a deranged rant.
Yeah. He's got a drinking problem, said one of his close friends. You know, no source given.
Another friend said, I don't think he really wears hats.
Fraud. Panama Hat revealed. There's no hat found in apartment.
Associate says he really isn't from Panama.
Yeah, he's from Ecuador. Right.
Who did you think was responsible? Because you immediately got suspicious, according you say in the
Yes,
book.
of course. I was looking rather for someone who knew us, who somehow was connected with us. It would not occur to me that those people have been totally outside of our circle. However, all the time, all of that period, when I was very close to the police, talked to them, tried to help them, and even became some kind of amateur sleuth, I did always say, you're looking for something rational. Try to look for something absolutely strange. And it was strange at the end.
What did you do when you started being a detective? What were you looking for?
You see, they gave me some clues, like, for example, there was one thing that no papers, fortunately, knew about, like glasses that they found on the place of the crime. Eyeglasses, you see. So, since I had better access to people around of our circles were hermetic to any kind of police investigation, I could look for this, for example, and I was looking for certain type of glasses. I was also looking for any trace of blood in cars of people that I knew. I had chemicals, you know, that I could smear and check whether there were any traces of blood on the pedals or steering wheel or seats or whatever. So I spent my night sometimes in the garages of my friends, you know, just going through those cars, and of course I didn't find anything. But I did think that it must have been someone who knew us, and as it happened, it wasn't.
And does that strike you now as unbalanced behavior? Would you say you were unbalanced at the time from grief or shock?
Yes, I think I was unbalanced, yeah.
Because one of the many interesting things about your book is that you state these things, but you tend not to analyze them. I mean, for a man of your intelligence, you're not very analytical about yourself. You tend to
rather present the facts, you see.
But sometimes the facts need interpretation, don't they?
Well, that depends on the approach that you have. I think that facts don't need the interpretation. You know, I think facts are facts.
After the murders, it seems like, say, 6 months after, you're in the Alps and consorting with these girls from the finishing school and so on. I mean, I can see how you would sort of try to lose yourself.
Pause.
Like that, but is it wise to say so?
You don't feel guilty enough, Roman.
It's a combative approach from Clive James here, which I quite like, because he simultaneously is charming and warm and keeping Polanski talking, while also saying things like, "Well, you know, aren't you basically not grieving enough?"
You haven't gone into a year's formal grief, worn black, become like a Victorian widow. I mean, the thing about analyzing your actions, you know, yes, I think it's highly possible that he did go through a period of paranoia as an attempt to form some sort of sense of control over the situation, didn't he? The idea of swabbing your friends' cars to find trace blood elements that might relate back to the crime, and as he says, becoming the amateur sleuth. There's the sense of that very often, isn't there, when you're trying to deal with things like people's death. I mean, I remember this to an extent with my father, actually, when he died, that they obviously missed a diagnosis some time before he died. And I wanted to immediately go into interrogating the doctors in the hospital about how could you miss this evidence on this scan that is obvious, from some time before, and you want to kind of take it the whole way and challenge people and punish them effectively, don't you? Because of what's happened. But it all happened so fast in the end and you only found out about that stuff when it's too late anyway. But you want to go back and remonstrate or, reconstruct the moment where there's the possibility of turning down the path where you head off the jeopardy or the danger and the disease, and you can then, imaginatively reclaim control. But as he says, facts are facts. It's fucked at that stage. It's gone. The person's dead. End of story.
Well, yeah.
Horrible, but you know what I mean. Mm.
Yes, it is wise to say so. Why not? Why wouldn't it be wise to say so? That's the way it was. And that's the way it is, you know. I mean, just different people have different way of seeing life and relationships. You know, it's not necessarily the same with you than me, you know. And people react in different ways to grief. You know, some go to a monastery, others start visiting whorehouses.
It's true, but if one of your complaints...
That's quite a good idea. Visiting a whorehouse. Yeah.
Get over it. I don't know.
It's never struck me as a as a solution, but there you go. Yeah, perhaps it is.
I suppose. I mean, I think it is odd, isn't it? Because he's sort of like, if you're interviewing him, like James is here, and you're sort of asking about this sort of awful stuff, and he's almost shrugging, isn't he? He's almost sort of like, you know, it is what it is, and I just sort of moved on, and that was that. You know, what can you do?
I wonder if it maybe
he doesn't seem angry either. I mean, you'd at least expect some anger at people would murder your beloved wife and her. Also, not just the wife, the child that she was carrying as well. Late stage. You know, he does seem perhaps unusually unbothered, I think, even with our provisos about people grieving in different ways.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's a function of people who, especially creative people who go through creative process. Say, for instance, if you make a film or you write a book and you go through, you know how when you see directors, they talk about they've made a film and an interviewer says, "Oh, how do you feel seeing it now?" And the director says, "Well, you know, I've seen it 1,000 times already in the editing suite." And there's a thing of just wanting to be kind of rid of the process. Or people who write a book and you spend ages editing it and all the detail forensic work.
It's so inside and out. You just
and then you go, "Ugh, I just want to. It's done. It's done. I want to get on, move on." And you form probably a mentality. I can't speak to this, but I'm guessing from creative people I've spoken to, there is an element of that. And it's the thing of letting go of control, especially something like a film. There's some directors who go back and they do recuts and they want to kind of make it a kind of life's work to re-edit it again. And probably there are sensible people who say, well, it wasn't perfect, but it's, you know, it's the film we made and then we moved on. And that's probably a bit healthier. If Bruce Robinson was to go back and say, well, you know, we didn't quite get Withnell right, you know, probably we would form a human barricade to stop him getting near an editing suite in some way. And so you can understand people kind of taking that view of it's over, pull the shutters down, walk away, move on to the next stage of life, the next episode.
There's more films to be made. There's more
books to be written.
Yeah, exactly. Just move on.
Yeah,
it's been done. It's been done.
Yeah, the forever director's
the way
cuts.
The press.
As George Lucas is famous for, as they said.
Oh, it seems crazy.
Yeah. Just make something else, for God's sake.
Yeah.
You know.
Misrepresents you, and it is one of your complaints, isn't it? And surely it would be good tactics to give them the minimum possible target.
Yes, but then you have to change your lifestyle completely and go into hiding. If you have a bunch of paparazzis hanging around your house, it's very difficult to keep low profile unless if you decide to change totally your lifestyle. I mean, really change it. Don't go out, you know, draw your curtains. And I didn't want to do that, you see. I wanted to continue to live the way I wanted to live. And I was a dreamer that maybe after a while the press would leave me alone, but they won't. They want to, for the simple reason that it sells papers and sells books.
Granted that it's too easy and a cliche to connect your work with your life in such a direct manner. Let me take the example of Chinatown and ask you, is that your view? Chinatown is really a movie about justice not winning. It's about brute force winning the event. Is that what you would come to believe by that stage?
No, not at all. But if you want your film to serve any purpose, if you want any book or any play to serve a purpose, if you show injustice, And if at the end the justice is done and you end up with a happy end, the public leaves the cinema or the theater with a feeling that there's not much to, there's no necessity to do anything about it. You have to leave them with a burning desire of improving the present state of affairs. And for that reason, if I show injustice or corruption of Los Angeles in that period, I cannot end it with a happy end and say that some people took care of it anyway and you have nothing to worry about. You have to show that injustice somehow won and leave them with a feeling of frustration. Then you can expect that they will do something with their lives in the way that they can to improve the justice.
Pause.
I don't mind if I just reach a...
Do you think? What do you think about that? He's very much coming from the position of the social purpose of art to trigger and enact change of some kind, whereas I can see a case which is different for just saying I'm representing reality as it is.
To be honest, Simon, I don't know that he was going in for that as much as he was just saying it would have been naff, wouldn't it, to just have ended, to give a film like Chinatown a quote-unquote happy ending.
Of course,
because it is all about hidden corruption and things, and of course those things don't just vanish. So I think it's more just I think it's more just he was kind of, I think James's question was slightly kind of reading. He was kind of just saying, well, yeah, what, you know, it's I mean, when he starts talking about justice, of course, it is slightly more loaded. You can hear it in his voice. He's sort of hesitating, using words like that for obvious reasons.
No, all I'm saying is I just think I don't. You know, does one make something with the idea that one is subliminally encouraging people to go away and make change in the world, or does one make something just to actually represent reality and say, well, it might be a black pill ending, but that's how the world is. It's more kind of typically representative to say corruption and brute force will win out than to say, and then with one bound, Jack was free and everyone was happy. What do we think?
Well, I don't know, because it depends on the art. Because at the end of the day, the art says what it says. Whether or not anybody wants to do anything off the back of it is up to them. But you know, had he given Chinatown a more a happy quote ending, then I mean, it wouldn't have made any more impact than it has with the ending it has. You know, I don't think anyone's gone out and changed the world because of any piece of art at all.
No.
You know, it's not what art is or is for or can do, in my opinion. So
I didn't know Alphabet Cat mentions that Robert Towne actually wanted a happy ending and Polanski prevented it.
That's right. That's right.
I didn't know that.
Well, because if you think about it, the story just ends. It doesn't really resolve per se. You find out the two dark secrets of the film.
Yeah.
And then it just says, "Forget it, Jake. That's Chinatown," and it ends.
Yeah.
You know. Sorry, I don't know if anyone can hear this. There's an enormous rumbling, like an earthquake, going on here in Williston Green. I don't know if the Earth's about to open up and swallow us all at last, but
it is known to lie on several tectonic fault lines, Williston Green.
It is, yeah.
Very often that you know, you get a volcano going off somewhere in Cricklewood, and the reverberations shimmer down the Mapesbury Conservation Area.
Indeed. I think someone's gunning a Mustang or something outside, but I don't think it's picking up on the mic, so we'll just carry on.
Yeah, it's fine. I couldn't hear a thing.
Yeah.
Across here and grab a couple of these. Here, these nuts too. There's a scene in Chinatown that I've seen the movie many times, and I still haven't seen this moment because I close my eyes. It's the moment where you, as an actor, stick that knife up Jack Nicholson's nose and pull it, and his nose bleeds. How did you do that?
You know, this is a funny question because I've been asked that question a couple of times before. You know, as a matter of fact,
Pause.
ad nauseum.
Just funny scene that, you know, doesn't he say, you know, I'm going to take your nose and feed it to my fish or something?
That's right. Yeah. I keep forgetting Polanski's actually in a lot of his films as well. He has his little bit parts. He's a thug, isn't he? As you say, cuts off Jack. Well, he doesn't cut it off, but he sticks a knife up Jack Nicholson's nose and sort of rips through it.
I think it was a bit
and then
dicey,
for the rest
wasn't
of the film, he's got that bandage on.
I think there was a bit of jeopardy with that, wasn't there? The knife had to not lock and actually slice through his nose.
Yeah,
Interesting to
something
hear
like
this
that.
story.
Did you do it?
Well, actually, I asked them to make me a knife with a tip that would go like this, you see, like that. See? Like this.
So he's
But it was a little
just for the benefit of everybody, he's demonstrating with a nutcracker with the hinge. So it's a hinge knife that can. So when he pulled it through Nicholson's nose, it would like subtly bend backwards and wouldn't actually go through.
See, in my imagination, having not watched the interview in full, I thought he's taken a butter knife off the table and he's put it in Clive James's nose. And
I'll show you how I did it. Yeah.
Ring here. Otherwise, you could do this to the end of it, you know. And at the same time, I had a little rubber container with blood that would spurt it. I put it in his nose, and I go like this. You see, otherwise it pulls it, and at certain when it pulls too much, the knife gives, and it comes out of his nostril, but at such speed that nobody sees that the thing actually moves. And at the same time, I squeeze that blood so it spurted over his nose that attracts your attention even away from the knife itself. And it worked very well. It's nothing. Just knife doing this. You see, and the blood coming across it.
Did Nicholson want to check the knife before you did the scene?
Yes, absolutely, because it only bent one way. If I have turned the knife this way, I would have opened his nose. So I asked him, actually, I said, Jack, please, before every shot, make sure this thing goes. And he did, you know.
Anyway, that's fiction. And I think this is probably maybe still in the land of fiction, edging towards fact. When the newspapers and the magazines and the books talk about you and little girls, right? Is there anything in it?
Well, I like young women, let's put it this way. I think most of men do, actually.
Yeah, but the question turns on how young, doesn't it?
Well, yes. Well, here you come to a concrete case for which I have been behind the bars, and that's what you want to talk about. It. I'm glad you left it for coffee, you know, for the coffee. But what exactly would you like me to tell you?
I want you to know what happened that night.
But you want the nitty-gritty there.
No, I don't want the nitty-gritty. I don't want the nitty-gritty. That was the last thing I want.
It wasn't night, it was an afternoon. No. It was, I was about to make a series of photographs of young girls.
And there, I'm afraid, for taste and decency, we must end the stream. Thank you very much for listening.
No, we're not that cruel.
No.
No. I mean, this is this is what everyone would tune into the interview for. Let's face it.
Yeah.
Reese Young in the chat, I think, probably missed the first 2 hours of the stream where we talked about Clive James and his journalistic skill, referring to him as just the interviewer who he thinks is crap. So don't be late for streams, audience. I'm picking with the audience today, aren't I, Simon? They're not.
He's spoiling for a fight. Come on.
These people out there.
Yeah.
I'm like Stuart Lee. I think my dream, Simon, would be a 400,000 view stream. Everyone leaves a super chat, but no one actually watches it. That would be, you know, he wants a totally sold out empty room. That's his dream. You know, I want that. Just not have to put up with people's misunderstandings and little niggles and questions.
Don't provoke Panama. He's not had his Robusto this afternoon, and
I haven't.
He's in danger of loosening his top button, and then he's gonna do that thing where people step back on their leg and they waggle their fists in front of them. You know, come with me, sir.
Oh, you mean that? Okay.
he'll be out on the cobbles, ready to take on all comers.
I'll show you what I'm like. Hang on, where is it? Oh, where's it gone?
He will.
Here we are. Do this.
He'll be prize fighting.
Oh, the video. Oh, it didn't. There we go. It's the
Go on.
Muttley. That's that. Like that. That's
Snuggle,
yeah.
fraggin' rare. Yeah.
Razzin, snazzin, frazzin, yeah. Whoa, no, go careful, copyright.
Whoa, Dick Dastardly had his
Whoa,
fingers
whoa,
on
whoa,
the
whoa.
remote there.
Yeah,
Careful.
yeah. Oh, what did he say? What did he say? Dick Dastardly.
God, you remember Wacky Races better than I do. It's
It
yeah.
wasn't. I never watched Wacky Races very. I that was only on briefly, but there was like a little spin-off show called Dick Dastardly's Flying Circus. No, Stop the Pigeon, I think it was called. Where
yes,
so
yes,
it's
yes.
like
Stop the
so
pigeon,
they're like a World War I fighter squadron with these like old wacky biplanes.
Yeah,
and,
I remember
like
it.
weird crew, and they have to kill this Allied implied carrier
Oh
pigeon
my God. You're
who's
bringing back memories today.
and that's where and there's a crewman who always like he talks in weird noises and you go, what did he say? What did he say? And that stuck with me. I always do that whenever I can't hear somebody.
Yeah. It was the kind of cartoon show of the era where somebody would pick up a phone and the voice on the phone would be kind of like
Get on the breakfast, put yeah, like that.
God, you just reminded me. I completely forgot
It's
about
great.
Stop the Pigeon.
Should we do it's going to be copper. It's got Hanna-Barbera is going to take us
Stop
down.
the Pigeon mega stream.
I'd love that. Like we did with the Muppets back in the day. We should just do Stop the Pigeon.
I think
do we want to see that?
We're going to learn to
Stop the Pigeon.
Tiny fragments of these things so we don't get nixed, and we will just analyze mere seconds worth of footage.
One of my sad hobbies in life, Simon, is watching something like Stop the Pigeon, right? And doing like analyzing it as if it's a real film, and they're all like, and you sort of like asking questions about,
what lens was used here, the camera.
What lens was used here? Yeah. I wonder if he was under contract to do that stunt.
That was an ad-lib line, and
sadly, this character died of alcoholism shortly after the broadcast.
Episode, if you notice in the background there, a bit of scenery falls over. That just happened, but we left it in. Yeah.
Now, of course, Muttley actually didn't have an equity card for most of this. It was done illegally, but was doing that. I'd piss around with that. Obadiah Vandal wants me to do a James Earl Jones voice. I don't think I could do. I barely remember how he sounds.
Well, I mean, it depends what form he's in, whether he's in his Darth Vader mode or whether he's in, Patriot Games or something like that. It's a very,
he briefly cameos his voice in The Godfather. Do you know about that?
No. What, James Earl Jones?
So when one of the guys is like arguing, apparently when they got that shot, the audio for the shot failed. On like a few words, and they had to get James Earl Jones in to sort of dub it, and it sounds really weird because his voice just changes mid-sentence. Let me see if I can find the clip for you. It's very odd.
But
one of those interesting quirks of
Godfather,
of filmmaking.
Intrigued.
Where is it? It's the restaurant scene. Right, here we go. I've got 18 different fucking things on the docket here. I've got to remove some of them. I've still got
what way? The restaurant where he like shoots Salozzo or something, and
it's Salozzo, I'm pretty sure, but it's before they shoot it. It's like a 6-second clip I've got.
What's going on here? You think you can come to my hotel and take over?
Panama.
I talked to Barzini.
There you go. So
it's that bit at the end there. If you just hear that.
What do you think is going on here? You think you can come to my hotel and take over? I talked to Barzini.
It's really odd, isn't it? I talked to Barzini.
He takes it up into his roof of his mouth.
Yeah, except that's not him talking. That's not that actor on screen talking. It's James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones did the dub, because I don't know why they couldn't get the him back to do his own dub, but it's very odd.
It is curious. Very curious.
What do you think is going on here? You think you can come to my hotel and take over? I talked to Barzini.
Yeah, that is James Earl Jones, isn't it?
He goes really operatic. I talked to
Barzini.
Yeah.
That's that's very interesting. I wonder why they did that.
Yeah, must have been an audio fault, and for some reason James Earl Jones was like the.
Yeah, no, it could have just been a chosen effect that it it creates a kind of an audiophonic signature that grabs the attention in the way that he delivers the line. Maybe he just did a crap job, and James Earl Jones was on, ready for doing a bit of ADR, and earned the easiest money he probably ever did.
Probably. Hope he was paid well for it.
I bet he was.
Well, we've got to go back. We've got to go back to Polanski and his little girls, but sadly without the visual of him in the restaurant. So let's carry on.
French magazine called Vogue, and I found it quite an interesting enterprise because I like the girls of this age, and because the girls of that age, for some reason, like me. And just it went a little bit too far. One of those on the session with this girl, and it happened one afternoon when I was after I photographed her. The next day or day after, I was stopped at the lobby of the hotel where I was staying in Los Angeles by a man who identified himself as Los Angeles policeman. I was then booked, and the proceedings started. After almost a year of tremendous struggle and hardship, as you can probably imagine, and you may remember of being on every page of every possible newspaper and magazine, eventually the judge who was in charge of the case decided to send me to a prison in California for so-called psychiatric evaluation. So I went to a Chino prison, and the judge told my lawyer and the district attorney that he hopes that that report will be positive, and that I will get the probation.
And it was, wasn't it? You came out after 42 days with a positive...
It was very positive, and then he called it a whitewash. So he found some other provision under which he could put me back and then decide when I will be released. And at that time, I thought there was no more point of endure it. And I just left, as you know. That was quite a splash.
Granted that you have this interest in young girls, and it never concealed really the fact you have an interest in young girls. Wasn't an incident like the one that happened more or less bound to happen eventually?
Well, looking back at it, it probably was bound to happen, yes. It was bound to happen. Although, on my part, it was done with all innocence. I have to point out that the girl had testified before the grand jury to previous sexual experiences. She told me how far back it was. It's no point of talking about it, but there is a fact that there were other men in her life, and that nobody else had the same problems that I had, which means that, again, as you said, my profiles may be such that attracts more attention. You know, if it was somebody absolutely unknown to the press or to the public, he may have not had the same problems. Most of people in...
So...
Yeah, I mean, where do we begin with...
I like girls of that age. They seem to like me. She's 13 years old, Samantha Geimer, at this incident. And yeah, she's got other men in the background. It's just they weren't as famous as me, so they didn't have problems.
See, the thing is though, yeah. Based on what she said about this, that again, I'm not condoning in any way the idea of underage good women, especially tenderness of the age of 13.
Yeah.
She seems to basically the actual internal logic of his argument seems to be basically correct in that for whatever reason she seems to have been a very precocious seemingly mature 13-year-old
Yeah.
who was going around and having quite a fun time with Hollywood celebrities.
Yeah.
And I think his argument is more or less, well, why me then? Why am I being singled out?
Yeah.
That's my analysis of his defense. I'm not saying that's the mitigation for it.
In the contextual, moment where, yes, that's Hollywood. Yeah, it may be degenerate, but it does what it does, and that's the case at the time, and that's her personal history. And that I didn't know that aspect of her history, though, that she was possibly, a bit of a little Lolita in some way. Curious. Oh, it's interesting how
or
candid
at least
he
he
is.
claims so here. I mean, I haven't read that. We should caution as well. That's what he said. We don't know that, but I mean, given that she spent a long time defending him, saying, look, it was consensual, I wanted it, I didn't even know that it was, illegal, I was just having fun, sort of thing. It is there is perhaps something to be said for that. But again, the curious thing is, isn't it, that he not only is candid about that, but he says, yes, I like little girls.
Yeah.
He doesn't make any bones for it or try to sort of weasel away from the charge. He just said, no, I do. And presumably his view is that if the individual girl is mature enough, then it's not a problem. But it's I have to say, I contrary to what some people said in the chat, I quite admire James's technique here, because you have to understand, if Clive James came over all finger wagging and moralistic, the interview would end, right? Polanski isn't going to sit there and take that. I mean, clearly the whole angle here is them, driving around together, having lunch. He's got to have Polanski think of him as a neutral party in order for this to work. He can't. You can't be a journalist by making your subjects feel harassed and uncomfortable if you're going to try and interview them. No matter what it is they've done.
Even more than maybe neutral, maybe even just slightly as a mate, as a bloke, as a man. When I've had conversations with my friends about things, personal matters in our lives, and we talk about it in that kind of matter-of-fact way. So what did you do? You did that thing. Okay, well, how did that feel? What was the outcome? And you talk about, you kind of dissect it with a sense of, you're not being a wowser, as they say in Australia, a moralizing person, finger wagging. And you say, oh, right, okay, because they present you with a situation that's caused a problem in their life or distress or complication. And it's a matter of, okay, you explain what's happened. Yeah, okay, all right, oh, yeah, I see. What can we do about that? And you tend to have a constructive attitude, I mean, I say with, certainly one of my friends, but a number of my friends, when you've got very good friends, it's a question of, the test is going to be, if they turn up at your door at 3 a.m. covered in blood, what do you do? And you say, well, come and have a cup of tea, and you basically act in sympathy with the fact that you simply do not know the ins and outs of what has happened in people's lives. And I know I feel quite guilty. Sometimes I've trodden on toes with friends through being insensitive to that. I don't mean gushing and soppy, but just being slightly desensitized myself to things, and not appreciating that when you meet, like characters on a stage, there's a backstory to when you meet people. They've gone through stuff. It could be recent, it could be past, it could be just impinging on them today, and then you have to find you begin to learn your own cloddish qualities sometimes when you put your feet in things. And that's so maybe there is an element of that with and Chandler, Raymond Chandler said, it's easier to tell your woes to a stranger.
That's very true. That's very true. I mean, the amount of pub confessions I do just to random people about stuff in the past,
And there's a human level of, you just know, sometimes if you just listen to people, you've not had to do anything, but you've actually given them something therapeutic, which might alleviate their pain somewhat. And I mean, I often feel talking doesn't necessarily have a therapeutic effect, but many people who I've listened to have felt that. So,
it's true. It's true. just thinking about the kind of flow of the interview here and what the points that have been made.
I'm just looking at Joe's comment. 13 is barely even starting to mature. I know what you mean, but there's always this problem of dealing with the idea of young people. I'm not going to say necessarily children, although legally children and sexuality. And this is, part of the discussion we had around the Brass Eye Peter Geddon special as well. It's always an uncomfortable juxtaposition. But we also know, having been children and teenagers ourselves, that children and teenagers to an extent have a sexual mind or life in some well, certainly as they mature. And is a relationship between a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old as controversial it is between a 13-year-old and what Polanski was at the time? What was he, sort of 40 or something, or 30, or in his 30s or something like that? But the thing about the age in particular, I mean, I'm just reminded of the Umberto Eco quote where he had this very Italian view. He said, look, basically a girl at 12 is a woman, whereas a boy at 12 is a snot-nosed kid. Different rates of maturation.
That's true. That's very true.
And there was a thing you remember at school that actually there was the bit where the girls kind of leap ahead in developmental terms. Not just physically, but a level of social sophistication as well.
Yeah, right around that age.
And sometimes, they get taller than boys for a period, and then it evens out. The boys get taller and stronger and all of that. But there is a time as a boy, you look at girls of your age and you think they are kind of leaving us now. They're kind of drifting towards something more adult and sophisticated.
Yeah.
And then some of them you find out, they're going out with a 17-year-old or something like that. If you're 15, and they are in a different world, whereas you're still, playing with Action Man or something.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And I mean, this is a long-standing trope, especially in the UK. I mean, everyone knows the sort of dodgy 30-year-olds with a topless car that hang around by the school gates, picking up, 15-year-olds, and so forth. It's sadly something that happens. And I think a good point's been made in the chat about innocence as well, is that the innocence is actually important, that you don't develop properly, I don't think, unless you've had a decent bit of innocence. And I think, funnily enough, you could argue it both ways with Polanski himself, that maybe his attraction to young girls is a facet of retarded development. In that because he, at the age of 8, 9, was dragged away from his parents and made to live on the streets of Krakow in a war, and was always had the possibility of being gassed or shot at any given moment. Maybe it's a case that it didn't traumatize him; it just kind of locked him in. It could, because he was forced to mature so quickly. He also was kind of some of that childhood stuff came with him, and he's kind of locked at that age. Maybe that explains his kind of strange lack of empathy as he seems to have. In that maybe it's just a case that he's stuck as a kind of very precocious 9-year-old, if you like, emotionally. And maybe he prefers intimate relations with people who are around of a similar age, because I mean, this is the sort of Humbert syndrome, isn't it? The sort of he's kind of even though he can present this kind of urbane, witty, adult, educated persona, internally he's kind of emotionally a sort of snotty 14-year-old, basically, in terms of his narcissism and self-importance. I mean, a lot of the, for as you say, Simon, a lot of girls, they'll get to that age and then basically decide. Some of them will decide themselves quite sincerely that they're ready, and which is what the woman he was in a relationship, girl he was in a relationship with, seems to have done.
Well, I read a lot back in the 90s. I read a lot of Robin Skinner's books on family systems therapy, where he was developing the kind of approach to dealing with families as a whole unit of psychological dysfunction, and he was breaking down things like child and teenager development, and talking about the phases that children go through. There's the idea of a latent phase. Freud, I think, identified this. And then later on, there's the phase where girls are maturing into teenage girls, and they are, in his words, they are testing their sexuality on men who are older, including their father. They're dressing and behaving and trying out, if you like, the adult clothes, and postures. And this is where you see this thing where Polanski's saying, I like them and they seem to like me. And there is that element when you've been around, like, I've been around friends' kids who are transitioning from children into teenagers, and you're aware that they are kind of trying things out on you. They're trying to sort of stand up to you with a part of themselves that they don't fully control yet, but which they can mimic from the forms they've seen with adults, and which they begin to adopt as a kind of social persona. Because that's the currency in which they're now trading. They're not trading in playing with Barbie dolls anymore.
And also, I think this thing about they liked me or she liked me. Of course she did. He's a rich, famous film director living in fashionable circumstances. It wouldn't have mattered if he'd looked like Harvey Weinstein or some, monstrously ugly. Young girls are going to look up to status, aren't they? Right?
Yeah, I also don't think
it's not. I think he's rather flattering himself that he has some sort of magical fatherly personality that these young girls love. Like, no, it's not that. That's it. You were just a rich,
or even
director. All your friends are probably up to much of the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of very, very dirty rumors about what Jack Nicholson was up to. In similar. I mean, remember, it was at his house that this event allegedly took place. So.
I don't necessarily think from what's been said in the chat about I agree the 13-year-olds can't make independent decisions in that way, but the idea that if 13-year-old girls are precocious, let's say, towards men, that it's a result of faulty upbringing, unfortunately I think that's actually not true. I think that's just
not the case.
Hormones.
Anybody could decide to do it.
And as I say, I think it doesn't matter how well brought up they are. Girls will become teenage girls and they will try themselves out. Boys may be preoccupied with other things and they will try themselves out later.
That's right.
But people are testing. I mean, this is the thing. This is the thing when I notice about when my friends have had kids, and when they're little children, they're just they can be a delight. Do you know what I mean? They're just charming and fun to be around. They're playful. They're funny. Kids do funny things and they're charming. And it's like the way that, when you see a kitten with big eyes, they're cute in that way. You sort of, you want to look after them. And it's always a sort of sense of bittersweetness and disappointment when they actually do grow up and they want to be teenagers and they want to do adult things. And actually, unfortunately, I found it often can become boring because they no longer want to talk to you anyway. When they're kids, they're curious and they want to talk, they want to play, they want to be interacting, and you feel you can impart knowledge and things to them, and then it all switches off because they're sullen and silent and they retreat into other company. And that's quite right. They have to. That's the process of differentiation.
Yeah, and I think as people are saying in chat, there's a fantastic essay by the late A.S. Byatt on this. She often wrote on these kind of themes about sort of, female sexuality. And she said that the thing is, when you're a girl, and she says she doesn't mean kind of a developed, later teen. She means sort of around the age of 13. Women almost immediately become aware of their capacity to use sexual charm to get things from men. Anything, whether it just be a drink or a ride home, or even all the way up to the full article. And they said that you will, they learn to flirt and to get things, to get. So it's, I mean, this is the classic Humbert she seduced me thing, right?
Yeah.
Is that, and a lot of pedophiles and people who like, in the rather coy words of Clive James and Roman Polanski, young girls. They probably do genuinely feel that to some extent, in that, if they were really honest with themselves, they'd know what they were really up to. But they also, as I say, they do genuinely probably actually feel seduced. It's also, I've just come across something that Polanski once said. And I think this may actually explain his rather shrugged kind of vague, distant personality, even when talking about things like this, where he says, Polanski has said that the absence on the night of the Tate murders is the greatest regret of his life. He wrote in his autobiography, Sharon's death is the only watershed in my life that has had any impact, and commented that her murder changed his personality from a boundless, untroubled sea of expectations and optimism to one of, quote, ingrained pessimism, eternal dissatisfaction with life.
Yeah, very interesting.
In that he's kind of, it reminds me actually, it's Stalin when his wife shot herself.
Right.
And he said, my heart turned to stone. I had no more. I just couldn't care about things anymore in the same way. Couldn't give affection or love or kind of inject happiness into things in the same way. And you can see it in his films. I mean, as I said, he does have a funnier sort of, there is still a lighthearted side to him.
Yeah.
But I think there is that pessimism, as you say, eternal dissatisfaction that, you just get hit with that. I mean, maybe some of his carnal behavior is nihilistic, his kind of, going after young girls. It's just because it's, pleasure seeking, more so than a retarded development or anything like that.
It's like something is played out in a person. There's a kind of finitude of suffering that they're prepared to go through. They've been up to the boundary, and it's very deadening, and so perhaps people just head in multifarious directions to try and reclaim some other feeling or something regenerating in some way. And of course, it's like parents who talk about losing children, they never get over it. That sort of a deep wound, people can sort of rehabilitate, but never quite, hit the highs again in the same way, or feel that. I don't think it's a question of about the idea of you should let kids do what they want. To the comment in the chat about yes, you do have to set boundaries, and I think I'd be very tempted to set very strict boundaries, but then I'd probably also screw up my children if I had them. But yeah, I think there is a problem now. We clearly identify with people not setting boundaries and overindulging children and not saying no because they just can't bear to see the kids cry. And but I've seen it with so many people I know that they didn't set boundaries early on, and make the kids cry because they have to cry. They have to learn certain limits to what they can do. And it's better if you do it when they're young because they won't remember the tears later on. Whereas if you try and do it when they're 25, it's not going to work. So yeah, get the tough stuff out the way earlier, because kids will their memory will wipe and they won't remember those tears anymore, but they'll have to cry, and it will be unpleasant as a parent, I imagine, but you there's no other way.
No.
Yeah. You can't defer it.
Yeah. It's something quite dark, actually, I was reminded of with this whole discussion is I was talking to a friend who's from, or his family are from Brazil, or they've lived in Brazil, and we were talking about the we said it's fun. I think the age of consent in France, or it was something like 14 or around that time. And he said, "Oh well, in Brazil it's 12."
Yeah.
And I said, "Really? The age of consent in Brazil is 12?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, why do they have it so low? Well, why would you want to condone, stuff like that happening to 12-year-olds?" And he said, "Well, actually, it's not that they condone it; it's that just you can't stop Brazilian men and Brazilian girls from from starting out once they're capable of it, they'll do it. You just he says it's easier to have that than to put everyone in prison for it. That's
You see, I would just put everyone in prison. That's just my style, but firm but fair.
Well, yeah.
I mean, the streets would be quiet.
Well, it's but it's sort of there is also a cultural aspect to it, I think, in that. I also believe that there is clearly an influence of his kind of European Polanski now, his European kind of born in Paris, lived in Poland, London, all this kind of. I mean, Americans do have a kind of joke that that Europeans are sort of pedophilic in their, especially French and sort of Italians. There's a kind of overly lascivious side to Europeans, which of course is then seen as Puritanism over in America. And I think in a way that probably informs why Polanski was particularly singled out at the time for this kind of behavior. Because as we say, there were other actors and directors and celebrities who had statutory charges against them.
Well, there's
Some
stories
much
about
worse,
Bowie, isn't there, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah. I also think that possibly Polanski's helped by the fact that his films were considered to be brilliant.
Yeah.
Had he been a crap director, probably wouldn't have had much sympathy. Wouldn't
Exactly.
have
If he directed Confessions of a Window Cleaner, maybe not so much.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's always going to be difficult. As you say, the thing about the European is kind of permitted in a way in Europe to be more sensuous and wide-ranging and slightly, not quite decadent's the word, but expansive. The French always cultivate this attitude of anything goes in a way. But then you sort of also have the adult side of that. The trope of the French marriage is basically that they're both shagging other people and they're both kind of at some level happy and at some level unhappy about it. So the dysfunction plays out in conventions like having a mistress, and things which you think kind of not necessarily ideal for the happiness of the children and the family. I mean, again, it's not possible for me to generalize it to everyone, but there's a way in which these, there's the sort of cultural tropes of, well, in Greece they might be like this, and in Sweden they might be like that. But like I say, I was always surprised with Germany when I learned it was kind of like the age of consent was 14. I thought, wow, that's interesting. You'd sort of expect it to kind of be slightly more uptight in a way, but then the Germans have a kind of real natural accommodation with a lot of stuff. I mean, it's why, they like a lot of humor that's basically bum poo poo kind of stupid humor. They kind of love Benny Hill, and I always found it with my German friend. She was always kind of very slightly too keen to go into the yuck aspects of life,
the yucky parts of life. Yeah, well, they have. I mean, you've heard about what goes on in the bizarre German fetish clubs as well that we don't really have elsewhere in Europe.
They kind of keep it as a kink for the adults as well. But there's a thing about, oh, you English, you're also uptight, you can't even let out a fart kind of thing. And they kind of giggle because that's kind of funny to them.
Yeah. Truckloads of Germans going to see Carry On. And
so and there's kind of the sort of nude culture in Germany as well, and the whole thing of, I think, if you're outside the cities in Germany and you live in the kind of countryside and it's all kind of bounding around naked on the hills and stuff, well, I guess. I mean, I don't know if it's good or bad. It's because they're Germans.
Yeah, it's true.
Poo jokes are the pinnacle of comedy, says Top Rob 20. Robin Asquith was a dramatic giant. I think we can agree on that.
In the state of California are guilty of the similar crime, since the age of consent in that state is 18. And it's very difficult to find someone who did not have a sexual experience before reaching this age. So that means that there are a lot of law breakers. Well, with me it was a bit more extreme, of course, because the girl was 2 weeks short of 14. But if you have seen her sitting here next to me, you wouldn't be particularly shocked by it. As a matter of fact, you would find it completely normal.
But I'd be particularly concerned to find out how old she was. And you actually did know. You actually did know
how
old
old
she was.
I knew she was 14 because she was talking about her birthday before that.
Doesn't the age of consent mean precisely that under a certain age, whatever age it may be, it doesn't matter if the girl says yes or not, or wants to or not, that you're supposed not to because it's...
Yes, I know, in that particular state. That's, again, the question of,
everywhere in the West has got some sort of age of consent.
No, but you see, if you think of the United States, there are states when the age of consent is 12 in the United States. So you see, and there are other countries where, it varies from country to country.
Polanski completely dodging the question there. I mean,
it's
Clive James essentially asking, but do you actually understand that age of consent means that they can't make the informed decision no matter what they say?
Yeah.
And but there are other ages of consent. Yeah, that's not the answer, is it, Roman?
And of course, I wonder now. I mean, this is one of the problems of the over-legislated society. That, I mean, there's things that happen I see on the streets, like teenagers misbehaving and so on. And I've still got, despite not having children, I've still got parental instincts to go and break up rowdy behavior and say to kids, "Oi, pick that up. Don't chuck that rubbish down there, or don't." I mean, I've had to sort of I've had to watch, sometimes I see groups of school age boys in the past, and it looks like they're fighting. It looks like a kid is being beaten up, but I have to stand and watch for a bit, because actually it's often two mates just stuffing around. And sometimes you want to kind of you want to go in and stop them, but then you realize, oh no, they actually know each other. It's kind of friend fighting. It's not the real thing. And when you kind of try to think about, do I enforce something here? Do I step in? Actually, often it's better to just sort of hold back and wait and watch and see what's actually going on. But then sometimes it can be too late if you do that. So you're on sort of tenterhooks about what to do, how to sort of draw boundaries with children. Of course, the day is different. But if you draw a boundary with children, you could be in good trouble yourself for whatever it might be. I don't know. I have a slight policing instinct.
It's a good thing though, Simon. You're. I mean, maybe it's because of your upbringing in Australia, where you were like the colonial, British hierarchy administering the prisoners and the yobbos that they sent down there. In your waistcoat and corduroy trousers.
I used to often be breaking up fights in London when I was sort of in my 20s and 30s.
Leave it! Leave it! Leave it! You were there.
I wasn't like that. I was actually grabbing people and stopping them fighting, because you would see things. But then I stopped after a while, because I got into situations where it could have been dangerous. And, it was like junkies fighting. And one time I pulled, some girl some guy was punching a girl. I pulled the guy off and stuff. And I think he had a needle in his hand or something, and then other situations where there was a guy strangling another guy near where I worked. And it got to the point where I got sick of sitting in police stations at 3 a.m. giving statements about what had happened. And I thought, just let people kill each other.
Let the world take its course. Just do. God wills it. God wills it.
I went on a sort of like a date once, and I was like Camden High Street. It was an open cafe. And I was sitting there with this girl, just watching these two blokes out the corner of my eye interacting. And then a fight started, and I just leapt out of the chair and just grabbed and broke up this fight. And she wasn't very impressed. It wasn't. That was the other thing. There was no social cachet in doing that with a woman. So I thought, okay, right, yeah, she's just pissed off now. So
yeah, unfortunately, very often, Simon, it's better to just not get involved with these things, because people won't thank you for it. They won't thank you for breaking it up.
We advocate passivity on this channel, and passive resistance, like Gandhi, Satyagraha, all that kind of thing.
Yeah. Sorry, Simon. I just think the image of you, spinning in and ripping people aside from each other and sort of holding them back, and sort of scissor kicking them both out, back of the way.
Yeah.
Amazing. I mean, I remember some older teachers that used to sort of tell stories at school about what it was like way back when. Used to say, occasionally parents would thank other parents for beating their kids for them.
Yeah.
Because apparently he said it wasn't him, it was a friend it happened to. He misbehaved while around someone's back garden and sort of, broke a plant pot.
Yeah.
And their dad came flying out of the house and knocked the stuffing out of this kid.
Yeah.
And dragged him back by his ear to his mother's and said, "Here, he's just look what he's done to my garden. He's that pot that cost me all this money." And his mother said, she said, "Oh, thank you. I can't hide him like you can, Mr. Jones.
That's right.
He's learned his lesson now, hasn't he?"
That's right. Give him a bloody good hiding and set the dogs on them.
But it's the thing is, I think this works better than the kind of idea of, only the parent can ever lay a finger on their child, because it's sort of like, but this implies that the society means nothing. It's if your parents don't mind, then do what you want. Cause hell with other people. But that was no. Your parents are punishing you because society you've offended the greater whole. It's not just about them. And that I think is the what you lose if you don't have people who can just do that, basically.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you've got unfortunately a slightly morally deranged society as well, where some of the people out there who could take care of things, are themselves a bit uncontrolled, so they wouldn't be able to exercise corrective discipline or force without going too far and becoming a sadist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's obviously people who are not very good at it. You still have to be minded of, yes, you're minded of the law, but you exercising appropriate force with children or teenagers, sometimes it's a bit vicious to go for the jugular, so to speak, with them. You can get their attention without shocking them in such a way that you are being too much, too harsh. I don't know. But yeah, it's very difficult to calibrate what that looks like now, which is a shame. Perhaps you should offer it as a service for parents these days. They can just pay for a service, send the kids around to be thrashed, Panama will birch them and send them around to 23 Marquis de Sade Avenue.
I couldn't do that. I mean,
£500 per birching.
Marquis de Sade Avenue. That's terrible. No, I couldn't. I don't think I could hit a child. Like if it was a case that I saw a kid about to do something exceedingly mistakenly stupid, or was about to do something that would risk someone's life. But yeah, I'd shove them out the way or something. But I couldn't. I couldn't actually. Don't think beat a child, even if I felt.
No.
I just wouldn't. I don't think I could do it.
No,
I'd be a rubbish 30 schoolmaster.
Yeah. No, I think there's ways I think only mature men kind of learn of being able to affect discipline with children without, as you say, you're not hitting a child, you're not thrashing them, you're doing something where you have to exercise. Sometimes it's a sort of moment of force and restraint and shock. That when they kind of wake up, they realize that they've been out of control and they know enough without you having to, give them 300 stripes of the treble cord, like a navy flogging or something from the 19th century.
or like in If, where they do a run up to the whack
run
with
up.
the cane. Yeah, the run up, and the noise is so loud the school classrooms below can hear it, and they're all looking up at the ceiling in terror. They can just hear what's going on. And you have to shake the prefect's hand and thank them afterwards. In that, thank you, Roundtree. Yeah,
that is a good scene for people to go and watch if they haven't seen If. The thrashing
I won't put
scene.
it on now. It's actually, fuck it. Why not? Let's see if I can find it first. I bet it'll get taken down 2 seconds in, and it'll go off, or it'll be off air again.
Yeah, people will say Simon and Panama are doing streams on spankings.
Sadism. We've covered it all today, haven't we? East End criminals, paedophilia, sadism.
We're going into the lower depths.
Everything. You don't get this on Richard Herring or BBC,
No.
do you? You don't get this on Ricky Gervais.
Yeah. We're not doing some fanny ass streams. We're doing, life and death stuff here. We are kind of, we're going into the sort of, we're going to be the Dostoevskys of streaming. We're going into all the darkness all at once.
This is it.
Are you looking for the beating clip?
Or whatever it's called. I've got it. I'm just waiting for it to download. I'm just getting it.
Because it is a well played out scene, and the way he,
really well
first
done.
two, hovering, waiting for it to happen. One goes in, you hear it, comes out, all stiff and all of that, and then finally McDowell goes in and yeah. I mean, I'd definitely
really
machine
well
gun
done.
everyone to death after that.
Yeah. Here we go.
All right.
Hopefully this doesn't go. So here they come.
Dear, oh dear.
We had uniforms very like this, It always takes, even though this is in the 60s, it does take me, because the school was so old, it felt like living in a 60s sort of building. Everything was musty and a bit Victorian past its sell-by date.
It's interesting how they selected, the big lads. They're physically much bigger, even though they're all probably the same age.
They're in the same year, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wallace. Yeah.
Being called in.
Come forth and be counted.
The thing of taking his coat like that, it's like having the Batman.
Yeah.
To the officer.
It's a bit of Here you go. I'll take this for you. Because they've got tails on their jackets, so they can't. They have to take them off for it to be effective.
I mean, it's a good example of tension and restraint in filmmaking. You know, like the best things of not doing the reveal, holding back the violence.
What do you think about the blocking and the acting here on the two of these?
It's great because it has that thing of they're sort of resigned. They're not terribly nervous. They kind of know what the deal is. And just listen to the sound of the run up.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Great sound design.
God almighty. He's scratching his ear, hands in pocket.
Mm.
And it's the strange thing of the idea of these guys are letting this thing happen to them as well.
Yeah, they don't try and like run or like leave school or abscond or anything.
Just fight.
Yeah, just fight. They just let it happen.
He comes out like,
yeah,
well, that's it, you know. He's taking his licks.
Well, because you get these boys. Because the thing is, when you're in school, even when you're getting to the point of maturity, especially boarding schools like this, because I was in one. Like it is like living in a city state. You don't, you know, you don't even when you get older, you kind of stuck in the.
See, this is nice detail what he's doing here. This thing of moving about, getting the blood flowing again.
The pain and
and oh god, no, he's doing the checking the wounds.
His ass for welts.
You know, there's no.
I mean, if you get a good enough thrashing with a thin cane, you can't sit down for a while. Like you really can't.
Not.
It's too painful.
Have to check it out. Yeah, not too bad. There's none of that stuffing a copy of Cosmopolitan down your trousers or anything like that.
Well, I would have thought, you know, they'd probably be too wise for that, wouldn't they?
Of course.
They'd catch them out doing that.
I would have false fiberglass buttocks made, which I would wear under my trousers.
Like a prosthetic arse.
Like a prosthetic arse. In fact, that's probably a good idea. You could have made a killing in these days selling prosthetic arses to public school boys.
Because a lot of teachers would actually pull your trousers down because they're a bit sick. You know,
you can make them out. You can make them out of leather or something, like a thick leather that would sort of look natural.
No, most they'd get wise to that.
Now
Simon.
that moment where he opens the doors and goes in is what Kubrick saw, isn't it? That
yes, that's right. This was the film he wanted Alex for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Malcolm McDowell has that cheeky cock of the walk sort of energy to him.
Yeah.
Notice how he hasn't got his jacket off. He waits for them to tell him to do that.
I mean, that's a high status move in
making them
terms.
Making them do it.
Look at that, casually over the shoulder.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Very good acting. Look, he's taking his time. This is what status playing is. When you play high status, you take your time and you use maximum amount of space on the stage.
Marvelous physicality in this acting.
Yeah. Look at this. It's like he's playing a piano. It's always settling the keyboard.
Down to it.
You know,
getting comfortable.
Yeah.
They're going to really enjoy this, these whips. They're going to really enjoy this.
Yeah.
Ooh. And you really feel that. Because the camera doesn't... You expect the camera to cut, don't you? Or flinch away. But you just... The way the whole bar moves as well.
Yeah.
I wonder he must have been wearing something there. He wouldn't know where he was actually getting beaten.
I mean... What is it? Yeah, what sort of cane would they use? Could they use some... I mean, because what would you make it out of? It couldn't be rubber. That would hurt. Couldn't be bolster.
No, I think it looks to me like a real cane, and he must have some kind of padding.
Okay. Yeah.
Here we go. All the junior boys in the room below the hall hearing all this.
Wait till I'm told. Sit down.
Not done with you.
And at that moment, a revolutionary is made.
Yes, that's it, isn't it?
They have sealed their own fate.
You see, red.
Yeah.
The spreading of the ideas, the virulence, the revolution. You know.
Very well read. Yeah. We haven't broken him.
They're just not stopping. They just don't want. They just hate him, don't they? They don't.
Yeah. Oh, they have so had it.
Yeah. Look at the sigh of, you know.
That's a problem people don't
frustration.
understand about the psychodynamics of the exercise of cruelty, and how it is. What's the word when it's when you begin to lose the effect of it? You know, it's the cost benefit diminishes.
The drug high wears off of being sadistic.
Yeah. So the sort of thing Machiavelli would talk about, wouldn't he? About how much you exercise punishment so as not to radicalize.
I read a horrible memoir once about a woman who was kidnapped by a Colombian drug cartel, and she very quickly and horrifically realized that if she wanted to live, she would have to keep her own torture fresh to the torturers.
Thank you.
Because the minute they got bored of doing what they were doing to her, then she would die. And the only way to live was to actually, like, she had to come up with ways to react and ways to taunt them, that would actually make them want to keep doing terrible things to her. So there you have it. It's one of the greatest scenes in British cinema.
Definitely. If you haven't seen If, Lindsay Anderson, was it 1968?
68, yeah. If.
Go watch it.
It's very good. It's very.
You have
very
been
good.
told.
We'll watch it on Twitter at some point. It's one of the films. One of the films we're going to have to do in full, Simon.
I think it is. Yeah.
Because it's too important and too interesting not to look at. So, right.
Back to the patchwork stream about Polanski.
You know, that's it's very easy to say it now. One should have thought about it before. But if you find yourself with a girl in a certain situation, you don't exactly think of it.
Here again, I mean, the press, and I can see there's an element of victimization in what the press did after that incident. But even then, the press has got a lot to work on. If they want to make life impossible for you in California and try and influence the court, and if you're self-confessedly interested in young girls, or you get yourself photographed with them, which you did, which actually happened after the case. And I mean, if you went back, wouldn't you be just
within the
crucified?
limits of the law, of course. After that, you know, I'm very careful now.
Right, but I'm talking if it came to
What do you call young girls? I mean, everybody else goes with young girls. Go to any nightclub, restaurant, you will see the age difference. What do you mean young girls?
Because age is everything.
You mean children or you mean young girls?
Age is everything. Because the law is about age, not about maturity or wisdom or future stardom. I'm talking
but in France it's 15.
Okay, so it's in France that Nastasia Kinski becomes your next star, right? She's 15 years old, and the world, one way or another, finds out you're having an affair with her. Now, the fact that you're having an affair with a 15-year-old...
before.
Yeah.
She was 15 before.
But that can get you 50 years in California.
Yeah. No, but not here.
No, but
not in Germany.
If the case comes to trial in California, all these things are going to
No, I
influence
can't
the
get
court.
50 years. I mean, this is the nonsense that press writes about. What 50 years? Just think. Come on, that year there were 20 or 19 cases in California itself of similar nature. Nobody went to prison, or only there were policemen and people in public service involved in cases. I did, because it was focused on me. Not that the press it's particularly nasty to me. They just try to make the buck. Lunch is getting into a dinner now, and I just want to, in case if you have in mind finishing this interview, I wanted to ask you whether you intend to end on this note, or do you think there's something more to my life than my relations with young women?
I think there's a lot more to your life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you. And certainly not going to end in this note, but it's a note that had to be struck.
Yes, I don't blame you for it. Of course, I was waiting for it. I admire your courtesy of leaving it for the coffee.
If it had come with the foie gras, I would have screwed the whole thing.
Oh, yes, definitely.
It's a good line.
I'll change the note. I'll put a variation, a happier variation on the same.
No, I don't want to shorten any kind of interest on your part. That particularly morbid. And
I've asked what I came to ask about that question. But another side, a happier side of the same question is, which you've already raised, actually, is why do women like you?
They don't really like me so much. Let's not exaggerate, you know. They like me enough for me to get into trouble.
Some of them like you, you enough to dive into bed with you, and on an almost instantaneous basis. I mean,
No,
what does that do for you?
Instantaneous. I think it's with everybody, you know, don't they?
Does it flatter you that women like you?
Of course.
But why do you need to be flattered so much?
It tickles my ego. That's why I am where I am, because I have this tremendous ego, you know. Maybe it has to do with my size, you know. The 5'6", you see.
Yeah, now this, because we touched on this.
Yeah. Strange question to say, why do you need to be flattered so much? The implication, obviously, okay, Polanski's, he's a well-known celebrity. He can sleep with women. And then Clive James is sort of suggesting maybe it's a deficiency in some way other than a perk of the job. I mean, we talk about this these days in terms of, whatever the top, however many % of men feeding off the bulk of women. Does it seem odd to sort of frame it in the form of, why do you need so much flattery? It's like, well, I think lots of men probably would be perfectly happy to take advantage of freely offered amorous attention. Or
It's like
weird.
I think there is actually a truth to that, and I'm actually surprised. He brings up as well. He's self-aware of his own ego, which to be a film director, I think generally you have to be of that type of mindset. Art in general requires sort of ego and self-belief.
Yeah.
And there's something that Russell Brand of all people once said, where he said, "Look, for years I was called in the press this clinical term, sex addict."
Oh yeah.
And he says, I'm not a sex addict. I never have been. I don't think there's really such a thing. What I was a really wealthy, uber successful young man who was being talked about constantly in the tabloid press, which meant every teenage girl in the country knew who I was and would be quite happy to say they'd been to bed with me. And I had basically unlimited access to girls. I didn't have to pay for it. They didn't want anything off me. They just wanted to say they'd fucked me.
Yeah.
And he said, I can't really think of any man that wouldn't have done the same thing in the same position. It's and I think there is truth to that. Not to the absolute extent of the example, but it's if most men had that level of cachet with women, then I don't see how they wouldn't be able to resist taking advantage of it. Let's be real.
Well, and it's also the reflection of status. It's like the thing of when you're big and famous enough that you don't have to buy the drugs, they give them to you. In a sense, it's the sort of all the wraparound homage of the material for those with status, that people will freely offer it up, because that is part of the illusion being fed in terms of celebrity, so that psychically people, like you say, the women psychically get the rub off, so to speak, of having bedded Russell Brand as a kind of notch on their mental bedpost, and that maybe provides some sort of validation. And I can see sort of the reverse of what you're saying with Polanski there, the idea that actually maybe there is a psychological need for someone who maybe has been in a situation of deprivation or difficult, deprived childhood circumstances of revalidation by these forms of cumulative conquest as a cope or a consolation. Where there's a pathological. I mean, someone like Russell Brand has a kind of pathological, it seems, addictive drive, and the rest of us just get by with lots of wanking. And
thank you, Mr. Larkin.
Thank you. Yes. But it's like the idea of that level of compulsion that you often find in the fame story. I was just so driven because I had to fill the void because of a death of a parent or an absent parent or a loss of childhood. There was a void and I filled it with drink, that kind of thing.
It's bollocks, really. I think not to be too blunt, but it's like, I don't think of course it's a convenient way to blot out something bad if you're going to turn to drink or drugs or something, but it's still personal responsibility. You're still choosing to deal with it that way. I mean, yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, it's harsh, but it's true. And also, I mean, as someone who's dealt with alcoholics a fair bit, and you know, knows kind of the sort of the psychology around it. Something I've really noticed that alcoholics can almost never admit to themselves, even when they could admit other things, is that a lot of them can never bring themselves to just say that the reason they love drinking so much is because there's nothing else in their life that's that fun. It's not that they need it emotionally. It's just that they genuinely don't. There's nothing else in life that gives them that much pleasure, and that is actually probably the hardest thing to admit, because none of them can. Because a lot of the time you can so obviously see that's the truth. They don't like having staid, boring lives with families and jobs and going to a cafe or a pub occasionally. It's because getting up and doing, you know, absurd amounts of alcohol is kind. It's got its fun, right? Or you know, it's obviously not to most people, but to them it is, right? It's the craziness and the unpredictability of it, and the volcanic nature of the spirit that gives it the appeal. It's nothing to do with trauma or unhappiness. It's boredom, probably.
Yeah. Well, it's this sort of disarming candor of the sadist, isn't it? Really, it's you know, the person to whom you say, well, you know, why are you being so cruel? And they say, well, because I rather like being cruel.
Yeah, exactly.
What can you do at that point? But yeah, Polanski, he does have I mean, he's obviously got a social consciousness, and a slightly evasive quality comes across because he's aware of that, but because he is also a sort of guy who's had a bit of a broken past, and he's been transplanted to America, which, let's face it, the old thing is, you know, they weren't colonized by or settled by Protestants; they were settled by Puritans, which is
that's right.
slightly different. You know, if it had all been English liberals all the way, then it, you know, might not have been quite the same.
Yeah.
Do you think it
Let's straighten it down, 5'6", not 5'4".
There's something you do in your book, which I wouldn't do in a book, for the sake of caution, for wisdom and for sanity. And it's something you do that, in my experience, only men who are trying to prove themselves do. That's, you name the names. When I go through your book, I find that the only thing the William Morris Agency ever did for you, for example, is it got you laid by Carol Lindley. I think that's a very, very funny joke. But, you know, are you sure that Carol Lindley will be pleased to see her name there?
Well, they talk more about her. Carol Lindley is a lovely girl. I mean, I still have great souvenirs of not only that night of the Academy Awards, but this subsequent friendship that sprang from that encounter. I used to see Carol a lot, and we were great friends for years. I don't think she would really
Did you ask her
hold it again.
I think this betrays a cultural difference between the continental European world and the Anglo-American world, where even though in Britain we're not puritanical, isn't the right word. Americans are puritanical. We're repressed, I think, more than we're puritanical. When it's not that we're, you know, we see sex as complicated and a bit odd and sort of almost like a bit of a hassle. Really, more than a pleasure. Whereas on the continent, it's just seen as the most natural thing ever. It's barely done without a second thought. And I think that's kind of Polanski's sort of slightly confused face. I know you can't see it, but there's
I can imagine.
I can see it on the clip here. Like, he's kind of he's sort of thinking, well, yeah, a beautiful woman and I had sex and we enjoyed it. What's the problem, right? Why? But you've named her name. It's like, well, what's wrong with naming her name? We both did it. What's the problem? You know?
Yeah, it's not quite puritanical, but Clive James, even I say even as an Australian, that sounds terrible. That sounds like I'm saying even as someone that's unusually
even an Australian,
even as someone as genetically retarded as an Australian. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but he actually has got. It's a good thing that he is showing the Anglo quality of being concerned about not appearing to be a cad, in a way. Now that's a very sort of dated and class riddled way of saying it, but people have a consciousness about not being.
No, I think cad is exactly the right word. Actually, that's the, you know, bounder.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people are very calloused now. I think there is a lot of desensitization, and people project an era of not giving an F about anything. But I think there are a lot of people actually in Britain who are still very moral and actually do feel guilty about treating someone with what did they say in Julian Assange's case? Poor sexual etiquette.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say something and I just lost my train of thought. It was.
Cad?
Oh yes, 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 that's right. Because it's, and again, this people think of this as a sort of joke, as a sort of over-egged story, but it's really not. It's true. The ingrained cultural attitudes towards sex, and particularly when it comes to masculinity in the continent, especially in France, is such that a lot of people, especially the older generation, dislike Emmanuel Macron on a personal level because he doesn't take a mistress. Prior to this, in French politics, going back to the age of the kings, it's expected actually that you take almost semi-publicly take a mistress.
Yes.
And if you don't do that, it's actually seen as a personality defect, that something's wrong with you. Less formally so, but in Italy also it's seen like the kind of Berlusconi archetype is seen as the default rather than an aberration. You're totally, and again, it's not an affectation; it's ingrained. You're expected to behave in that way.
I wonder if there's something about there's always the kind of strange hidden relationship between the Scots and the French that comes out in things like the Restoration, where you then enter the sort of world of Charles II and the conspicuity of slightly more relaxed sexual mores that happens.
I think Anthony Burgess said that he felt the Welsh were the most sensual race of the Isles.
The most passionate.
Having lived in Wales, I'd say the British sexual sort of mores still dominate. I don't think that it. I mean, if only that it were, Simon, that Wales were a kind of French style sexual.
It's a bed hopping paradise.
Yeah, if only that was the way, but no, it's not really anymore.
It's sort of hangover of the kind of religiose and I don't know how else you describe it.
It's the blood, Simon. It's just a different blood.
Yeah,
different blood. They come from a different place than the English do. So simple as that, really.
It's strange though in Under Milkwood though that you get that sense of it lurking.
Oh yeah. Well, that kind of sensuality, that's certainly there. But it's all it only really exists within the boundaries of the dominant British attitudes to sex. In that you kind of it's only that way by virtue of contrast, I think. I mean, and also because Dylan Thomas particularly had that kind of very sensual outlook. But I mean, a lot of people in his time called him a dirty writer. So not particularly representative, perhaps.
He's extreme in a way. Yeah, it's also got a crossover. What's the line? She says in Under Milkwood, "You come up and see me, boys. I'm dead." Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And always with the line about when the two Mrs. Diebread 1 and Mrs. Diebread 2. Both plumply blooming in the pub after hours, beautifully charged language.
There is something of the kind of that it's like a quaint kind of held in thing that is, but it's like a hot water bottle kind of bubbling away under the covers. There's something about it.
It's one. I mean, it's such a frisson.
That's it. A lonely, loving, hot water bottled body.
It's great, isn't it? And of course, the two women openly sharing the same man. Mrs. Diebread 1, Mrs. Diebread 2. As was actually, I get the impression through reading various bits of culture that it was more common in those days because if a woman lost her husband and had no other means of support, they may simply have to share a man. I mean, that's that song in Cabaret that's set in the Weimar period. Two ladies, diddly-diddy, and they're all very happy. It's like a marriage of three, and they're all content.
Yeah.
I do the cooking, I make the beds, and I go on to daily to earn our daily bread.
I think there's something going as far back as I think is it Julius Caesar's reminiscences about coming to Britain and observations, or it could be Tacitus about observing that the Celts keep women in common, and wives are shared, and I think it said even between fathers and sons, which sounds very dark, but I seem to recall that coming up. I don't know if it fathers and literally the sons or someone else's sons, but there was a sort of thing of polyamorous living among the Celts.
Well, also I think it's probably more in the nature of women are capable, if they trust the other woman, to share a man than two men can't really share a woman in that way.
Charlotte Church has been mentioned in the chat, so there we go.
Welsh slapper, right? That person's banned. Sorry, but we can't have. There's one thing we won't take on this show, and it's insults against the Welsh.
Yes.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to actually press the button. I banned somebody without meaning to.
Oh no! Come back!
Oh
come
no!
Back.
No! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. How do I?
Oh,
this
no.
is terrible.
Oh,
How do I
no.
unban them, Simon?
I know we're filled with regret. Come back.
No, I
Oh,
am
no.
actually. No, seriously. What do I do?
I don't know if you can. Can you
God.
unban someone?
Help!
Sorry,
help.
CCG 1404.
CCG. I can CCG. If you're still listening, do
fuck.
something. Hang on. I'm gonna have to. Sorry, everyone.
No.
This is my incompetence here. I didn't mean to press that.
It's one of our beloved listeners.
Oh no, Simon! That person's already given us money and things.
Panama, you've lost the listener.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh, it's always something, isn't there?
We're
they can still
very
watch
sorry.
Oh no, it's all right. It's all right, Simon. It's all right.
What? Have you unbanned?
All right. So I found out what's happened on StreamYards. It says they were banned.
Right.
YouTube, they've been timed out for 300 seconds, so it's only a few minutes. And frankly, you deserve that few minutes for bad mouthing the Welsh icon Charlotte Church.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrible. Sorry, CCG 1404.
That's sorry, but it's only the 300 seconds. I was in such a flow of admiration for my home people that
we're not really.
I just couldn't. We're not actually planning on banning people or anything.
Not really. No.
That was a mistake.
It's performative banning, but your finger twitched at the moment of decision, and you condemned CCG 1404.
Apologies, person who was banned.
Yeah.
I'll just put a little note in the chat there.
Joe picking up my subtle Blue Jam references there with the unemployed Welshman sketch, which you maybe have yet to hear, but you will understand.
I can't. You'd think there'd be more community moderation. Where's like the list of blocks? I just want to make sure this person actually does get added back. I didn't mean to do that. This is very boomery, isn't it, Simon?
I think you were blinded with anger, and you leapt to the defense of Welsh womanhood, and you smote CCG 1404. Let's go down to the grit barrel. Yeah, okay.
Oh God.
I see you, Joe.
Oh God. Well, this is great, isn't it? This must be fun to listen to.
This is excellent viewing and listening. Thank you very much for everybody for tuning in. We are endeavoring to return to high quality, high volume, high octane entertainment any moment now. Once we have stopped destroying our audience.
Yeah, once I'm not actually. It's like I pulled out a gun and just nailed somebody between the eyes at a live performance, isn't it?
You're literally Joe Pesci in the bar scene in Goodfellas. Spider.
Because I'm worried. I'm genuinely worried that this might be someone that's like left a super chat or a co-fight, and like what if they've given us £100 and I've just fucking kicked them out and gone, right, that's you then. That's an awful thing for me to do. No.
We'll have to recant.
Are the 300 seconds up? I want to. Oh, this is terrible.
Damn.
Oh no! And there's no button to just like unban the people either.
See, you when you've got these godlike, the Zeus-like powers of throwing thunderbolts, you've got to be very, very careful. But But,
Right. If you're still hearing this, because if I was me, I might have stormed off in a huff. But if
can
they're
they still hear
listening,
streams when they've been banned, or does it actually just stop them listening?
no,
to the film?
because it's just the chat. It doesn't block from the video. It's just the chat.
Oh right, okay.
CGC 1104.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I've got them on the right. So how do I time out them then?
Yeah.
I can make them a moderator. It says.
Yes.
I mean, that might be a reward.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, make a moderator.
But then what if they're so traumatized by their mistreatment at the hands of an authority figure, they begin to turn on other people?
That's right. He goes on.
I've genuinely, no, I'm not kidding. Now I've got to unblock that person before we move on, because I can't be doing that. that's
absolutely
terrible.
not. Absolutely not. We yes.
I hope they're still listening. If you're on Twitter, at me on Twitter and tell me that you're still here, because I don't want to lose views like this sort of bullshit.
As Peter Sutcliffe says in the deleted Peter Sutcliffe the musical sketch from Brarside, and I really am so very, very sorry.
Very sorry. They had to remove that, did they?
Apparently, yeah. That was the I think Michael Grade, control of Channel 4 at the time, insisted that he remove the Peter Sutcliffe the musical sketch. I think there was a little bit of it that was kept in. But it wasn't the actual.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Oh, there we go.
See,
I'm sorry,
Alec Baldwin.
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. It was terrible. I've got to reward him with something now, Simon, to apologize.
We'll just be really nice this time, and we won't do it again.
I nearly did it again. I was looking right. So
you're out of control.
I nearly just. But I'll tell you why. Because the chat's moving up as it's ticking.
Yeah.
And when I click the message, I click the little three button thing to have options for that user.
Yeah.
And it moved down right as I was about to click make moderator, and it was like onto timeout again.
You're jabbing your finger at the mouse in a sort of uncontrolled frenzy of hatred for CCG 1404, which dear, we really
it's dreadful.
Mustn't do that.
Anyway, let's move on. Move on.
Go on.
All right. Yeah, CCG, that's the reward. You get one free Welsh joke as compensation. You have to tell one Welsh joke, and we'll accept it, no matter how racist or insulting. Now that I've
Well, he tells the joke, and what we read it out, or we have to come up with a Welsh joke.
CCG.
Yeah.
He puts his favorite anti-Welsh joke in the chat, and I have to read it out and appreciate it for my misdemeanor.
It's going to be like the thrashing that we saw in If. You're just going to have to take it. You're going to take off your frock coat.
I don't think. No. This is more like the Tory MP in Little Britain who comes to the end of the driveway and goes, "I'm very sorry. I did not actually have sex with the woman in question."
So you're the David Williams character, and I'm kind of the Matt Lucas in the pink cardigan character.
with the hair,
That's how it washes out in this game. We have to play our parts when they're assigned to us. I'm afraid.
Indeed. Yeah. I am an authority figure admitting I may have gone too far, more so than someone getting punished. I think
that's pretty much
in this situation. See, responsible government, Simon. That's what we all want. That's what that's what you get on this channel.
That's it. Nothing less than.
No, exactly. Anyway, I sort of want to see. Anyway, we'll just carry on with Polanski then.
Did you ask her first before you put her in the book?
No, I didn't. Strangely enough, as you know, the books, before they are published, they are being dissected by all kind of lawyers and advisors. No one had objection concerning that paragraph.
Well, I don't think it's libel. I don't think you can libel anyone by saying you've been to bed with them, if you have.
I see.
But it's a question of manners. Or is it... It used to be called... Is this the act of a gentleman?
Maybe the women...
Are you a gentleman, Roman?
Well, talking about things like that, 20 years later, it can hardly be called ungentlemanly act.
She might think it's a beautiful secret, and I could think there are other girls in the book, and I suppose I'm doing the same thing if I name them, but just let me refer in passing to Jacqueline Bissett, and there are half a dozen others that I temporarily forget. The names are there. It's really, isn't it kiss and tell?
Well, I've never told before. I think there is enough perspective, and I think I have reached a certain position in life when such things are can be such sins can be overlooked.
Well, let's hope that the ladies in question agree with you.
Well, let's hope.
Let me just turn to Tess. What attracted you to Tess in particular? Is it just, I mean, that character? Is it just the love story, or the fact that she's sort of haunted by fate, that everything?
Yeah, fate. This incredible, this incredible coincidence that occurs on every page of that book.
Are you like Tess in the sense that things simply happen to you? When you look back along your life, do you think it must feel like that?
I like to control my fate, and we all living under this strange impression that we are in control of our destinies, but we aren't indeed, because it's just that so many things happening around us which are impossible to control.
Is it the same thing that attracts you to Mozart? Because you like playing Mozart, being Mozart, don't you? The idea is a great...
Well, I love the play. I love Amadeus as a play. I read the play and I thought, God, I want to put it on stage. That's the first step.
Interesting.
Second, Mozart, yes. But mainly because physically I look like him. He was short. He was very agile physically. He was quite crude. He loved women. He got into a lot of trouble because of it.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about Germans who loved scatology, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was definitely one of them.
Indeed. That's interesting. Interesting note from him that he was interested in the play. I mean, the time this was filmed, what's this? 83, is it?
Yeah, around roughly then.
Right, 83. So that play was 1979. So yeah, it was well and truly out. Interesting. I thought the bit where he thought he said he looked like Mozart was a bit of a grandiosity that was creeping in. But, it's
you don't, mate.
not
it's not like any Mozart I've ever known, Simon.
That's right. No, I said definitely not. Interesting that he was moved by that play, and I wonder if we might have got a Polanski filmed version of Amadeus if Milos Forman hadn't got there first.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the one we got. So
I love the one we got. Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah, great film.
Do watch the theatrical cut only, people, if you want to watch Amadeus. The director's cut is just useless and a waste of time. It's just
I agree.
Rubbish scenes that got re-put back in that just don't work.
We'll have to watch it with Mr. D.
Yeah, that would be good.
Great.
Yeah. If people have comments on our stream with Mr. D, do let us know, by the way, in the chat.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Yeah. So CCG said Mozart was Austrian. Come on, it's all one continuum.
That's rubbish. He was Welsh. Everybody knows that. Die Mozart from Abergavenny.
He was born in the valleys, born and bred by.
Bloody Austrians. Anyway.
Oh, it's all the Prussians' fault, you know. They are like jackboots on our throats, man.
He had certain talent.
He was a genius, persecuted by mediocrity.
He was, yes, but mediocrity constantly persecutes the talent simply out of jealousy. But that wasn't the main thing about it. That's the theme of the play. But that's not why I wanted to play Mozart. It's a great part for an actor, and it suited me like a glove.
Yeah, but he's not got an actor's instinct. The great part is Salieri.
This is it. I think he just liked the idea of being this tortured genius
Yeah.
character. You know, as you say, the actual the film is carried by Salieri, not by Mozart.
Yeah. A real actor is going to go, well, that's the best part.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't just Mozart laughing at me. It was God. Yeah, great part.
I mean, you play Mozart, you've got to do all the kind of skipping around. You've got to kind of
Giggling
make it
and
funny.
farting.
You've got to learn how to play the forte piano or the harpsichord, whichever, and do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I mean, come on. I'm not up for that amount of work. I just want to sit in the chair and eat Italian pastries like he does.
Yeah, that'd be, Simon, you'd be a great, Mozart's dad when he comes in, and then
Oh, yeah.
he's the Don Giovanni character in the opera as well.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
The way that's executed, the Don Giovanni bit in Amadeus is wonderful.
Yeah.
Don't watch the TV series that they did recently. It's shit.
Don't even mention it, Simon. Ignore
I won't
them.
even. Don't even
Ignore
look
them.
at it. Just don't even look at it. It's
Ignore.
And you took the play back to Poland.
Yes.
How were you received by your old friends in the film school when you went back to Poland? Were they?
Well, they made a great party when everybody got dreadfully drunk, and everybody was reminiscing all craziness of those times. When you look back on it, you realize that we are doing sometimes incredible things just for the laughs. Now they're all fat, a lot of them bald. They're much more bourgeois than anybody else in the West. But they're all full of nostalgia for the period of the film school, for the period of Stalinism, where there was not much to eat, not much freedom, but some great spiritual life within our community.
Are they envious of you?
No, most of them are proud of me. It was that first trip to Poland was fantastic. It was really lovely. And most of them are really proud that one of them, managed to get on sort of international scene of filmmaking.
I can see why you like Paris. Does Paris still mean as much to you as it always did?
Well, it doesn't mean as much as it did when it was a dream. But I like living here, really, I do, yeah.
Do you feel cut off, though, from... the film world is more or less dependent on Los Angeles, isn't it?
Yes, but I reached a certain stage where I realized that making films, it's not the be-all and all, of my life, I just realized there are other things to it. And that's why I haven't made a film for 4 years. But today, I see there are a lot of other things that I have missed in my life because of this obsession. There are other things that, that mean a lot to me. I mean, going to the mountains like Himalayas, it means to me as much as making a film today. And you see, when you're up there in a tent at that temperature with, this breathing that you try to accelerate artificially, when you're so close to death, really, you start thinking in a different way, and you think, is it all worth it or not? And you always think it is, and I think that's very important. I think it's as important as making a movie.
Sounds to me as if Romek has lost a bit of his conceit.
No, that's not what it is, you see. I was afraid of daring to do certain things that I always wanted to do. And strangely enough, that stay in California prison taught me a lot, I realized that there is something to it, when you're locked up in your cell, when you're on your own, when you realize that the frightful things are not as frightful as they seem. You realize that there's something in a human being that is totally unknown to him until he really dares to open certain doors.
What do you want out of life at the age of 50?
I don't know.
Not at all?
I don't know. I don't know. I know that on one hand, the success gives you some kind of satisfaction, but it doesn't give you the bliss. On the other hand, I know that love gives you happiness, but I know that it ends. And love carries in it the seed of tragedy, you see, so I really don't know.
Well, there you go. That was
That's fair. Sort of drifting, enigmatic ending that happens there. It's sort of strange. You do feel it is all kind of leading up to, the questions about the Geimer sex incident, and then it really is kind of lost. I guess lost a certain thing. But yeah, what do you make of Polanski?
Almost refreshingly unenigmatic for a major figure.
Yeah.
He kind of doesn't. I don't think there's much being hidden there, which may sound like a silly thing to say, but I really don't think there is. I mean, I think he tends to just be upfront about things, and he says, I like little girls, and he likes, having relations with them, and I think the only real blank spot in that interview is he could not answer the question about, well, look, you knew it was illegal, you committed, or you knew what the age of consent was, you knew it was probably going to land you in trouble. He even admits, he said it was probably going to happen eventually, inevitably. If I kept doing it, something was gonna get, some lever was gonna get pulled. So I mean, I think really he's someone who should probably just count himself as very lucky. He's been allowed to continue living a life of success and fame, and has been allowed to keep making films. And I was just looking up actually the review. I was just looking at a film he made in 2023 called The Palace. And when I first read the first paragraph, I thought, oh, this sounds brilliant, right? So it's a black comedy set at the Gstaad Palace, the huge luxury hotel in Switzerland. And it's got Oliver Masucci, Fanny Ardant, John Cleese, Joaquim de Almeida, Mickey Rourke, Milan Pichel. Really, great cast. And supposedly it is dreadful. It's utterly. It's not offensive. It's not gross. It's not crass. It's flaccid. The Guardian has called it. 1 star. Set in a hotel on New Year's Eve in 1999, this dismal comedy finds room for John Cleese, Mickey Rourke, and Fanny Ardant, but you'll want to run for the hills. Playing out of competition at the Venice Film Festival, the 90-year-old director's latest (last?) production is a ghastly, flaccid hotel farce that starts with a conversation about Armageddon and ends with a dog having sex with a penguin. As grand finales go, the Palace's closing shot is as memorable as "Forget It, Jake, It's Chinatown," with a slow swoop from the Dakota at the end of Rosemary's Baby. But, and I can't stress this enough, not in a good way. It's too easy to say that Polanski is a spent force, a pale shadow of the prodigiously talented filmmaker of the 60s and 70s. His previous picture, 2019's An Officer and a Spy, was sturdy and worthwhile, an impressive period procedural that picked at the scabs of the Dreyfus affair. But The Palace is horrible, tacky and joyless, fatally confusing sexual disgust with arousal. It's clear that Polanski is revolted by the world and the people he shows us here. But tellingly, his film is not a satire. It's more like the giggling wallflower at the worst party in town. So there you go.
And yet it had all those promising ingredients.
I'm interested to, because you'd think if even a bad script or a sort of incompetent director, you got Mickey Rourke, John Cleese, you'd assume they could probably wring something at least entertaining out of it.
But, Fanny Ardant as well. Cool.
Maybe not.
If she's
according to, I think it seems to be a kind of blast against the elites with whom he's sort of forced to hang around, one would think. So adding to the Eurotrash vibe, Polanski also plays a well-hung porn star called he doesn't play. Polanski throws in a well-hung porn star called Bongo and a plastic surgeon, Dr. Lima, who has worked on the faces of at least half the guests.
Wow.
On the screen, the clock is ticking towards midnight. The soused millionaires are now falling face down in the caviar, vomiting over limousines and urinating on Christmas lights. Off screen, meanwhile, the punters inside the Venice cinema are breaking for the doors. They reel out one by one before the film finishes. This means they miss the fireworks and Cleese's tragicomic exit in a wheelchair. It also means they've missed that throwaway final shot, a contemptuous last curtsy from the one-time master filmmaker, delivered to rows of empty seats.
Dear, dear.
Perhaps a sad end for Mr. Polanski.
Intrigued. What's it called again? What's the name of the film?
The Palace, 2023. Should we watch it together, Simon?
We could do that. Yeah. I mean,
Tell you what. If
yeah.
you're free, like tomorrow night or something, we'll hop in a StreamYard and I'll just play it and we can
have a look.
We could do a review.
Yeah. Depending, I mean, we're not going to guarantee that. Depending on how execrable it is or not,
we will at least mention it. I would think.
We will at least mention. I think. Yeah, that's probably a good way. Sometimes you don't do full reviews of things. You just do it in passing. We will call them honourable mentions or mentions in dispatches that we will do, where we see things and we'll say, we saw this. And if it was really great, we'll rave on about it for a whole stream. If not, we'll just say, meh.
Yeah. Well, there we go. I think I've said all I can about Polanski and Clive James in this context.
Yeah, well, I think it's just it's a shame we couldn't watch the actual footage because, as I say, there's just a nice way that it's filmed and presented. A meal in a restaurant, very simply done, plain, candid, real time. You don't feel, well, I mean, we don't know how much editing went on, but you do feel it's got the natural flow of conversation about it. And I suppose it seems a bit peremptory that it kind of loses steam when he's done the underage sex bit, and maybe James isn't sort of penetrating enough about his career. But I guess it's his career up to that point where he's as he says, he's not making anything at the moment, and he's spending time in the Himalayas or the Himalayas, however you meant to say it. So it's. It's okay. It's okay. But I think we can definitely do a look at more Clive James if we can, but get away with it. I don't know how.
I'm somewhat sort of skeptical about most copyright stuff. I think what we're going to have to do, Simon, is we're going to have to get some sort of overlay system and a watermark and possibly flop the image around 90 degrees. Not 90 degrees. I don't mean like we're going to spin it. I mean literally like flip it, reverse the image on itself.
Yeah,
so it may not.
I do like the idea of setting things as homework as well. That we say to people, look, we're going to do this thing. If you want to see it in its perfect, pristine form, go away and watch it. Here's a link, and then we do a version where we're doing our commentary with it in some evilly distorted form, but at least you'll have had the chance to see it first. I think that's often a disappointment with streams we do on films or documentaries, is that people might be seeing them for the first time and talking over them is ruining them in a way. You have to.
Yeah, you should. You should. People should watch them if we tell them to. Because people always act like getting around to seeing a movie is some enormous task, but pop it on your computer, before you go to bed one night, and just give it a watch. It doesn't have to be an ordeal. And I mean, I'm not encouraging anyone to do this, but there are certain long-standing websites that if you download a certain client bit of software to your computer, you can get pretty much all the entertainment you want for free. So
yes, or there are even naughty websites where you can just go to a certain web address and go there, and there is every film you want for free. You don't even need to do that. I won't mention them. I shouldn't do that. It's probably illegal, but you can get them, and it's just easy.
So Principal of Uncertainty has just gifted 10 Panama Hat memberships to members of the chat. So we now have a bevy of new members. Yes, thank you, Principal Uncertainty. He's been a long time figure in the sphere, Simon, and has
I have noted this name.
Supported my work. Yeah, thank you very much. We're probably about to head out, but if anyone wants to do any last minute super chats, go ahead. I'll just check. Go on, come on. It's been good 6 hours.
Super chats at us. Ask us anything.
We've got Big Cover 22, a regular supporter, Simon. He's paying our mortgages. He's keeping us going. Oh boy, this is Big Cover. He flashes the cash. He says, find you getting busy on your and most of my favorite channels. Have a pint, £25. Well, I'm afraid, big cover, kind as you are in London, that's only half a pint. But nevertheless, I will enjoy it. I'm joking. Thank you very much. And yeah, so Simon, as we move towards wrapping up, because I'm actually going to be channel hopping.
Yes.
So it's 7:30, people. Head over to Scrumph Monkey's channel, where I will be appearing to shoot the shit and otherwise talk about nothing with the boys on the I've forgotten the name of the fucking thing. Speaking like James Mason, because I can't remember the line.
James Mason.
Overcast.
Yeah, that
Overcast.
kind of talk. Yeah.
James Mason, I can't
Overcast.
remember the line.
Yeah.
Yes.
You are
please, go over
indefatigable,
there.
so yes.
Oh well, Simon, if there's one thing I can do, it's talk, and if I can do
Indeed.
it in the comfort of my own home with whiskey and tobacco, then all the better. So
Indeed. Please send all wine and whiskey crates to Hat Towers, says Oswulf.
Yeah.
And
Hat Towers,
second
Wilston
this.
Green.
Did you guys know that Sam Neill was the apprentice of James Mason? Really? Didn't know there was a relation between them at all. I thought, yeah, okay. That's yeah, they could have crossed over, couldn't they?
Yes, I suppose so. I forget how old Sam Neill was. He always seemed sort of perfectly middle-aged to me.
He was always very youthful, wasn't he? It's a shock that he died as he did, because the recent videos of him in the last couple of years had him looking very, very hale and hearty. I mean,
just didn't look old at all. I thought he just
didn't
looked
really
like a silver fox.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame that we've lost a good actor there. I always thought he would have made a good Bond, actually, like a class, like not like a sort of postmodern Daniel Craig style one, but like a good old like Lazenby, Connery, Moore, like that archetype of Bond. He would have been pretty good in his younger days. You know, he had that jaw to him.
You know, he did Riley, Ace of Spies, early in his career.
Yes. I like Riley. Yeah, it's very good. Well, it's also all based on true stuff. I didn't realize he was a real spy, Riley.
Came to a sad end, but you know, that's what you get when you mess with the commies.
Yeah.
I've nothing further to add, Your Honour. Je reste mon case on Clive James, Roman Polanski. I think we handled that quite well, quite sensitively.
I think we did.
As they say.
I think we did.
We acknowledged the fact that it's a difficult area to talk about, and at the same time be defending Roman Polanski's artistic visions, which are replete with many good things. You know, that's just the nature of the deal, I'm afraid. Great to speak. I mean, the thing you said about him, though, being a bit kind of open, a very open book. I was thinking back immediately to the stream we did with Mr. D, and we had a look at some footage of both Quentin Crisp and Francis Bacon afterwards. And it's quite a contrast when you think of the ferocity in Francis Bacon. Although he was affable and pleasant, even if drunk at times, I said he had that intensity of gaze on people, you know, that you felt he could tear you apart with his eyes if he wanted to. He was intense all the time in that way. And yet not, that doesn't mean he was angry or aggressive. He just had eyes that bore through you.
Yeah. It's funny. I mean, Clive James will definitely be back on the channel. Polanski, perhaps less likely. Yeah, I think we should definitely. I think people are saying we should do Klaus Kinski. I think that's. We'll see if we can. We'll do My Best Fiend, the Herzog documentary about him, or we could just watch footage of it. Because the thing is that the documentary will be copyrighted. The random bits of footage of him screaming won't be. So if we just kind of do a Klaus, if I pull together all the interviews and bits of footage about that Kinski's in that I can find, then we'll just do a sort of Kinski retrospective. I mean, do you know much about Kinski, Simon?
Nothing really. I've never. Okay. I caught a bit of Aguirre, Wrath of God. At one
I love
point.
that film.
Yeah, just the ending's very. I mean, you really feel the mosquitoes in that film. Yeah. But I mean, it probably is. I mean, with Kinski, there's always the thing of the relationship with Herzog and the kind of the footage of people melting down on set. That's always a thing that maybe is worth looking at, actually, just as a a moment of creative process, as they say.
Yeah.
Just also looking at comments in the chat, John Finch should have been Bond before Timothy Dalton. That's an interesting idea. I wonder if Finch could have pulled it off, though. There's maybe something a bit light about Finch and not quite steely enough for Bond. I don't know. He was a great actor. There's a very strange film he did called The Final Program, where he played a character called Jerry Cornelius, which is a Michael Moorcock invention. Strange film, but go and have a look at it. Stylistically odd. It's like a kind of sci-fi set in the sort of psychedelic era of London. But it was made in the early 70s. It's just a very odd film. But there's some interesting stylistics in there and costumes and things like that. And yeah. So Ian Ogilvy should have been Bond, says CCG 1404. Ian Ogilvy famously played the Saint after Roger Moore on the telly. That was my vintage. I used to watch the Saint, and I liked Ian Ogilvy, but I'm not sure he could have been Bond either. I'm not sure he was. Bond just has to be a kind of hard-edged, ruthless bastard, and Sean Connery probably did it best. But the films got sillier than the character. That was the problem. The films, if they'd been made more like the books, I think they would have actually been very good.
Also, I have to confess something, Simon. I've never actually found Sean Connery very convincing. I just don't. There's just something kind of silly and I've got to be honest, a little bit boring about his Bond character to me. I think it may just be a personal thing because obviously I'm in the far minority of.
Well, he's a dream, though, isn't he? He in a way. I mean, as I say, there's a problem with the films in that the films, they capture a certain kind of charismatic performance from him, but the books, I'm one of these boring people who say, "Oh, the books are much better," but they actually are. And the difficulty is capturing Fleming's voice as well as Bond. And the thing is, the Bond in the films, as played by Sean Connery, is more of a dreamlike figure. He's kind of just, kind of too good at embodying what that thing is in the films itself. The character in the books, though, is different because the Bond of the books is really borderline alcoholic and very not conflicted, I'd say. He's got very definite reactionary sentiments and a coolness about him and something that's very strict and amusing in the way he deals with his enemies. And Connery's not like that. Connery's much more charming with women and glamorous, but it almost feels like he's not as focused on the kind of lifestyle pornography that the Bond of the books is, where he's he's kind of obsessed with the champagne and the cars and the details of everything. He's kind of slightly autistic, the Bond of the books, but then he does go through more of a journey in the books where, he sort of declines to being an alcoholic really badly, and then there's one where he goes off to Japan on the mission, and he's thought to be lost, and then he turns up again, and in the interim he's being brainwashed by the Russians, and he has to be de-brainwashed, and all sorts of interesting stuff. But the character can be a lot darker in ways that they kind of tried to reach for in some of the Daniel Craig films. But I think their idea of dark is, oh, his girlfriend died and now he's a bit sad. And it's like, that's not kind of what the sort of darkness.
Not really the darkness. No. Well,
all right,
gentlemen, Simon, I think it is time that we depart, and we shall return like James Bond, Hat and Simon shall return. We'll be doing our usual Sunday studio. I think the one possible caveat to that is that young Columba has asked me to briefly fly out and meet him in Pamplona, but I think that may be, very sudden and probably fairly pricey thing to do, off my just in the middle of nowhere. So I'll tell you what, if you want a report from sunny northern Spain, and you want me to try and do a bit of running with bulls, not going to happen, brackets. Then send us a Ko-Fi or a super chat, and I'll fly over there and do it. But I'm gonna need the extra funds. So
live on the ground from Pamplona, it's Panama Hat.
You'll be Chris Morris in the studio, and you'll be going over now to Pamplona. I'll be there. on the ground, looking a bit nervous in a sweaty suit, you know, kind of doing.
Yeah. Panama O'Hanrahan.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, we'll cover the running of the Bulls live if you send us the money to do so. So up to
Yeah.
you, people in the chat. Everything's up to you.
Honestly,
And
Hoofnuds Panama, Hoofnuds Columba, I should say. Actually, he's
he
globe-trotting
financed
lifestyle.
himself. He spends hours slaving away in the finest kitchens of London, and and then heads off when he's got the funds saved up. So it's goodbye from me.
And it's goodbye from him.
Would you wear that jacket, Simon?
I would, actually.
It's quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, I do like the odd lad jacket.
Yeah. Anyway, goodbye, everyone.
Night night.